What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the new college football playoff rankings are out, and so is Texas. The Longhorns getting snubbed by the committee. It was expected. It's still annoying. We'll give our thoughts on the updated top 25. Plus, today is National Signing Day. Hank South of Horns 24/7 will join us at 8:15 to talk about Texas's 2026 recruiting class, and we'll go over some big recruiting headlines from around the country. We've got some NFL to get into. We've got maybe the most insane story we've ever had on this show to get into, and plenty more between now and 9 o'clock. We appreciate y'all starting your Wednesday morning off with us. Happy hump day, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing good, man. It's a kind of cool morning this morning. I'm watching the clouds kind of move. Looks like there's going to be some rain starting tomorrow or maybe later tonight. So get it while you can get it, because it's going to start to get dry around here. Dry and seasonably warm. It's not going to be a bunch of coldness, but these mornings at 40 and 45 degrees, that's cold enough for me. That's been cold enough for me. Yesterday was cold enough for me. Although seemed like it was a beautiful sunny day, I was cold again. So, and I was not very patient. Sorry about that, kids. Tip for the kids in the car line. This is the time of the year where you have to be patient. And my patience wore thin. My wife was on the phone with UPS, which, of course, continues to deliver or not deliver her packages to the right address. I mean, they're delivered to a doctor downtown, which we've had to pick up packages there. And, of course, whatever they do, their calling system is through India. And my wife, who has a hard time hearing, couldn't understand. She kept telling the lady, "Can you get me somebody? I can't understand what you're saying. I don't understand you." And the lady kept denying her. So I got on the phone and said, "Hey, listen, once again, give me somebody white." And just as rude as could be. I said, "I need a supervisor, and I want a supervisor now." I said, "This doesn't make any sense. People want their packages. Your job is to deliver. Your job is to communicate to the people. I don't know how I don't. It's like, I don't know how you got this job, but you need to get a different job. You need to work at a store where you see people face to face, but over the phone." I said, "Your communication skills aren't making it." And I said, I'm being patient, but I'm listening to this for like 45 minutes. So then I get involved and I go through the system, and it says your hold time could be over an hour. I waited by the phone an hour and 20 minutes till I got a supervisor.
No way.
Yes, I did. I would still be here right now. That phone would still be on right beside me right now if they didn't answer. And after an hour and 20, I got a supervisor. I said, "You guys do really shitty business." I said, "Your business is to have people that can communicate to people and an answering service so that people can get their packages." I said, "You've sent these packages to that wrong place 4 times." I said, and your people keep saying it's the sender. I said, "No, you're the sender. You keep putting some label over the top of the label that the people send it through, to this house. There's another label that keeps going on it that goes somewhere else." I said, "Fix this." I said, "Your job is to fix this. You're a supervisor, not give me that clerk that you just gave me who speaks." I don't know. I said, I'm sick of talking to people from Pakistan. And I was getting really upset. And they finally, the guy, and then how about this, BK? After talking to the supervisor, he said, "I just got to go through one more step for your local office." And I said, "How long am I going to be holding on for, an hour?" He says, "No, just give me a couple minutes." So I hung in there about 4 minutes. He came back. He said, "All set. It should be there today." I said, "Is this all set forever now, or are you going to screw this up the next time?" I mean, I don't know. What is it UP? They just got you.
Ooh.
And then trying to send it. I wasn't trying to be rude, but I knew I was being, but there's a point when I said, "Give me somebody white," on the other end. Well, they asked you to ask for somebody that speaks English, or somebody from America. That's what they asked you to do. But I was way past that. I was into give me the mighty whitey, get him on the phone to me right now so I can tell him what's going on.
Oh, man.
Oh, I was just so mad. I was so mad. It gets tired of hearing because Joyce can't hear anyway.
Right.
And then if somebody's like from the Yucatan or wherever the shit they were from yesterday, it's like, I'm like, I could barely, I'm like, lady, are you kidding me?
Right.
I said, how many calls do you get a day? Does everything come through you? Because nobody's going to get their package. They're going to get frustrated. They're going to call. They're going to call you all kinds of names. I said, I haven't called you any names. I'm just asking for a supervisor.
Well,
this is everybody trying to get off on the cheap with the communications. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of major companies do outsourcing for a number of different jobs, including call centers, and not to absolve UPS of any blame, because it sounds like they've been screwing y'all for a while, but this has to be one of the busiest weeks of the year for UPS because of Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So I'm sure they're getting slammed with calls and complaints right now, which didn't make your life any easier.
And the weather in certain parts of the country right now is getting bad. I said, well, I don't care. Give me somebody from Ireland. I got a better chance at that. I've lived in Boston forever. I can deal with that. But dude, giving me people from India, it's like, come on.
Damn.
On there, Mandu Chali Pali. I don't want to talk to you.
They're speaking English.
It is?
Well, I didn't hear the call.
It's not. It's broken up something.
It's funny, Buck. It's funny you share that story this morning because today is National Package Protection Day.
Oh, geez.
And I was obviously going to make a joke about that, but you apparently need to celebrate that holiday a little bit. Make sure your package is protected.
Dude, I would have had a better chance of talking to the chief of the Apaches yesterday. Than what I went through yesterday.
I would have loved to have seen that or heard about that.
It was, but I got it done. I waited by the phone, sitting in the chair, watching cowboy flicks, an hour and 20 minutes. And it rang. Isn't that something? People give up. Eventually somebody will give up in 20 minutes,
Yeah.
I was not giving up. I just said, I'm not giving up. I'm not. And if I find a UPS store here, I'm about to go to it this morning. That package better get here today. I'm telling you.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, or Fort Hood, Texas. The soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do for us. We do appreciate everything you do. I don't care if you're protecting us in Spanish, Italian, who cares, German, Michigander. We do appreciate everything you do for us and to your families. And do have a safe and happy holiday, and do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always, my friend. Oh, what a hilarious story to open up the show. We go from comedy.
But really, be as patient as you can. Let your patience at least grow thin. Don't.
Yeah.
That was, and I don't even call that extreme. Extreme to me is when I'm swearing to somebody on the telephone, where all they had to do is hit the click and I'm gone.
Everybody's supposed to be in a good mood for the holidays, and that's like the stereotype and the generalization is that everyone's like happy and jolly this time of year, but really everyone's just in a hurry and they get super pissed off, and that's very disappointing.
Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes is not being in a hurry. That's way above and beyond. You're next in line. You have approximately over an hour to wait. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this.
Hey, you handled it better than most in that spot.
Most would have just hung up and started all over again like 20 times. I'm not starting all over again.
Most would have dropped a few F-bombs in there, I think.
I couldn't do that to the lady. I already felt bad enough asking for somebody white.
Yeah, so good. That's so funny to me. I can't imagine their reaction on the other side of the line. Like,
no. And the thing about it is, it's like, I hope I didn't insult you, but it's so insulting. It just is. They're trying their best. They're trying to do the lingo, but it's not working.
Oh, it's brutal. Well, that's comedy. You know what else is comedy? The College Football Playoff Committee.
Oh, my goodness.
And their process this entire year. They just continue to have no idea what they're doing, and they continue to ignore their own criteria. And they're really just kind of piecemealing it together every week.
They do it by the week. They just change every week.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And Texas fans aren't the only fans who are curious what the hell is going on out there. But the penultimate college football playoff rankings did drop last night, and we've kind of expected it, but our worst nightmares really became reality. the Longhorns still on the outside looking in, obviously with 0 games left to play. The good news, I guess, is that Texas did jump 3 spots following their double-digit victory over previously third-ranked Texas A&M. The bad news, Texas still ranked number 13. And, of course, it's a 12-team playoff. But more importantly, you've got to remember that spots 11 and 12 are reserved for crappy conference champions that we need to get in for some reason. So, really, the Longhorns needed to be closer to number 10 to have a chance. And the worst thing is, Buck, like, there may have been a path for the Longhorns to make it if they were ranked ahead of Miami. There were 3 teams. There were 3 teams that Texas needed to be ranked ahead of this week to at least have a chance to get in. It was Vanderbilt. It was Utah. It was Miami. The committee finally came to their senses and ranked Texas ahead of Vanderbilt and Utah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Longhorns are still below Miami, which means if somebody does get dropped out from the current field, it will presumably be the Hurricanes who slide in there and not the Longhorns.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pushing the national deal has been pushing University of Miami all year long.
Right.
You know, knowing that Cristobal was going to lose 2 in November, they've still been pushing it. That's a really good team. They're playing better at the end of the year. It's just very similar to Texas, with when they got a much weaker schedule.
They did.
And it's just, but they've been pushing that narrative. I just think that Texas from the beginning, with the deal with Arch and being number 1 and the overkill, a lot of Texas, a lot of commercials, a lot of national this and that. I think that just was a part of this deal. I just think it was. It just, you know, you're 1 and then you lose to Florida and then you get hammered by Georgia. We've been hearing about how good you are all year long. You know, you play in the SEC. You've had 2 overtime victories. I think the people that do this, you know, the people that sit there every Tuesday had enough of hearing about Texas, but they started this early push on Miami because it was almost like they knew that dude was going to lose. You know, they knew he was going to screw it up.
Well, the biggest argument everybody makes against Texas this season is that they have an unranked loss on their ledger. And then I'm looking at Miami and I see that they have 2 losses to unranked teams on their ledger. And they don't have nearly as many quality wins as Texas does this year. The difference is Miami is 10-2 and Texas is 9-3. Like, that is what's keeping the Longhorns out right now. Again, we've talked about this all week long. Every Longhorn fan around the world has. We've expected this to be the case, but the committee is not valuing strength of schedule. They're not valuing a bunch of metrics. They're just looking at how many wins do you have and how many losses do you have.
Right.
And this isn't the NFL, Buck, or the NBA or Major League Baseball or the NHL, where every team basically plays the same teams every season because there's only 30 or 32 in the sport. Like, we got to stop acting like everyone's schedule and everyone's conference is created equal, because that's created this ridiculous situation where a bunch of teams in lesser conferences who have played significantly weaker schedules than the Longhorns are going to make it because they've got a record that looks a little bit prettier.
Yeah, that's once you get to 16 teams, hopefully somebody else is going to, like you said yesterday, somebody else is going to be doing the same talk when you get to 16 teams. One team that has that 4th loss who think they should be in aren't going to make it at that time. So it's always going to be the system until you just said, okay, here's the number of teams we're putting in, and that number is going to be ridiculous. That we'll be playing to April or whatever. So yeah, it'll change next year, and they'll promise how they'll change the format too of how they pick these teams, but they won't.
Right. That, I think, is more necessary than playoff expansion, right? Just the way this process is done. I mean, look, the college basketball tournament has 68 teams make it, and there are still teams that complain that they got left out in favor of somebody else. So it doesn't matter how far you expand. There are going to be multiple fan bases that are unhappy every year. It's just, it feels like we've got to have some better criteria, or at least, I don't know, you follow the criteria that you've actually laid out when it comes to making these decisions, right? I mean, Texas has the 8th hardest strength of schedule in college football. And the other 9 teams in the top 10, the team with the best record was LSU at 7-5, and they fired their coach. The other 8 teams that finished in the top 10 in terms of strength of schedule all had losing records, Buck. So what Texas did, sadly, this has to feel like a moral victory now because they're not going to make the playoff. But what Texas did, becoming the first team in 6 years in college football to beat 3 top 10 teams and to navigate through one of the most difficult schedules in America at 9-3, that should count for something. But instead, it just sounds like I'm claiming a moral victory here on a Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's not it. Once again, I just have to go to it. Don't lose to Florida. Don't lose to teams that you shouldn't lose to.
Well,
You leave yourself open to be screwed by others when that's a game you should have won the game.
yeah, well, Alabama lost to Florida State this year, who also lost to Florida, and they're going to make it because they have 2 losses. Like, that's what's keeping Texas. But Buck, after Texas lost to Florida, they were ranked number 10. So, like, in the first playoff committee rankings, right before the Georgia game.
Yes.
So they were in, even with the horrible loss to Florida. They were in. The reason they are not in right now is because they picked up a 3rd loss to Georgia. So I get it. Yes, if they beat Florida, they would not be in this situation. But if they were 10-2,
or if they beat Georgia, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Exactly. I mean, if they were 10-2,
right,
doesn't matter who the losses were to.
It's
if they
about
were 10-2,
the numbers. So
yeah, they would be in. That's the annoying part. Like, yes, of course, everyone said don't lose to Florida, and if Texas didn't lose to Florida, we'd be a playoff team this year.
Yeah, it's about wins and losses.
That's what it is. That's what it is. And Hunter Yurachek, who's the college football playoff committee chair, I'm telling you, they're trying to brainwash everybody, and I'm trying to prevent it from happening. There's no audio of this, but he was asked about Texas. And here's the quote. I'll do a little screen share too, just so you can read and know that I'm not lying to you. But Hunter Yurachek, the chairman of the college football playoff committee, was asked about Texas, and he said, quote, "You're spot on. The committee has a great deal of respect for Texas, and they've played an incredible schedule. They've got 4 teams they played in our top 10. They beat OU on a neutral field. They just beat Texas A&M at home this past weekend. They lost to number 1 Ohio State and number 3 Georgia. But one key stat this week, in the teams ranked in our top 15, there's 17 total losses for those teams. 16 of those came against teams that are currently ranked or have been ranked in our top 25 this year. The only loss to an unranked team was Texas's loss to Florida at Florida, and really Florida dominated that game, held Texas to 50 yards rushing, 2 interceptions. So it's not that Texas played Ohio State. It's Texas's loss to Florida that's holding them back, end quote.
Yeah.
And to me, that is just a very convenient thing for Hunter Yurachek to point to, because he knows the court of public opinion is going to side with him on that.
And they do, because that's in your hands. That's in your hands to win that particular game.
Of course. So is scheduling Ohio State. That's also in your hands. And that's what cost Texas. They're getting punished for playing that game, Buck.
I still say they're not going to change that, BK. I don't think that's going to change in a couple of years.
I don't know.
That's just going to be the way the university is, and the fan base will be disappointed. But I don't know. As I said, once they move up to 16 games or so, you might as well count another SEC team in. Somebody else is going to get left out, and somebody else can put up the fight. But a school like Texas won't have to worry about that with 3 losses, I don't believe.
I wonder what Greg Sankey's going to do, because I remember at media days before the season.
He's the one who's going to be pulling the strings right now in December.
I mean, look, he was not happy that 3 9-3 SEC teams were left out last year in favor of weaker conference teams. This year, Greg Sankey's got Texas at 9-3. He's got Vanderbilt at 10-2. That's not going to make it. And you think he's going to be happy when Virginia or Dolly Madison and North Texas are in the playoff instead of
Tulane? No, he's not going to be happy about that.
Right. So Greg Sankey was already asking questions before the start of the season. He's like, yeah, I would really am curious what the criteria is for what the committee is looking at. And now you've got 2 years of a sample size where he, as the commissioner of the SEC, of course, is going to be biased in his thoughts. And he's going to think, yeah, my conference keeps getting screwed. I don't really like this very much.
No, he and the commissioner of the Big Ten they're going to powwow together and say, hey, guys, you better get this straight or we're going to go bye-bye.
Right. And that might happen. The Big Ten has a couple of 9-3 teams that aren't going to make it either, with USC and Michigan. I'll share the full top 25 rankings from last night, so y'all can take a look at it. But, yeah, Buck, yesterday, after our show, Alabama announced that they were replacing South Florida with Chattanooga on their 2026 schedule. So it's begun. We're wondering, like, okay, is Texas going to be the team to replace a quality non-conference opponent with somebody else? Texas wasn't the first team to do this. Alabama saw what happened to themselves last year.
Well, yeah, and for me, Alabama, they've been playing that SEC Week 11 schedule for years and years anyway. So they're not that place doesn't surprise me that they would back out. Those teams that play in the SEC to play Week 11 UMasses and stuff like that, they've been scared for years. You know, they talk about how rough the SEC is, and but Week 11 you go and you play a scrimmage game. So Alabama doing that earlier does not surprise me. Plus,
Well,
they've been screwed, and plus they've been screwed. So they've already got it once. They're trying to make sure it doesn't happen to them a second time.
Exactly.
So
That's
now,
what this is.
will Texas do the same? I just don't. I don't see it in the next couple of years. I don't see them dropping the likes of Michigan, Notre Dame off their schedule because of what's going on right now. Now it may come to that in a couple of years, but until those games are played, I don't think they bag it. I'd be interested. The head coach would probably like to do it today.
Yeah.
But the athletic director, who the ticket, the season ticket holders that have these, that are paying this kind of money to see these unbelievable games, because that's what he's been talking about since he got here. We're going to play the best of the best. I expect the best of our team,
Right.
He may have to take an about face, but that may be the way of life. I mean, college football is changing all the time. It's ever changing. And he may have to change his thoughts too. But as of right now, I don't see the fan base. I don't know. I just haven't heard people in an uproar. You and I talk about it all the time. But and you may be around way more Texas fans than of course, out there than I am. I don't see him clamoring not to be having the Notre Dames, not to have that on their schedule. They will if this happens again.
Buck, you're not on social media. The clamoring is nonstop. I mean, it's not 100% of Longhorn Nation who's ready to scrap those.
Oh no,
games.
there's still Longhorn fans that say, "Don't lose to Florida." Hey, beat Ohio State every once in a while, and sometime you're going to have to beat Georgia.
Right.
That's what some of them would say. But the ones that just that truly want the fairness part of it are saying, "Hell no, let's play UMass in Week 11."
Well, does the reward outweigh the risk? You have to ask yourself that question. Texas would have made the playoff last year even if they had beaten somebody besides Michigan in Week 2. If they had played Rutgers or Purdue or whatever, they would have made the playoff last year.
The numbers would be right there.
So, Texas fans are looking at this year and they're saying, if we just would have played Rutgers or Purdue this year instead of Ohio State, we'd be making the playoff this year. So, yeah, look, it's not a consensus. I mean, there are plenty of Texas fans on both sides for who wants to get rid of those games, who wants to keep those games. I don't think Texas is going to pull the plug on the return trips for Ohio State and Michigan. But I do wonder, you talk about that Notre Dame home and home, which is coming up after that. Maybe by that point, Texas is like, nah, we're good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, by that point, they may have 18, 24 teams in there, and it could be, well, we'd have to totally almost tank a season in the SEC, where we lose 5 games in the SEC not to be into this thing,
Right. Yeah.
And then if they get into the playoffs, they're not going to do that. They're going to look for some marquee teams to play, USC, Notre Dame, and they're going to look for really good teams to play because the fans love that. I mean,
I hope they do, but the fans love playoff games and competing for national championships more. I think you have to as a fan, don't you? Like, you want both, but you don't want playing those type of games to kill you.
For me, at this level, it's you should still be good enough to do that. There's nobody on your schedule. I don't care what conference it is. If you're Texas and the Notre Dames, or especially Notre Dame, because you're not playing anybody.
Right.
The hard ones you get, if you're Notre Dame, are these marquee games like playing, Michigan or Texas. The rest of your schedule playing the Navy and the Merchant Marine, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, Notre Dame's got it good, right? They play like 2 tough teams every year. They lose, and then they beat up on a bunch of nobodies.
They go on a streak. They go on a hot streak where they beat nobody.
And they're in. So that's their reward. And Texas doesn't get that. Nobody else gets that either. It's more of an anti-Notre Dame thing than a pro-Texas take. Well, it's interesting. We played some sound from Steve Sarkisian on yesterday's show from his appearance on the SEC Network Monday morning. And Steve Sarkisian has been politicking to try to get Texas in the college football playoff the last couple of days. Yesterday, he was on with Sirius XM Radio, and he was asked a pretty similar question about the future of Texas's non-conference schedule. And Steve Sarkisian didn't really hold anything back when he was asked about whether or not the Longhorns should be playing teams like Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame.
And I get it. We scheduled Ohio State. We went and played that game. We lose 14-7. We get stopped inside the 5-yard line twice on 2 4th downs. We outgain them by nearly 200 yards. We lose 14-7. We lost the game. But they've beaten every other team they played on their schedule by 3 scores. And so at that point, it's like, why do we even play that game? Because if we're a 6-2 team, if we're a 10-2 team right now that played 4 top 10 ranked opponents with 3 wins still in the top 10, we're not even having a discussion right now. We're probably ranked 6th in the country in the CFP. We're not having a discussion. So my point is, why the hell am I going to play that game next year? For what? What good does it do me?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point there. I don't know. I don't care about your stats about how you were in the scoring zone or you win the game. Do me a favor, win one of those games, beat one of those teams, beat the Georgias, beat the.
They're missing. The point is, if they scheduled somebody worse than Ohio State, they would be in, Buck.
Oh, but they're not. But they haven't, and and over the next couple of years, they're not. So guess what you have to do as a coach? You have to win. You have to win those games. We talk about every week being a playoff game for them. They have to win. You have to win that game. You have to beat Ohio State. I mean, how many times you need to play them?
Why do you have to beat them in a regular season? What's the point of scheduling that game? Like, you don't have to beat them because you don't have to play them. It's not like a conference game where you don't have a choice. You're stuck playing these certain teams every year. All right, you have a choice on this. Why are you choosing to play them if it's going to screw you if you lose?
Me, just give your season ticket people a chance for them to see you play Amherst in week 1 or 2 or whatever.
Well, again, I think the season ticket holders would rather see Texas in the playoff. Plus, you've got 9 conference games starting next year, so you're already about to get another great home game coming in. Like, again, it's not consensus. There are plenty who agree with you on that, but I mean, I get Sark's point. It's like,
well, yeah, if I'm the coach, I'm a fan. I'm not the coach.
Right.
If I'm the coach, I want to play. I'll play 11 cupcakes if you give them to me. That's what I want. If that'll get me in the playoffs, yeah. Well, but I'm not the coach. I'm a fan.
Okay. So as a fan, you'd rather see your team miss the playoff, but get to watch.
I want my coach to coach better and not be losing to Ohio State every year or Georgia every year. I don't want to hear how close you came. I want you to win that game. It's time to win that game, and you'll have them guess what? You'll have them again next year,
right?
What's gonna you're gonna feel bad? We're gonna go. Well, we didn't beat them for a 4th time, so but eventually you have to beat those teams.
I'm aware of that. To win a national championship, you have to beat those teams, and I don't think Texas would have won a national championship if they made the playoff this year. But I do think they could have won. I don't know, 1 or 2 games. I mean, Buck, they finished the year 6-1 with 3 wins over top 10 teams. And not top 10 teams.
And I'm not saying that they couldn't have won a championship. I mean, this thing is so kind of wide open right now.
Okay, so I think you should be more mad than that they scheduled Ohio State.
You're on a streak right now, but I just don't see Texas doing that. I don't see the university deciding to do that in the next year or 2. I just don't see it happen. I think they're going to play out what they have with the Fighting Irish. I think they'll continue to play teams like that early in the season. Right. Week 11, Joe, go do whatever the SEC does. Go play whoever you need to play. You got Texas State on your schedule. You go find another. Go play UTSA or Sam Houston again or somebody. That's fine, but I don't think they're going to give up the big boys.
I don't know if they are or not. I don't think there's a good enough argument to keep the big boys around. That's my whole point right there. Like, you might be right, but I haven't heard a good enough argument in favor of keeping them around. You say season ticket holders, but I've seen countless season ticket holders say, scrap that game. Screw that. I want to be in the playoff. So
Like I said, as a coach, that's exactly what I want. Like I said, I'll take 11 cupcakes and,
you're playing 9 SEC games. You're not getting a bunch of cupcake. Like, that's the thing. You've got Big 12 teams playing 9 Big 12 games, and they are being graded on a same scale as the SEC playing 9 SEC games. So you're already playing a harder schedule than any other conference. And then on top of that, you are voluntarily adding one extra tough game that you don't have to add.
Yeah, Vandy was good. Once again, Vandy will turn into Vandy here shortly.
They just flipped the number 1 player in the country yesterday from Georgia.
Yeah, the quarterback, yeah.
I don't know if they're completely going away. I don't know what that has to do with this. Texas doesn't even play Vandy next year, so I don't know.
Or the Mississippi States of the world. There, I mean, it's not.
You've got at LSU, you've got at A&M, you've got Oklahoma, you've got at Tennessee, you've got at Missouri, you've got Florida. Like, that's an easy schedule now?
No, that's not an easy schedule.
No. And then you have Ohio State too.
But the teams that are not that great, you got to beat them all.
You got to beat them all. You got to go 12-0.
No, you just need. Hey, I didn't coach the game at Florida. I didn't coach the third game against against Georgia. Why can't Texas win that game? What's the deal? Why can't they just win? I know you can play anybody else. You can go play the Sisters of the Poor, get yourself a nice win. Why can't they win that other game?
Well, they could have.
How many times are you going to play a team and lose to them?
Right. They could have. I get it. They could have won
that game. It's right in their own hands. They say it every week. It's a championship game every week.
Right.
The Florida game was a championship game. You can't lose. You just can't lose that game. And then
you can't lose 3, so they couldn't lose that game.
You're right. You're exactly right. They can't lose 3.
Yeah, they couldn't lose that game. So,
but I just don't think I don't know the powers that be. Yeah, obviously they're going to listen. Sark and the AD and the president are going to sit down, and the rest of the group are going to sit down and say, do we need to drop this? Here's who we have possibly love to play us on our schedule in 4 years. Maybe it's USC. Maybe it's somebody else in the Big Ten. Do we need that win? Should we play, I don't know, UTSA again or somebody like that? It may be a consensus of, yes, we need to get to the playoffs. We're not going to get screwed again. They could be dropping that or playing somebody in week 11. I just don't see it here. They push too hard on this is who we play. These are the kind of teams we want on our schedule. Do we want this for our ticket holders?
Sure.
Then all of a sudden, if you give them the other deal, they're going to go, yeah, that's nice. I'll take it.
No one's going to cancel their season tickets over that.
No, well, nobody's going to. Yeah, no.
So I don't know. I mean, the rule when CDC was saying all of those things, Buck, the rules were different.
Well, the way we thought the rules were going to be different.
Well, it was a 14 playoff when CDC was saying all that stuff. So
yeah, but it's going to change. I mean, you're going to get more team. As I said, when this thing gets to 20-some, you're going to get 9 and 3s in.
Right.
You may even get 8 and 4s in. It's not going backwards. It's not going to be.
I know.
It's going to expand.
I'm aware of that. Look, and other fan bases are going to be in the same spot as Texas. It's going to happen to just about everybody where someone is griping at the selection committee and feel like their team got wrong. So this year, I guess
it happens in basketball with 64, 65, 66 teams. It happens then.
Right. That's how it goes. But, there's you can't control the committee. You can't control your non-conference schedule.
That's true. And as I said, as a coach, if I'm coaching or I'm an assistant coach, give me the bunch of cupcakes, let me win.
Yeah.
And in a way, I'd be saying screw the fans, but you know what? They love undefeated teams. They love 11-1 teams that go to the playoffs.
That have Texas in the playoff. So that'd be great. That would be great right now. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Keep them coming in. A lot of great texts on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Keep them coming in. We appreciate y'all chiming in all morning long. Plenty more to dive into here. We'll get into some of the other headlines from the college football playoff top 25. Of course, we'll talk some National Signing Day as well. Hank South from Horns 24/7 will join us at 8:15 to talk about Texas's 2026 class. But before we get to anything else, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, with the weather out there getting a little bit cool, my back starts to stiffen up a little, and I'm pretty sure you got knees and back and shoulder pains out there also. But Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. They have these wonderful chairs, recliners. They've got the vibrating balls. They got everything that you need to really help out your muscles around your neck area, your shoulders, your hips, your thighs. They have it all at Relax the Back. Believe me, 20 some years right now, this chair has been perfect just for my back, what ails me, and that's my thoracic back. So if you've got somebody that's suffering from back pain, please call on our friends at Relax the Back. They've got great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. It's the holiday season. Head on over to Relax the Back, and feel great like the Buck does for sure.
Yes, indeed. Love my Relax the Back chair. Speaking of relaxation, got me another one.
Oh, my goodness. Back-to-back Ollies.
Back-to-back, sir.
Yes.
We're not messing around. After everything I ate last week, I need to regulate my digestive system.
To regulate it, is it regulating that? Very nice.
We're regulating. The beauty of OLIPOP, this tastes just like a soda because it is a soda, but unlike the sodas that you have been drinking in the past, this stuff actually is good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals. A bunch of ingredients that help support good digestive health. And again, the taste is absolutely there. So you're going to be supporting your taste buds every time you down some OLIPOP. I've got the classic grape this morning. It's one of my favorites. I think it is the Bucks' favorites.
It is. Yes,
they've got more than 20 different flavors to choose from, and they're available wherever you buy your groceries, pretty much all over the country. Remember, next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
OLIPOP. And our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, they've got some real nice specials right now at the League Kitchen and Tavern. They're 4 great locations. Lonnie's now got Lonnie's Eggnog, BK.
Whoa.
Of course he does. I can't try it because I think it's got a little tint of vodka in it. So I got to be careful of that. But they have all the other items that you're looking for at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Chef specials, shrimp cocktail, of course, steakhouse wedge, and the classic sundae. Now that's for me, the classic sundae. I got to get a hold of the classic sundae over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. A great location, folks, to watch a little football, to hang out, enjoy the great specials that they have, the pulled pork sliders, the teriyaki glazed pork chops. Don't forget Thursday, half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib. Prime to wine on Thursday at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. Love the folks at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Love the league, and also love to our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Get those lights. Time. This is the weekend.
Come on. 'Tis the season, and it's kind of cold outside. You don't want to be doing this stuff yourself.
No, you don't. And you don't want to be up on a ladder. We heard from those doctors yesterday saying a lot of their patients have come in because they've fallen off of ladders.
Yeah, we had one of our great listeners.
My wife gave me the story about her dad putting up the lights, and the ladder fell, and it just hit something on the way down and saved him an inch from him banging his head against the ground. It stopped right there because I must have fell into a bush or something. Wow. My God. Yeah. I can't even imagine getting up on a ladder. I'm not even allowed to get up on a step stool.
No, that would not go well for you.
No.
So you don't do it. You let the guys at Humbug Holiday Lighting do it. Let them fall off a ladder. No, they're not going to fall off a ladder. They don't do that. These guys are pros. They do this all the time. It's not like, once a year they get up on a ladder on their roof and they hope that everything good happens. No, Humbug Holiday Lighting, they are the best at what they do, and they take care of everything. Custom designs. They do installation. They do maintenance. They do takedown. They do storage. You don't have to worry about going up into your attic after the season and putting those lights there too, taking up all that space in your house. No. Humbug Holiday Lighting, it's 100% turnkey. They take care of everything. It's hassle-free, elegant displays, classic designs, colorful designs. If you want to go like Hallmark Channel level, if you want to go National Lampoon Christmas Vacation level, they can do that all for you. Just go to their website, humbuglights.com, or give them a call, 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text them, 512-222-1820. They're doing free design consultations for TSU listeners, but get in early. Spots fill up fast.
Oh, yeah.
Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Yeah, I see people grabbing Christmas trees right now at Lowe's and Home Depot. They've taken away all my plants, and they've got tons of trees. And people are going out of there by the minute with trees. And I'm thinking, man, that son of a gun's going to be dried out by the time you want to take it down in February sometime probably.
Man, I've never done that. I don't know what it's like to go Christmas tree shopping.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That thing will be so dry. All those little things, you'll be stepping on those little needles, those little pine needles. Great.
Did you get one and strap it to the top of your car? Is that the bit?
Well, I did that as a kid. I mean, like I said, when I lived in Pennsylvania, the old man, when he would show up, he would do that deal. Like 2 days before Christmas, we'd go up with a sled and cut the tree that he wanted, not the tree that the kids wanted. It would always be, how about that one right there? No, that's not the one. Let's go another half mile with this sled through the snow. And then we'd bring that sucker back. And I told you about how he would put wires on the bottom of them and nail them into the floor of my mom's wood floors at the house. It was like, oh my God, dude.
Forgot about that.
And so it wasn't, we would get it late in this Christmas season. I mean, just before Christmas, a couple of days before Christmas. But that damn thing stayed up through December, way past into January, until the end of January, almost to February. That, but in those days, BK, they had those little tiny light bulbs. They had those big old suckers that could burn through. I mean, you're talking about setting the house on fire, setting the tree on fire as it dried out. Those are the big. I love those light bulbs. Those big ones that if you threw them on the ground, they'd pop like mad. I love those big ones. I'm not those little thin light. I like the big bulbs.
Did that ever happen? Did your house ever catch on fire from that?
No, I was weird about that. I was the guy who was always checking the tree. I'd make sure the lights were pulled at night when everybody was going to bed. Because generally, I guess who was the last one coming in the house at 12:30, 1 o'clock during Christmas time.
Drunk high school you?
Oh, yeah, that would be me staggering into the house, pull the lights out, make sure everything was. Yeah, that was it. I mean, that's to this day. That's why I don't. When I go, I don't like to stay with relatives because I'm always the last one in, and my mother was always still waiting, like at the door at like 12:30, 1 o'clock. I'm like, what are you doing here? Why don't you go to bed?
Got to make sure her baby comes home.
Oh, geez, I'm coming home or I'll sleep underneath the porch or something.
Underneath the porch.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, but I didn't. I was in charge of the lighting system of pulling stuff out. Plus, we didn't have a lot of decorations. We lived in the alley. We were the alley rats. I grew up in an alley. And so alley people didn't have all that stuff. They'd have it on the rails. That's about it. The rails to the row houses. That was about it. And a tree. We didn't have the house all lit up.
Nobody could really see your house anyways.
No, nobody wanted to come through that alley. They weren't coming through there with 8 kids. They're like, maybe we ought to take another route around here.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would love that. I mean, this big old house I'm in right now, I use up all the humbug's lights to do this place.
There you go. Yeah, they'll take care of you, man. They'll take care of you. Well, happy holidays to everybody. We'll say that about
absolutely
a million times.
And to those wonderful folks that I talked to yesterday, happy holidays to them too.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, it is National Signing Day. And again, Hank South from Horns 24/7 will join us at 8:15. So we'll get his expert takes on this Texas class of 2026. But the good news has already started coming in for the Longhorns. Texas to this point has 7 players who have sent in their letters of intent and officially signed with Texas. The good news really started last night as the Longhorns got a very late flip in this 26 cycle. 4-star defensive back Torrey Davis, who had been committed to UCLA since the summer, ended up flipping to Texas. It felt like a 2-horse race between Texas and Washington. Even though he was committed to UCLA, he's kind of been like 2 feet out the door there for a while. They fired their coach a long time ago, but Texas was able to get the flip. It's another 4-star added to this class. Could play corner, could play safety. He's played some offense too in his high school, but a kid from the state of Colorado coming in late to this class. So we'll see if Texas gets another flip or 2 today, but obviously some good news on NSD Eve.
That's awesome. I see BYU's coach. They got a flip. He and I going to Penn State.
Yeah, how about that? Boy, where does Penn State go from here? Getting turned down. And I get it. We talked about it yesterday. We didn't think Satake was leaving. I mean, number one, he's a BYU guy through and through. Like, he's Mormon, but he played at BYU. He's now coached there for a decade. Like, that's a school and a place that means a lot to him.
And they got cash.
But that's the real like, the Mormon money is a real thing. We're seeing that across all sports. There have been very few teams around the country who have benefited more from NIL than BYU has, and that's going to continue in the future. We're seeing it in football. We're seeing it in basketball. We're going to see it all over the place. So they ponied up. They gave Sitake a new contract. I think he's earned it. And now Penn State. Look, what are your folks from back home saying about this search right now?
Just got through playing Shiano in the last game. You might as well have hired him right there, except for he can't even keep his own coaches there. Texas steals all his coaches. Hoorah, hoorah for Texas.
I mean, they could get Shiano right now if they wanted to, but do they want Shiano?
I don't know. He's done okay at Rutgers. Rutgers is now starting to figure out what in the hell are we doing in the Big Ten? They went from all of a sudden, being okay in the Big Ten to a couple of years in now, BK, they're starting to figure out we don't belong in this deal. No. We shouldn't be playing these teams.
There are a couple of teams that are feeling that way. Nebraska's another team. I've seen a lot of Nebraska fans be like, why did we ever leave the Big 12 for this?
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams ought to get back to a Pac-12 or something and get involved with that group.
Yeah.
Texas State is, right? Is that next year?
Yeah, Texas State is headed to the Pac-12
very soon. They could talk some. They should be able to talk some of these teams to get going back to having a Pac-12,
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. For Penn State, I keep hearing Brian Daboll's name, of course, the recently fired coach.
Yeah, it sounds like he's the leading candidate now.
I'm just trying to think where else they could go. Like
that guy that Brian Daboll came into my house trying to recruit my kid, I'd be like, no, I don't think so, sir.
It's too bold for you.
It's just, no, I don't need that dude in there.
Yeah, I think I wonder if Matt Campbell is in the mix. Matt Campbell's been at Iowa State forever. They're usually in the mix. Last year they played for the Big 12 championship. This year
they got lights at Penn State. I know they got lights.
Right.
They do. Night games.
They do have lights at Penn State. And, you wonder, like Ohio State. Iowa State obviously has a ceiling. They just don't have the resources that schools like Penn State and Ohio State have for that matter.
Is Hartline gone now?
So I don't know. I mean, Brian Hartline could be in the mix. He's Ohio State's offensive coordinator this year. Of course, Penn State hired Ohio State's defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I can't even imagine that guy if Penn State asking him to be the head coach, not saying, okay, I'm good, I'm there.
Well, he's an Ohio State guy, and he gets paid handsomely there. And I'm sure if he flirts with Penn State, he'll get paid even more handsomely. But yeah, if his goal is to be a head coach, which that's the goal for most of these guys,
sure,
then yeah, you'd be crazy to not take that opportunity at Penn State if it's offered.
I know Penn State people have got to be like, they're like thinking, dude, we got rid of James Franklin early. Why are we struggling now to have a head coach in place? And now it's signing day, and they're losing a bunch of guys. I mean, I've been hearing that people are just bailing out on that place.
Do you think there's any regret amongst that fan base for parting ways with James Franklin?
No.
Okay. I mean, at the time, everyone was pretty much in agreement, like, this is the move we have to make. But they're getting turned down by options 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 right now.
Yeah, I think you're going to find out soon enough. The Tech people will find out soon enough themselves about James Franklin.
And he's a great coach who just can't win the big games?
No, he's just going to win he'll win a bunch of games, but you'll be at the Sun Bowl or whatever here at the end of the season.
That's Virginia Tech. Their standards aren't Penn State standards.
No.
I think they'll be pretty happy. Penn State made the semifinal last year with James Franklin. So if Virginia Tech makes the playoff, they're going to say that's awesome.
No, dude, you don't have to worry
about
enough
that. For us.
Yeah, you're not going to have to worry about that. Although they're in the mighty ACC, who knows?
Exactly. I mean, you got Virginia and Duke playing for that conference title this weekend. So I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world, but I don't know. Lincoln Riley's name continues to get tossed around a little bit.
Maybe. Is he ready to bail out of that place? Is he ready to get out of Southern California?
I don't know. He usually shies away from competition, so going to Penn State is not doing that.
No.
Brent Key at Georgia Tech. Point is, no one really has any idea what Penn State's going to do, and that job, when they fired James Franklin, it's like, good move by them being first.
Oh, yeah, because they thought that they were going to have somebody in place and that already said, hey, listen, no matter what my season's like, I'll be seeing you next year. And no, they can't even get guys from like Tulane or North Texas.
Yep. And it hasn't worked. And I don't think Mike Elko is going to go to Penn State. See, what's the deal? Why are we wearing hats We've had this guy Christopher talking trash about Texas all morning long, and we've let it go, and now we're getting criticized for wearing hats on the show. Come on, man.
We just got through beating Texas A&M. We can wear these hats for a year if we want.
Hey, dipshit, you've been banned. Nice going, Chris. Appreciate your input this morning. Come on, man. We're radio guys. We're ugly. We got to wear hats to protect our mugs.
You see this? I'm getting ready to play golf with a Nagy today. Sorry.
Well, that's going to be glorious.
Yeah. And no matter what, you can go to the playoffs, but I still got mine on you for a year again.
Yeah, you do. Man, you're playing golf? It's cold out. It's 40 degrees right now.
Yeah, but by the time I play, it's going to be in the 60s, 62 and above, 65. The sun will shine out there today.
Right.
You worry about the rain later on. It'll warm up, or I'll be out there with a hoodie, or I won't play. I'll take the ride out, turn right back around.
Okay. You said it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so I guess this is the day to get you around in this week.
This is the day to get it done, folks.
We'll see. All right. Back to the playoff rankings, Buck. We've talked about Texas. We can get back into Texas if you want, but a couple of other interesting takeaways from the penultimate top 25. How about Alabama flip-flopping with Notre Dame? That's big, right? Both teams are still in the field, so it might not seem like a big deal.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing from that, Buck, if BYU beats Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship, Notre Dame's going to be out. Because right now BYU's out. They're going to have to make it if they beat Texas Tech. Big if. They're double-digit underdogs.
And Texas Tech is going to get in.
Texas Tech is in regardless. They're not going to drop from 4 to outside of the top 12. So, Notre Dame, they were very safe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it almost feels like bullying has worked. Everybody around the country has been dunking on Notre Dame and their schedule and their lack of conference and this, that, and the other. And it almost feels like the committee has been like, oh, shoot, no, people really don't like Notre Dame. Maybe we should pay attention to their schedule a little bit. And now this could be a pretty uncomfortable weekend for Fighting Irish fans.
No doubt.
And also what that does is I think that screws Miami and Texas. But again, with Texas being ranked below Miami, I feel like the Longhorns' fate is already sealed regardless. But with Alabama moving up, to me, that gives a little more protection for the Crimson Tide, right? People are talking about, if they lose to Georgia in the SEC title, that'd be their third loss. Is there a chance they could get bounced from the field and somebody could take their spot?
What if they get hammered by Georgia? Because even though they beat them once, if Georgia lays the wood to them by 17 or more.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That's the question. I think if it's close, Alabama's in regardless. I mean, last year, nobody was punished for losing a conference championship game. But all of the conference championship games were close. I mean, SMU was the team that everybody was looking at in the ACC.
Right.
They lost on a game-winning field goal to Clemson. So they stayed in. The committee felt like their body of work was good enough, and we're not going to punish them for losing like that.
That was in the championship game too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was ACC title. That's what got Clemson in. That's why Texas played Clemson in round 1 last year. But yeah, I mean, if it is a blowout, if it's 21 or 28, which I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Especially Bama usually beats Georgia. So talking about Georgia all of a sudden turning the tide that much feels like a bit of a stretch. But does that open up the door for somebody on the outside? But again, now with Alabama ahead of Notre Dame, it feels like Bama's got a little bit more of a buffer now than they did.
Yeah, Miami beat Notre Dame. That's just a weird, that little section there, 7, 8, 9, 10 are just kind of, BYU, they lose, they're gone.
Right. Yeah. BYU, it's winning you're in, losing you're done. Simple as that. And it's so random. Miami beat Notre Dame. If I'm a Canes fan, look, as a Texas fan, I'm mad that Texas is below Miami, but
sure,
Miami has a better case to be ahead of Notre Dame than Texas does ahead of Miami because they played and they won. And yet
you're right.
Every single week, Notre Dame with the same record as Miami, for those of you who care so much about wins and losses, which the committee clearly does, they've got the same record, but Miami beat Notre Dame, and Notre Dame's the team that's in.
And Miami's probably played better teams than Notre Dame even.
Yeah, it's, neither of their schedules are that great.
No.
But yeah, I mean, that's got to be incredibly frustrating for Canes fans everywhere. That I thought the games are supposed to matter. The selection committee in their criteria says head-to-head is something that they look at, and they're not looking at it for Miami there.
Yeah, no, Georgia would have to just beat the dog out of Alabama.
Yeah, for that to happen. And even then, again, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Again, it's just 1 year. We have 1 year of sample size to look at. So I don't know how much anything is set in stone, but I feel like Bama's in regardless.
Yeah, and Oregon being that third Big Ten team, not having to play in the championship, that's sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, look, we'll see what happens with the top four. I mean, I think Ohio State and Indiana, they're going to stay top four, right? The winner of that game will be number one. The loser might be number two. At worst, they'll be like 3 or 4.
Right.
If Texas Tech wins, if Georgia wins, those teams will also remain in the top 4. You wonder if Texas Tech loses to BYU, they'll be out. You would think Oregon would replace them as a top 4 seed.
I think what makes me even sadder is the fact that OU is going to be playing in this thing, and they're no good. Their offense is so horrible.
I know.
It is. I mean, defensively, they've hung in there so good defensively, which is just amazing that offense is that bad. But that kid that was supposed to be so great at quarterback, that offense is bad.
It's bad. It's really bad. Yeah, and there have been some folks arguing against Oklahoma being in the playoff this year, which I think is crazy. The Sooners should be in. But yeah, I mean, look, that defense can give them a chance against anybody.
That's true.
And we'll switch now. We'll switch screen shares and show the bracket. I think you could probably depict this without me doing this, but we'll do it anyway. If the season ended today or if the playoffs started today, we get OU and Bama again. And OU just beat Bama because of their defense. So that game would be in Norman this time around versus obviously where it was a couple of weeks ago. But Oklahoma's offense is not good, but that defense is going to give them a shot against.
Yeah, especially the way Alabama's playing now with their trying to run the ball. And they've got their guy who was supposed to be the great runner. He's out.
Terrible.
I don't think he's playing this week. I think he hurt himself pretty bad last week.
It's terrible. Look at that. We got 2 rematches, as our guy Rex brings up. A&M Notre Dame. They played in week 2. That was an epic game that the Aggies won on a 4th and goal touchdown in the final seconds. We got a couple of potential rematches coming up. Again, subject to change with what happens in conference championship weekend, but we might get some repeat games in round 1.
Yeah, I don't feel great about the Aggies doing it again against Notre Dame.
Well, yeah, A&M dropped 4 spots after losing to Texas. So the good news for A&M, they're still more than likely going to host a first-round game.
Sure.
But obviously, they were hoping to be number 5 at worst because that means you get the G5 team in round 1.
Right.
And instead, if they are number 7, they're going to have to play somebody pretty good. So, and it's interesting with Ole Miss. Ole Miss moved up. Ole Miss lost their coach. And there were people wondering, is there a chance Ole Miss gets dropped from the playoff? I think once they beat Mississippi State, it's like, no, they're definitely.
They were going to be in.
But we were thinking, all right, are they going to maybe drop to 9 or 10? Are they going to get punished and maybe lose the ability to host a game in the first round? Instead, they moved up. So they're 6, and it was announced yesterday that Charlie Wise Jr., their offensive coordinator, is going to coach in the playoff at Ole Miss. So everybody who is on the staff, except for Lane Kiffin, will continue to coach, even though half of those guys are headed to LSU right after the year is over.
You mean the guys he told you better be on this plane if you're going with me?
Right. Yeah. And look, they were on the plane, I guess. They're already signed to LSU, so they are going, but Ole Miss, there's in some definite pettiness. They're like, F you, Lane. You can't coach your team.
But your rest of your assistants can.
Yeah, we're going to let all of these other guys coach the team. And, hey, they want to win. I don't blame them too much.
Oh, no, they want to go as far as they can go.
Right. That's a great draw for Ole Miss. And, again, considering we might get 2 G5 teams in this thing, if you're a 5 or a 6 seed, very good scenario for you. So there you go. That's what the bracket looks like right now.
Where Texas Tech has just got to be good thinking, wow.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
They're going to get a home game in Lubbock this time of the year too?
No, they won't. They won't. If they're a top 4 seed, they will get a first-round bye. But, Texas Tech, one of the quarterfinal games is at the Cotton Bowl at Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
So Texas Tech's playing there this weekend in the Big 12 title. They might be playing there again, which, that's about as much of a home field advantage as you could ask for if you're not playing at home. So, yeah, great draw for Texas Tech. Again, they have to win. If they lose to BYU, then they're probably going to stay a top 8 seed. They'll lose their bye, but they'll get that game in Lubbock.
That first game they played, they smashed BYU.
Yeah, I think they're going to smash them again. I think there's a huge difference in talent between those two teams. But who knows? I feel like Big 12 refs are going to be doing whatever they can to give BYU a shot. Very rare, me defending Texas Tech, not something you hear very often. And
they want it to be as close as possible or a win because they know Tech will still be in.
Right,
and if BYU wins, they'd like to have two. Somebody will make the call. Somebody have the code red.
You think Brett Yormark, you know how much he loves Joey McGuire. By the way, McGuire just signed a 7-year extension with Tech yesterday. Wow. Good for him. We think Yormark's going to be like, hey, man, we'll give you guys a lot if you just let BYU hang around a little bit.
Yeah, make it at the end.
Like we'd prefer them to win, but that's probably too big of an ask, so we're not going to ask for that. But if you could just, I don't know, get this game
field goal, make it by a field goal, a little
overtime
field goal or something.
Yeah, something like that. Make it a little closer than the regular season game. We'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, I could see that happening too.
Yeah, so I don't know. People keep jumping in late. They're asking, is there a path for Texas if BYU gets crushed? Again, with Miami being ranked ahead of Texas this week, I don't think so.
No.
And by the way, BYU's not in right now. So what would need to happen is Alabama gets crushed and BYU loses.
Right.
That would open up the door for somebody outside to make it. But once again, with the Hurricanes ranked ahead of Texas and neither of those teams playing, it's all over but the crying for the long.
Yeah, BYU has to play a much better game against Texas Tech to even be in that game.
It's crazy. They're an 11-1 power conference team, and they're not in right now. And they shouldn't be. It's they haven't beaten anybody good. But it's just kind of bizarre to see that they have to win this game and get to 12-1 to. And
the talk started early when they got beat by Texas Tech. That thing started brewing they have no business in here. There's no way. They didn't think they were going to make it to the Big 12 championship.
Right.
The way they got crushed after Tech, people were thinking, they'll lose it. They're going to lose more than just that game. The way they looked on that particular day. Now they've gotten better. They've got a great running back. The quarterback's really good. You got a couple of good receivers.
Yeah.
But that Tech defense was too much. Just overwhelmed that offensive line, and that's a big offensive line at BYU.
It is, and BYU's got a freshman quarterback in Bear Bachmeier, who's been a great story, but I don't think he's good enough for that Texas Tech defense. So
no, not for that NFL defense.
BYU's 11-1. They've played 2 ranked teams. They beat Utah by 3 at home, and then they got smoked by Texas Tech by 22 in Lubbock. And their non-conference games: Portland State, Stanford, East Carolina. So, hey, some teams are getting punished for not scheduling anybody in the non-con.
Wow.
Not enough, but some teams are. So there you go. Those are your big playoff headlines from around the country. Again, man,
Texas needs Portland on the schedule. I'm like, Portland. They actually do play football in Portland?
That is Portland.
I thought it was soccer school or something.
That is Portland State.
Sorry, sir. Portland
there is a Portland U or U Portland.
And they're the soccer school, I believe.
Portland State, by the way, that game was 69-0 BYU. Very nice. God. Portland State went 1-11 in the Big Sky Conference in FCS.
That's the kind of team you want on your schedule.
Oh my God! All right, we'll take your thoughts.
Let's talk about them in Week 11.
Portland State.
Yes.
Hey, why not? Everybody else is doing it. Why not?
You're right about that.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. More on Texas. We'll play some sound from Hunter Yurachek, the committee chair this year. And look, if you're a little bit delusional, which I've been known to be at times, maybe this will give you some confidence that Texas still has a shot to make the playoff. We'll let you hear from him. Again, Hank South from Horns 24/7 will join us in 10 minutes to talk all about National Signing Day and this Longhorns class of 2026. But before we get to anything else, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends over at Soup Packs at the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and I've got more on it, even as a matter of fact. Tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, the whole works, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. And they have tons of women's clothing. All that wonderful stuff that we saw there last Friday, BK. Tons of ladies' gear for sure. Whether you're going to, just going out to dinner or you're going to a volleyball game or women's basketball game, they've got all the clothing that you want. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space, folks, at 5222 Burnett Road. Starting to get a little cool out there. You don't want to be driving someplace parked two or three blocks away. Not at Sue Patrick. You're right there. Take you a couple yards and you're right inside the store. Once again, they're located at 5222 Burnett Road. Don't forget the Jelly Cats. The big cloud is there with the little feet. I like that. Jay wouldn't tell me what the price was on that, BK. I was asking about that big puffy cloud to sit up with me here and watch some of my Westerns with me, talk to my little Jelly Cat. Got my little group of Jelly Cats up here that I can talk to on a daily basis. That cloud is big. So, Jay, I know it's only about $100. So, yeah, that thing costs like Bartholomew Beer. Up. Yeah, you're probably right. Once again, 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also, shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our TSU lids this morning. Was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our merch, our hats, our shirts, our polos, our pullovers, our stickers, our koozies, our everything, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need. They will get it to you quickly. If you've got a business that needs merch, if you've got a big event coming up that needs merch, it doesn't matter. Just reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641. That's his direct line. Call him or text him, and he will take care of you.
And of course, our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. It is Burger Day. This is Wednesday, hump day. Time to go get yourself a double with cheese, those great fries, sweet potato fries, regular fries, and the great milkshakes they've got at Hat Creek Burger. It's great for lunch, folks. Taking the kids out, maybe even after school, picking them up and taking them over. A little playtime on the playscapes they have. And some Hat Creek locations do have breakfast starting at 7 a.m. So get yourself on over there, get yourself taco, some pancakes over at Hat Creek Burger at a location near you.
Yes, absolutely love Hat Creek. Fantastic burger.
And you can get a margarita there in the evenings if you'd like.
Come on. Get you a margarita and a shake. Why not both?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
That's good. That's a good blend.
Your stomach is going to be feeling something if you try that combo. I can tell you that. Love Hat Creek, and shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you're looking to upgrade your place, maybe you traveled for Thanksgiving and you're like, God, this sucked. I don't want to travel anymore. I want to host, or hell, forget hosting people. I just want to spend time with my family at my place. I don't want to feel the need to go somewhere because my house just isn't good enough. McCall Custom Homes, if you need a new kitchen, a new bathroom, you want to add some life to your outdoor space, if you want to add on to your home, McCall Custom Homes has your back. Great.
You know what they also do, BK? They build brand new homes. They have designers, in-house designers that can get with you and design what type of house you want, how you want it, how large you want it, how small you want it. Let their designers help you out. You know, a lot of times you'll pick a special design out from some magazine or whatever. We did that with this home. But with Mike McCall, they have in-house designers that will help you sit down and think about the kind of design you want for all the bedrooms, the living room, the whole works. That's a great deal right there.
Yeah, it is. They do everything. They're licensed, they're insured, they're A+ rated by the BBB. It's top quality materials at affordable prices, and they're great people, and they're really experienced too. They've been doing this for 4 decades in Central Texas, so they know what they're doing. This is not a fly-by-night company at all. We love them. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to our good buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. All right. Let's play a little bit of sound here from Hunter Yurachek, the College Football Playoff Committee chairman. And again, if this thing is over, we don't want to pump sunshine and sparkles because there's not really anything to pump here. Texas is done. They're not going to make the playoff. And now we just wait until sometime Sunday to find out where the Longhorns will be bowling.
Yeah, man.
In 2025.
Green Jackets are out.
The Green Jackets are out. Yeah, Hideki Matsuyama was hanging out at Schultz Garden, according to the Buck. But here was Hunter Yurachek, a little back and forth with Reese Davis during the selection show last night. And if you're looking for a glimmer of hope, if you're delusional, and again, I've been delusional. We've all been delusional at times. If you're just, maybe there's still a chance, Lloyd, here's a little back and forth about how the committee is going to treat the final playoff rankings that come out on Sunday.
Among the teams who are finished playing, do not play this week, can their order flip next Sunday in the final rankings, or is the order for the teams whose hay is in the barn, whose resume is complete, are they set in terms of where they are relative to one another?
Great question, Reese. The management committee during the offseason provided some clarification to some comments that were made last year. And indeed, idle teams can move following the results of the championship games and how they impact the teams that are around those that play in the championship game, and data such as strength of schedule, teams that may be idle. So, yes, teams that are idle can move up or down.
So we're not set with Miami definitively being behind Notre Dame no matter what. Is that fair to say?
Reese, following the championship games, we will re-rank the top 25 teams, and we'll see where they fall.
Yes, it's fair to say.
Following the conference championship games, we will re-rank the top 25 teams and see where they fall. So,
yeah, no, there's not a chance in hell. That's what it means.
I know. We're not getting in.
He
Again,
wants to say that. He wants to say, yeah. Then he went, as soon as he said following the championship, I went, no, that means there's not a chance in hell.
yeah, Texas needed to be ranked ahead of Miami to have the smallest of chances. Again, there were 3 teams the Longhorns needed to be ahead of this week: Vanderbilt, Utah, and Miami, because none of those teams play. The Longhorns did jump Vandy and Utah. They did not jump the Canes. So none of the chaos this weekend is going to matter for Texas. Don't forget, we got to get 2 crappy conference champions in, because everybody wants to watch Dolly Madison and North Texas in the playoff. Sorry, UNT. Love you guys.
Yeah, I know. I mean, when this first started, I thought it was just a really good way to give universities like that a real opportunity to get the shit pounded out of them. I mean, that's in my mind. That's what I thought I said. But it seems fair. It seems like, you know, their fan base likes to have hope, and you know, we like a Cinderella story like we get in basketball once every 25 years or so. Right. You know.
Yeah, it'll happen at some point, but it'll never happen enough to justify. Them.
No, that's what I agree. It doesn't happen enough, and just being so you say there's a chance, that's not enough for me.
Right, like Boise State last year was the 3 seed because of the format last year. That was even worse than what we have this year.
Yes, and
they were undefeated. No, they had 1 loss. They had 1 loss at Oregon in non-conference play early in the year. They had a top 10 pick at running back, and Ashton Genty, who finished runner-up for the Heisman.
Dude, and SMU wasn't ever going anywhere last year.
Well, and that team, I mean, SMU is a power conference team, at least. Like,
yeah.
But Boise State was the G5 rep last year, and they were no match for Penn State. State, by the way, like Penn State, never regarded as a team that wins a bunch of big games.
Yeah, looking for a coach, looking for a head coach right now.
Looking for a head coach because they got turned down by Kalane Sitake mushrooms. And yeah, so I don't know. I'll be rooting for North Texas. I will absolutely be rooting for North Texas in round 1. That'd be great.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I just, you know, it's costing Texas a spot right now. So that and a bunch of other things too. But yeah, the Longhorns' fate is unfortunately sealed. And I'll be watching on Sunday. It's just going to annoy me and disappoint me even more than I'm annoyed and disappointed right now. But I'll be tuned in on Sunday for that one final knife twist, Buck.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, you and I will be looking forward to when Ohio State comes to Austin, because I don't care how good their Heisman Trophy guy, who probably will win the Heisman Trophy, you know, this weekend. I don't care how good he is or what it is. They have to beat them next year, period.
Be nice. Yeah, that game is in Austin, and if it stays on the schedule, it's going to be one of the biggest games of the season.
There will be no excuses for the head coach here.
Right.
Saying, look at our schedule the remainder of the – no, you need to win that game, dude, period.
Yeah.
And eventually you got to beat Georgia, but you and I are in the thought of, no, they're never going to beat Georgia.
They'll beat Georgia at some point, but I'm not going to pick it until it happens.
You're not going to be the one to pick it?
No, I don't think so. But they don't play Georgia next year. So
that's right. You don't see them until 27, right?
Right. I mean, obviously they could play in a conference title or a playoff game, but like,
and then you would pick them then.
Of those 2 teams that have been thorns in your side in recent years, including this one, you only play one of them next year. And you do have the choice to not play them.
There you go.
You have the choice to not play them.
Yeah, but that won't happen next year. They can't cancel that game.
They could. They absolutely could. I mean, you got Alabama canceling South Florida because they're scared to lose to them. Why can't you cancel Ohio State?
South Florida, they'll have a new dude too.
Yeah. South Florida, who just lost their head coach to Auburn, a G5 team. You got Alabama. Look, Alabama still plays Florida State next year, right? Like the SEC has this rule with going to the 9-game conference schedule. You still have to play one of your 3 non-conference games.
You got an opportunity to get Florida, the Rattlers, on there too now.
Right. Somehow. Yeah, you have to play one of them against a Power 4 school or Notre Dame, but your other 2 can be against nobody. So Bama's keeping Florida State on the schedule, which good move. I know Florida State beat them, but Florida State's Florida State. And they're replacing South Florida Chattanooga because it's like, well, why would we play 2 kind of tough non-conference games when we can play an FCS school instead? All right, we'll halt the playoff discussion here for a moment. Let's talk a little Texas recruiting. It is National Signing Day after all. One of the best in the business, Hank South, the managing editor at Horns 24/7 and horns247.com, joining us this morning. Hank, twice in 2 days on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thanks for the time. How are you this morning?
I'm great. How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Doing fantastic, man. It's good to hear from you.
Doing great. So let's start with the flip from last night. I know you and Chip and Zay talked about the possibility of this happening yesterday, but Torrey Davis flipping from UCLA to Texas. Longhorn fans were hoping for some NSD fireworks. They got some last night. Tell us about Torrey Davis and how this all went down the stretch.
Yeah, so, it was a few weeks in the making. Texas was pretty adamant about adding, at least one more defensive back in this class. He's rated as an athlete, but, can play receiver or defensive back, but more on the defensive back side in terms of Texas's projection. But, they were trying to get him in for the Vanderbilt game. He had some scheduling conflicts. We're going to get him in for the Arkansas game. He had a playoff game. But then it worked out for the Texas A&M weekend for him to get out on an official visit. Obviously saw that atmosphere, kind of saw the vision that Texas had for him. There was actually some belief that he actually had decommitted from UCLA, but he was still committed to UCLA. Like that was his pledge. And then, Texas, kept working him after the weekend. Even up to, 3 to 4 o'clock yesterday, there was still some, uncertainty about what he was going to do. I know, Texas was waiting for an answer. UCLA was waiting for an answer, certainly, in Washington as well. We had heard he was going to make a decision last night. He did, and joined the class. So, big body, 6'1", 185. Texas loves that versatility. He has a lot of athleticism, plays multiple sports. But a lot of people think, safety is his, highest upside in terms of, where he'll ultimately project. But yeah, big get. And, to join that defensive backfold with Yaheem Riley, Hayward Howard, Samari Matthews, even Jermaine Bishop, if you want to consider him, a cornerback. Some people think that's where he could end up. I think he's going to end up an offensive guy, with the ball in his hands. But a nice get to kick off signing day.
Hank, when you look around for the Horns and even for the Aggies in the area here, where do you see these guys that, as you said, guys with the ball in their hand type of players? That are athletes / wide receivers that they need to have the ball. Do you see a couple of those kids that are out there right now today that are going to sign in places that are going to be incredible players? Early players, not guys that we're going to wait for 2 years or maybe in his second year he'll develop, but are developed high school players right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it starts with Jermaine Bishop. I just mentioned him. You can't say enough good things about this kid. Just this past Saturday, his stat line was almost unreal to think that happened in a game. He had 389 offensive yards on rushing in and catching in, had the game clinching interception. So he can do it both ways. He's been given comps of Travis Hunter, which I know hyperbole, but I don't think it's that outrageous. He's that elite level of an athlete. I think he could come into Texas and, even compete to, not start, but, see reps in that receiving core next season or somewhere, special teams, just get the ball in his hands. So, in terms of Texas guys, I think he's probably one to watch. In terms of other classes, I got to go down. the athletes. Oregon with Jet Washington, I think he's a kid that can play early. Xavier Crowell with Alabama, I think he's a guy Texas really liked, running back, but he gets the ball in his hands, and you can see why Texas liked him so much. I mean, he averages, I think, over 10 yards a carry at the high school level, and he's been a big time player. I need to go down Texas A&M's commitment list, but I think Jermaine Bishop is probably the most exciting athlete, offensive athlete in this class.
Yeah. Hank South, Horns 24/7, joining us here to talk National Signing Day. Well, you talked about a running back that Texas missed on. What about a running back that Texas hit on? Derek Cooper posted some highlights earlier this week, and man, if you weren't excited about him before, you should be now. But your thoughts on Derek Cooper? Obviously, running back, not a great position for the Longhorns here in 2025. Is he the type of kid who can come in here and make an impact from day one?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it'll, be dictated by, what happens with the portal this offseason. If we see, if Wisner decides to go pro, or, they have some attrition there, obviously already have with Jarrett Gibson. So I think there's an opportunity there. We saw James Simon get a little, get a few carries earlier this season, but I think Derek Cooper, coming from an area like South Florida, from the program he came from, Chaminade Madonna. I mean, you're kind of playing for an elite level kind of college style program right there. I mean, the competition in South Florida is insane. And, the production he had, I think, 1,300 yards, I think, this season. But he's a guy, doesn't have a ton of stats in terms of catching the ball out of the backfield, but has shown his ability to be able to do that. Texas loves to throw to their running backs out of the backfield. So he can do both things. Great in between the tackles, can cut it outside. But and he's also a kid that, he's played linebacker a little bit too. He's not going to project to linebacker, but, he's going to play running back at Texas. But I think a really, really exciting athlete, and a guy that, one of those kids that Texas hosted in the spring for an unofficial visit. He never came back for an official, and committed to Texas in July. So it just kind of goes to show in this era, you might not be getting visits or, getting an official or have any buzz. You kind of flip the switch on a recruitment pretty quickly. And Texas was able to do that. Since I've been on, I haven't seen if his letter of intents come in, but I know there's been confidence that he even with Miami trying to flip him or other schools talking to him, that he's been very solid with Texas, and plans to sign. So yeah, really, really exciting prospect out of South Florida and Derek Cooper.
Now, do you see on your list of players that are out there a tight end that may fit the bill of a guy who can do a little bit of everything? Texas has like 20 of those dudes that, I mean, they're young guys that'll have to grow into some of the things that you're looking for, I think, as pass catchers. They've got body types, but somebody that can do both, at least give you an opportunity to run block, but can get down the field and make some great catches.
Yeah. I think that's what they were going for. And I'm sorry if you guys hear my dogs in the backyard barking.
Oh.
They love to wait until I'm doing important things. But no, Charlie Gillick, the tight end they made a late push for. He was committed to Minnesota. Texas kind of had this run the last few weeks where they just kind of took a baseball bat to Minnesota's class, and flipped Charlie Gillick. He was actually on campus with Teray Davis this past weekend on his official visit. But 6'5", 230 pounds. But like you mentioned, he's going to need to develop a little bit into the kind of pass catching role. But the blocking role in Sark's offense as a tight end is almost just as important in terms of what they try to do, and especially in that 12 personnel kind of grouping. But no, I think he's high upside prospect. He's not another kid that's rated as an athlete. So I think it kind of just shows you Texas really likes these kind of not necessarily jumbo style athletes, but kids that can certainly project to both sides of the ball. Charlie Gillick is that. He had 100 tackles, 8 for a loss, 3 sacks as a junior. He's gotten all conference, all America, or all Michigan honors in his high school division. So I think Gillick has a lot of upside, but yeah, it's going to be a minute before he, I think we see him contribute. And you look at the Texas tight end room. There's injuries has another year if he wants to come back. A lot of young guys. Nick Townsend has shown promise. Jordan Washington's shown promise. All those guys can come back. Amari Winston was drawing, high praise in fall camp. So they have, they have some pieces there, foundational pieces. So I'll be curious to see if injuries doesn't come back, he decides to go pro or go elsewhere. Is that a spot they want to go get another immediate impact guy?
Now, can this kid, you said this kid's a pretty good athlete, 6'5", 230. I mean, is he a wiry enough guy to be an outside backer that can cover some ground. He's that kind of athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, similar to, where people have projected guys like Jermaine Bishop to maybe play defensive back. I think Jillick, if tight end isn't working out, they could move him across the ball because, he's already proven he can play at a high level there as well.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, the plan is tight end.
There you go. Hank South of Horns 24/7 joining us here. Y'all be sure to subscribe over at horns247.com for fantastic National Signing Day coverage and Texas Longhorn coverage all year long. Hank, the obligatory quarterback question. Diabell obviously has been committed to this class forever. He was the first person to fax in his letter of intent this morning. Top 10 player in the country, top 5 quarterback in the country. What can I know he was hurt for most of his senior season, but talk about his game and what the Longhorns are getting with maybe their future starting quarterback.
Yeah, I think, a lot in terms of with the comp I have with Diabell is kind of the KJ Lacey comp, and the fact that but I would say he's more advanced from, coming out of the high school level in terms of just his measurables and athletic traits. KJ Lacey, I always said, he's not going to wow you in a combine setting or, maybe necessarily arm strength, but he just when he's playing, he's just a gamer. And I consider that same thing with Diabell. He is more impressive. I don't want to knock KJ Lacey. I think Diabell, obviously, he's bigger than KJ Lacey, kind of has a bigger frame, more kind of that NFL style body you look for. But like you said, he missed most of his senior season. He played 2 games, was really impressive in those 2 games. They had a big comeback against St. Joseph's. I was on ESPN back in August. They were down, I think, 28-3 in the fourth quarter, and he led them back to win by 3 points. But just a gamer, has a strong arm. Obviously, has the athletic pedigree. His dad was a former star in the NBA, Raja Bell, and a guy that Texas identified early. He came out to Austin in March of 2024 for a visit. They offered him. They wanted him to come back and throw in their camp, compete in that setting. He did. He was the best quarterback there that day, among guys like Troy Humann, who just committed to Virginia Tech, some younger guys. Malachi Ziegler was there, I think. Trying to think of some big-time quarterbacks that were there that weekend in June of 24. And obviously, got the green light to commit and join the class. He's been solid ever since. But, another high-upside guy, a guy that, he is a 5-star quarterback, but I don't think you can really rely on him to come in and be ready. He doesn't have a ton of high school snaps. He needs to come in and probably learn for a year behind Arch, behind KJ, and then maybe in the spring. Obviously, he's not coming in to start. Arch Maney's the quarterback, but maybe in the spring of 27, that could be a really interesting quarterback battle between KJ Lacey, who would then have 2 years in the system with a 1 year in the system, Diabell. But it's great for quarterback depth. But a guy that's going to need to get his feet wet a little bit at the college level and get some more reps after missing a lot of his senior season.
Hank, what do you see from the defensive line that's out there? Kids that are ready. It's been, football has changed. College football has changed with the portal. You go out and get an experienced guy. You can't look to a high schooler to all of a sudden come out, a freshman to come out of high school and be ready at this level. What do you see from some of the guys right now that are out there that maybe signing that are ready to go that you'd be surprised at?
Yeah. I think one guy, and, I don't want to get Texas fans' hopes up because I don't think he's going to end up at Texas, but a really exciting news is Richard Anderson, the LSU commit from the New Orleans area. He's a guy that Texas has been trying to make a late run at, but I need to pull up his profile. I think 6'5", he's one of the war daddy recruits, 6'5", 340, just or maybe 6'4", 340. I don't know. He's huge, but you wouldn't know it by the way he moves. He's really nimble, really athletic. And it kind of surprises you watching this film. And, I think he's a kid that, and it's hard. Again, last year, we're talking about Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles, Justice Terry. We didn't see any of those guys really contribute year one. And, that's part of the reason is Texas took 5 portal defensive linemen that were more ready. But obviously, Josiah Sharma needed some time. Myron Charles, we saw Justice Terry kind of come along later in the season as he put on more weight and got more experienced. But yeah, I think Richard Anderson's a guy. I really like James Johnson. I don't who's committed to Texas. Still, I think we're waiting on his national letter of intent, but probably not as ready. Another kid that didn't get a lot of. He had a little bit of an injury this season, from what I understand. Maybe needs some time to get ready, but I think could develop into Corey Wells committed to Texas. Auburn's trying to flip him late. I think he's a guy that you could argue could play early just from the fact that like my belief is when you're recruiting defensive linemen, if you can get a kid from Mississippi or Alabama, no matter the ranking, those kids are usually, they have a less steep of a learning curve, in my opinion, in terms of college-ready kids. And, a kid like Corey Wells, I think is up there as well. So, yeah, some talented guys that Texas has been in on. We'll see, Rodney Cleveland, Texas commit, looks like he's probably going to flip to North Carolina. People wonder, what the heck, but we're in the NIL era, like that.
Yeah.
They value Rodney Cleveland a lot. Not saying Texas doesn't, but I think maybe more so than Texas is willing to match. But Corey Wells, James Johnson, if you can get those two guys, I think you then turn your attention to maybe recruiting Hero Canoe back for another year, who's still deciding on whether he's going to go pro or come back. You have a lot of, you got two portal guys with multiple years of eligibility in Murad Watson and Levon Johnson. And then again, you have these year two guys coming up in Myron Charles, Josiah Sharma, and Justice Terry. So, you're actually set up pretty well defensive line wise to, maybe take some hits if you lose a guy like Rodney Cleveland.
There you go. Hank South, Horns 24/7. Hank, one last recruiting question, because I do want to ask you about Texas's portal plans here in a moment. But you talked about a name or two who might flip away from the Longhorns today. Yeah. Obviously, Texas got the Torrey Davis flip last night. But any other fireworks, anybody else who you think could be a last-minute addition to this Longhorns class?
Yeah, there's some buzz. And, a couple names I've heard, not fully ready to say. Because, obviously – last second, they're calling kids. They're checking on guys last minute. Doesn't always mean it's going to happen or they're actually serious about it. But they check in on kids. So there's some names we've heard. One name I reported last night, and it makes sense. Malachi Lee, the Michigan offensive tackle commit. Texas loves this kid. He's huge. From Hawaii, he officially visited back in the summer, and I think Texas finished second to Michigan with his original decision. But they're still taking a swing on him. Obviously, offensive line is going to be the theme of probably the portal, like we'll talk about. But they'd love to flip Malachi Lee, add him to a class, especially after, you lose Max Wright to SMU. Still, I think that's wild. He flipped during the Texas A&M game to SMU. Yeah. But, we expected it to happen. I just didn't think he would do it during the game. So Malachi Lee is, I think, one kid committed elsewhere. Everyone asked me about Jalen Lott, the Oregon commit, also Texas legacy. I think he's going to stick with Oregon if he hasn't already signed. Again, we're talking about kids that the program could be announcing them right now, and I don't see it. So but I think he's going to stick with Oregon. Texas stayed after him. I think he's one of the few receivers they would, add to this class. But, I think they're also very happy with Bishop, Cohen Brown, and Chris Stewart as well.
There you go. All right, Hank, how about a transfer portal question? Look, right now, Texas has the 7th ranked class in the country, according to the Horns 24/7 and the composite rankings. After number 1, I know people will view that as a little bit of a letdown here in this 2026 cycle, but I've heard you talk about it. It feels like it means that, okay, Texas has decided they're going to spend more of their money and resources on the transfer portal. They know they've got 1 year left of Arch Manning. They're going to try to go all in on next year. Do you believe that? Is that the case? And where do you think Texas is going to attack the portal the hardest?
Yeah, I do think they're going to try to set up Arch with, because, everyone, they'll be like, oh, everyone's hyping up Texas again next year. But I think you can really look at 2026, especially with the trajectory we've seen Arch on, and say, yeah, they should be pretty good next year. We'll see about preseason number 1 or any of that, but it does look promising for next year. So I do think they're going to, put an emphasis on the portal. And it's funny to look back, like 2023, they took 5 guys in the portal, which almost seems like insane now to think. Like, you have to take more than that. They usually average around 10 to 12, I think, but I think that'll be more kind of the trajectory they're trying to do to, reach this year, or the numbers they're trying to reach. But I think offensive line is no secret. If last year was any indication of, if you're overhauling longtime starters, probably should have tried to get a portal guy like Emmanuel Pregnon, which they did try to get. He ended up going to Oregon. They lose John Mills late, who ends up being a freshman All-American at UW, which probably doesn't feel good to see that happening. Okay. So, now that you're going into an offseason where you're going to lose DJ Campbell, you're going to lose Cole Hudson, maybe Connor Robertson, not sure yet. Goosby's going to have an NFL decision. You're going to be replacing a lot of starters. And so I think, at least on the interior, that's going to be a spot you have to attack in the portal and go get some experienced guys that can that can step up. And that was Texas's vulnerability all season, that interior offensive line. So I think they'll focus there. We'll see what they do in the secondary, probably losing Malik Muhammad. But a lot of these young corners have shown promise. Kobe Black kind of made his case for 2026 in the A&M game alone.
Yeah.
You have Grayson Littleton who could kick outside. So I think they'll probably look for some help in the secondary just to have, that veteran presence. And then, if they lose Rodney Cleveland, if they lose Corey Wells, probably, depending on what Hero Canoe does, I think you can always make the argument that, the trenches are where they need to look in terms of the portal acquisitions. And then I think running back too is probably a spot because, we don't know what's going to happen with, CJ Baxter, with Trey Wisner, with his decision. They lost Jarrett Gibson. There's Buzz Ricky Stewart's leaving. So they are getting kind of depleted in the running back room. They added Jet Walker late to kind of combat that. They have Derek Cooper, but probably still want to get, a veteran presence in terms of running back. And then I know everybody wants Texas to go out and get Cam Coleman or Dallas Wilson, guys that aren't even in the portal. But, everyone likes to hope. But, if one of those big-time playmaker receivers comes available, I think Texas would certainly take a look, especially, DeAndre Moore has a decision to make. Other schools are going to kind of try to recruit these guys away, like a Wingo, like a Moore. So you kind of have to stay ready. You almost have to look at every position as a possible need and just see the best players that are out there and then evaluate your roster. If this is a position we will need, and that's what Texas is doing this week. They're talking to guys. They're having their meetings about who's going to be back next year, what they need, and all that. So, you can almost circle every position as, just see who's available. And if that guy's too good to pass up on, maybe take a flyer on him.
Yeah, I got to believe they got to look for a really talented wide receiver out there. I mean, A&M got Concepcion last year.
Yeah.
And that guy ended up being something very, very special. You got to find somebody like that's available because the young guys that they took in this year, those dudes hardly ever touched the field.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be one of the best class here. It was supposed to be one of the best receiver classes there was when it came to wide receiver. And none of them were good enough to make it on the field except for an occasion here or there. I mean, it just was surprising. I mean, and it's not that they were bad. Some guys take a year to develop at that kind of position, but I didn't see enough of any one guy getting on the field that had a chance. So I think you go out and pay for one of those dudes.
Yeah. And, I think it'll be, I'll be curious to see, that they did invest a lot of money into that receiver class. And so if they don't see, and I've heard, those guys are coming along, it's just taking a little bit to learn the system and to, to kind of to that, I guess, to counterpoint that, I don't think your other receivers were really doing much to warrant not to coming off the field. Livingston came along, Mosley really broke out late. Wingo had his drops, but it wasn't to the point where, he was going to get benched.
Too valuable.
And then, McCutcheon, who's the lowest ranked receiver of that class, is the guy that plays the most. And you look at Michael Terry, I think they switching him between running back and receiver, I don't think did him any favors in terms of getting on the field at receiver. And then, Kalik and Jamie French. So I don't know, do they decide to allocate funds away from those guys or, depending on how their NIL deals are set up. But I agree. I think they have to go out and get a playmaker. And, Texas did like the fact that they got an Emmett Mosley last year who has shown that he can be really good. And he has another year of eligibility so he's coming back. So they actually could return their whole receiving core. But I still think you need to go out and add a playmaker, and perhaps that guy is Jermaine Bishop, but I think you also have to look in the portal as well.
Oh yeah. There's so many teams that are getting new coaches and so many dynamic players on some of the teams that don't have coaches all over the country this year.
Yeah.
That you may have to go look at.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting. And, I'm curious to get Sark's take on this, when we talk to him, but in terms of because you have such a little window to evaluate kids now, or in terms of recruiting them, they have a 15-day window in January. And so how much does it play into the idea of guys they've played that they can evaluate in person because they've seen them? You look at Matthew Golden, they saw him in 2023. He had 2 touchdown catches against Texas. They saw Isaiah Bond against Alabama, Jaleel Billingsley, guys they've played against. So, in terms of receiver, you kind of almost look at Danny Scudero at San Jose State. I think that's a kid that's going to probably have USC offers or, he's one of the leading receivers in the country. They played him. He had success against Texas. Is that a guy because they have an easier eval on him? So it's interesting to see how they're going to kind of go about it this year.
I forgot about Danny Scudero. Hank,
Yeah.
thanks for the time, man. We know
Yeah.
this is like Christmas Day for you. You're running 1,000 miles an hour, so really appreciate you joining us today, and hopefully we get the chance to chop it up again soon.
Sounds
Dave,
good.
thank you so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thanks. Have a great day, man.
Y'all too.
All right, there he goes. Hank South, Horns 24/7. Y'all be sure to subscribe to horns247.com. Of course, we've got like their entire team as a part of our network. Chip and Jordan and Eric Henry, and Hank comes on with Chip and Zay every week. Great dudes who obviously do a great job covering the Texas Longhorns, and they're all over National Signing Day at horns247.com.
Feels like there are a lot of athletes, BK, that can go both ways. When Hank's talking about a guy can be a receiver / defensive back, it sounds like he truly means that no, there's not a problem with that guy just moving over and doing that. There's not a big learning curve. They're that kind of athlete. And when you got a tight end that can be an outside backer because he's playing at a high level, that's good stuff.
Yeah, Hank briefly glossed over Jermaine Bishop's stat line from last week, but I've got the details.
You say 300 almost 400 yards?
Jermaine Bishop Jr. plays at Willis High School, which is a 6A school in the state of Texas, and they beat Forney last weekend in the playoffs. This was what Jermaine Bishop did. 15 catches, 328 receiving yards,
Wow.
3 receiving touchdowns. He had 19 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. He was also 2 for 3 passing for 42 yards. He had a 39-yard punt that pinned Forney at their own 14-yard line. And he also had a game-sealing interception on a Hail Mary on defense. This is 6A Texas high school football. Y'all, we're not talking about like 1A or 6-man and he's doing all that stuff. We're not talking about like, oh, Arch Manning played against a bunch of nobodies in Louisiana. This is 6A Texas high school football, and he put up those numbers in a playoff game, Buck.
Wow.
Yeah. So 5-star athlete for a reason. And, you know, I think he projects better on offense. I think I want him to stay on offense, but again, a guy who has played both ways. And as our guy just
when you say offense, so what is it an offense? A wide receiver or is he a running back?
Wide receiver.
Or is he a quarterback?
Yeah, right. He's like a $160. He's one of those like 5'11", $160 soaking wet guys who just makes people miss and runs by people. And as Disbanded Brotherhood says, Bucky likes guys that go both ways.
No, yeah. I truly like one-way guys. I mean, just give me a guy who's, if he's a receiver, he's a receiver. He ain't going anywhere else.
You like those backdoor guys, right? That's the way you want.
I want the guy to receive, and just.
Oh, so you're the pitcher and they're the catcher.
Oh, well, whatever you plan on saying. Yes.
I'm just following you. I'm not planning on anything. I'm reacting to what you're saying.
Go find me that running back. If that guy from Florida is good, find a way to get him on the field, because the other one that they have now, he's not going to be ready.
They still need a portal running back.
Yes, they do.
I like Derek Cooper. I think he's going to ultimately become a very good player at Texas, but they have to. We know Steve Sarkisian has trust issues, right? It's not that hard to be a freshman to play defense at Texas. You got to be good. I don't want that to slight the guys who played, but we saw a ton of freshmen play this season, including one starting week 1 at Ohio State with Grayson Littleton. On offense, we're like begging to get these incredible receivers on the field. They don't play. We're begging for James Simon to get more carries because the run game sucks. He doesn't play. So like Nick Brooks got to play a little bit of guard, but that's not even his normal position. And again, he played 2 weeks and that was the end of that. So
they have trust
issues.
Yeah. If they can't protect the quarterback, which is very important, then that's a problem. That becomes a problem to them. That makes it way too simple not to play a guy. He can't protect the quarterback. Okay, fire the running back. Fire the running back coach.
Well, he might go. Neil Brown took the head coaching job at North Texas, and we talked about this yesterday. Remember, Chad Scott, Texas's running backs coach, was Neil Brown's running backs coach at West Virginia before he got the gig here. And then he was a big part of why Neil Brown got a random assistant job at Texas this past season. So now you wonder if Neil Brown's going to reward Chad Scott with a job.
Yeah, and he's got a nice contract. Neil Brown's getting a nice contract there.
Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for him. So we'll see what that means for Chad Scott. And obviously,
he probably needs to be coaching North Texas level.
Well, I think he'd be an offensive coordinator if he got the UNT job. So that'd be a step up. But yeah, look, I don't put all the blame on Chad Scott because he didn't bring in the guys who were running the football at Texas this year.
And he didn't coach the offensive line.
But also, whoever's idea it was to try to turn Trey Wisner into more of a gap scheme runner versus the zone rushing that worked really well for him in his 1,000-yard season in 2024. I don't quite. That's going
to, like I said, the head coach and the offensive line coach are going to have lots of talks here before some decisions are made.
Yeah. There's some decisions that will be made for sure. Wow. Breaking news. Chris Kleiman is retiring. Is that true? Head coach at Kansas State. I'm trusting CB on this one. He says Colin Klein, who's A&M's offensive coordinator, is set to replace him as head coach.
Huh.
I don't blame Colin Klein. He's 0-4 against Pete Kwiatkowski, so he wants to –
Yeah.
I'm out. I don't want to play Texas anymore, so I'll just go somewhere else instead. Obviously, that's a head coaching gig, so that move makes sense for other reasons. That's interesting.
Family matter. It must be family matter, maybe health, something maybe going on.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, Climate. K-State had a bad year. They were 6-6, which they're usually way better than that. But for the most part, he's done a solid job in the Little Apple.
Absolutely.
Colin Klein, their former quarterback and offensive coordinator, I guess, maybe in line to take over there at KSU. All right, let's get to some sponsor shout outs. We've got more playoff reaction, more signing day stuff, and also maybe the most insane story we've ever had on this show.
Sweet.
Look, I'm all about schemes to make money. This is an all-timer right here. So we'll get to that before we wrap things up. But before we go anywhere else, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care and my left knee hurts like a son of a gun, I think it was my stretch lady who's an Aggie who stretched me on Monday. I think she got me.
Oh,
I told you she may get me on Monday, and I told her, hey, I'm a little sore here. I think I may have got BK.
Were you wearing a Longhorn shirt or something?
No, I had my hoodie on. I came in. I took it off before I got to even see her. But I said, when she starts stretching me, she knows that I had coached there, and she was a student there, and she was going to go to the game and everything else. She wasn't in a great mood. She was in an okay mood because she knew they were still going to the playoffs. But when she started stretching, she had a couple spots. I was like, ooh, a little sore there. And now I'm real sore.
Oh.
So if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, our friends at Texas Orthopedics, their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends at Audiovisual Consultations, NSFW, if you've got the kiddos in the car.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt, sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop, watch some games with your friends, and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Awesome.
Yes, indeed. Love AV Consultations.
Our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, don't forget now, starting to cool. It's cool this morning for BK. Make sure that system is working, that heater's popping on the right way. If you got any problems with your air conditioning system, your heating system, and they do plumbing, please call on Woods Comfort Systems. They are the very best, almost 70 years in Central Texas, of getting it done. Their technicians are absolutely the very, very best. And folks, they will be there on time and they will get out on time. They're not going to hang around wanting to go silly chat with you. They got things to do. They got other people to get to, but they'll get to you on time and get it done. close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they don't. woodscomfortsystems.com for more info. Shout out to them. And also shout out to Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find in the world. Love the Altstadt. Perfect for the holiday season. They've got their Schwartz beer in stores right now. Weather's cooling down. That means it's dark beer season.
Yeah, man.
That Schwartz beer is fantastic. Perfect for these cooler days here across the Lone Star State. If you're not a dark beer fan, hey, they don't stop brewing the lager and the Kolsch and the Hefeweizen and the light beer and all of the other great beers that they have with Altstadt. They're the very best award-winning stuff, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but easy to find all across the great state of Texas. And every Altstadt beer is brewed without additives, preservatives, unnecessary sugars. So you're drinking a cleaner beer, but most importantly, you're drinking a much better tasting beer. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
All right, give me that story. I want that story. Is it the worst story ever, or is it the best story ever?
I don't know if it's the worst story ever, but it's a pretty good one.
Okay.
It's a very good one. We'll do a little screen share here to accompany.
Does it involve Florida woman, Florida man?
I don't believe any Floridas are involved in this story here. Okay.
Okay.
We actually go to Italy for this story, Buck.
Oh, mamma mia.
You ever been over there?
No.
Where is Italy?
In Italy.
Okay, that checks out.
Yeah.
So we've got an unemployed son impersonated his dead mother to collect thousands of euros a year from her pension in what Italian authorities have dubbed a real-life Mrs. Doubtfire scandal. This is not a woman here, Buck.
That's the son, huh?
That is the 56-year-old man who has not yet been identified by name. He carried out the ruse after his mom died 3 years ago.
Oh, my God. He's folded that thing inside. He's had to bring it inside. Well, you don't know.
He concealed his mother's mummified corpse at their family home in Italy. She passed away at the age of 82 more than 3 years ago, and her son never reported her death. Instead, he stuffed her corpse in a sleeping bag and stashed it in the laundry room at their home.
That's going to create a smell, for a while.
By the time authorities found her, her body had mummified, according to reports.
Ooh.
All the while, her son meticulously impersonated each detail of his mother, down to her makeup, and just continued to cash her pension at every turn. He was even able to renew her identity card at the government office after her death. So he fooled the government here. Like, he went in to get a new ID and they bought it. The son was able to pocket roughly $61,000 annually because of this bit.
His mom ain't going to be mad at him.
Well, his mom's dead, so she's not really.
Wherever she may be looking up or down upon him going, you know what, son? Good move.
Well, here's the mom. Here's what the mom looked like.
Okay.
Let me see. I mean, I just showed you what the son's Mrs. Doubtfire bit looked like, right? See if I can pull up a side-by-side here. But do you buy the look?
No, this lady is very pale. He had more of that dark-skinned Italian look to him. I mean, did he go Silence of the Lamb and rip the face off of her and stick it on his mug or whatever? I don't
think he went Silence of the Lamb and ripped her face off. That maybe would have been nicer than what he did, stuffing her in a sleeping bag in the laundry room.
She was dead.
But here's the side-by-side. So you've got the real woman on the left, 82-year-old who died. I assume this is a picture close to her death. And then you've got the 56-year-old son pulling the Mrs. Doubtfire stunt on the right. Dude, they look a little alike.
They look a little alike. Yeah, I mean, the one on the right looks like
I'm a government worker who hates my job, like most of them probably do, and I'm just, next, you want your ID, sign, whatever, next. I'm not thinking twice about this.
The one on the right looks a little bit like Shemp from the Three Stooges.
Oh,
Sorry about that, Mom.
oh, again,
But I got
she's
I got a mean streak going on right now anyway, so
how do I even spell that? I'm trying to pull up a picture of
Shimp.
Schimpf. No, it doesn't
I
look
mean,
like Shimp.
it doesn't look like Shimp with the hair.
Well, here's a picture. I can't do side by side, unfortunately. But we've got Shemp right here.
That hair. That looks like the mom.
You think so?
Oh, come on. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my God. Here we go back to the mom.
The hair.
I guess a little bit. I mean, she doesn't have the part in the front like
No.
Shemp does. Oh my goodness. So yeah, $61,000 a year this guy was able to cash. They finally, one eagle-eyed government employee finally picked up on his scheme after noticing his apparently masculine features, including his low voice and thick neck.
Oh, that'll do it. Adam's apple will get you every time.
Yeah, I guess that's what they mean by thick neck. It's hard to conceal that, although there's some surgery I think you can get to take care of that maybe this guy should have considered. The voice, you got to have a better voice. Like, come on, if you're going to be acting like a...
Yeah, you can't sound like a dude.
No. And there are some ladies with deep voices. I get that. And again, nowadays...
Yeah, we've all been with a thick-necked girl at one time, you know?
What does that mean?
I mean, it's not, we don't, unlike you, I know you strive for perfection. There's been a few nights when you saw a thick-necked woman at the bar, you decided, hey, why not? Why not me?
All right, I'm just making sure you're not talking about an Adam's apple neck.
No,
I would like the record to show that I have not done that before.
I'm just talking about a thick-necked girl, that's all.
Yep.
A couple of thick-necked girls with thick-necked arms.
I have, I've absolutely taken home some thick-necked girls, and I have been taken home by some thick necks.
Absolutely,
as you like to call them. So,
yes.
Yep, the employee notified authorities, and they compared some side-by-side photos to the mom and her son, and then they realized that he had been conning them.
Yeah, how do you do that? You just reach and just say, "Hey, stick them up." Meaning, pull up your dress. Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, there's probably an easier way to do that, but I guess that would confirm what you're looking for.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, and the son is being investigated for illegally concealing a body and benefit fraud. Unclear if he's been arrested. I assume this guy's going to jail for a little bit.
The fraud is going to get you. I don't know if you can keep it's your mom. I mean, if you didn't kill her, couldn't you keep her at the house? Couldn't you store her down in the basement or something? Is that obviously that's against the law too. You got to notify people when people are dead, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think you can again shove them in your laundry room for 3 years and then just,
hey, it's my mom. I can do whatever I want. It's my mom.
And again, you just said it. Don't you have to notify people when someone dies?
I got to think you have to notify. I think that's a part of the deal. The deal of life is when they die, you have to tell somebody something. They're dead. She's just being stored down in my basement.
Right.
No, she's not going to be cremated or buried. I'm leaving her right by the washing machine.
Is that legal? Like, as long as you tell somebody they're dead, I guess you could do whatever you want with the body? Maybe?
I don't know. I don't know, because I asked my wife, can I be buried in my own backyard? And she said, I don't think that's legal. They can't dig there's some stuff, if you've got to clean up dog shit on somebody's lawn, I don't think you can have a dead body in a wooden box in your backyard when the remains start to, when it rains and things like that. I don't think you're allowed to do that. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable there.
Can't accept that.
No.
Yeah, you got to have a proper burial, as they say. You know who these women or this woman and this guy kind of look like?
Who's that?
Excuse me, bitch.
What do you think?
Oh, for sure.
Not too far off there, huh?
Yeah. I mean, some people are just crazy. Some people will try anything. That's a good try right there by the son.
So you're not going to try this like after, you didn't try this for your mom. You're not going to try this after your wife. Like you're going to.
Could I do that with Joyce? I don't know.
It'd be a tough pull by you.
No, her kids call her too much, so I wouldn't be able to do that. And the voice thing, my wife sounds like the lady from Fargo. So.
Lady from Fargo?
Yeah, the movie Fargo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
She's got
people
that
will
accent. I couldn't do. I couldn't sound like her. I don't know. I don't know if that makes him a bad son. He probably did some proper stuff. He probably prayed over the top of her, but he didn't tell anybody.
Dude, he put her in a sleeping bag after she died.
Well, people put you in a casket. They put you in a box. Hey, they throw you in an oven. I mean, and a nice sleeping bag?
All right.
Nice down bag. I mean,
maybe that's what she asked for, right? Everybody's got, some people want to be cremated. Some people want to get buried. Some people want their ashes. I've told the story before about that. I was at the AFC Championship game a few years ago between Kansas City and Tennessee. And folks in the upper deck at Arrowhead, they had like a Ziploc bag of their grandpa's ashes, and they were just pouring them around the stadium during the game. And let me tell you, it was windy.
Oh my God. Grandpa was in everybody's hair.
I have to say, like, what is this? What is this dust that keeps hitting me?
Yeah, that's some of that stuff. That all goes under the ridiculous stuff, like asking somebody to marry you at the game, getting on one knee at the game. Those things are strange. I guess putting your mom in a sleeping bag is kind of weird.
It's unique. It's definitely unique. But look, I respect any plot to fool the government and get some money.
Get some cash. Yeah.
Like $61,000 a year for 3 straight years. That ain't bad.
Dude did pretty well for himself.
It's a livable income. I don't know what Italy is like these days and the cost of living out there, but
that loser.
You get away with that, I would think. And instead, he had it for 3 years, and then,
dude, like I said, but for the first year or first couple of months, that's gonna have a stench to it.
Yeah, I guess
Mom's not gonna smell real good.
Nobody came in that house besides him.
Wow.
I guess he got used to it at some point, but like he must have had 0 friends over. There must have been no other family that came over.
Dude, I wouldn't have had one night of sleep with my mom in a sleeping bag in my house. There's just not a chance.
Forget the smell, dude. That's haunting stuff.
Yes.
The ghost of your mother just like begging to be buried.
Plus, I'd be like, are you just going to lay here? I got to get something to eat up in here. Mom, the meatloaf.
The meatloaf. Mom.
I mean, really?
Oh, my God. So there you go. There's your random off the rails story.
That is horrifying.
On a Wednesday as we bring on one half of Chaos Theory. It's Double R. Sir, good morning.
Morning, guys. It's like when you go out in the garage and there's like a little smell, you smell something, and it's like you start searching around, and maybe it's a squirrel, maybe it's a whatever,
a mouse or something.
Damn, that ain't bad. That's pretty good right there. Which one's a dude?
Right.
The one on the right, the one that looks like Shemp from the Three Stooges.
Oh, wow.
Which one's the dude? All right, so it would have fooled Rodney if he was a government worker in
Rodney. I told BK there's been a time when we've been with some thick neck women.
Oh hell, what's that Willie Nelson song? Go to bed with a 10 and wake up with a 2.
Bingo. Hey, what do they say? More cushion for the pushing, Double R.
For the push. But that one there, I got a new soundbite here.
A big fat slob.
There you go, right there. Thank you, President.
Oh, is that the president? Yeah, okay. Very good. Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Don.
What's up with you besides that? Would you I don't think you've tried any Mrs. Doubtfire type of schemes before, Double R.
Oh, and it's like even like when people bury their dead pets in the yard and everything, I respect the pet a little bit more. I've got like 5 little boxes here on a shelf, and that's how we handle that situation. It's
a cremation deal.
Yeah. My family used to do that though, out at my aunt and uncle's place out in Lytton Springs, Texas, Caldwell County, for crying out loud.
You mean like out back in the backyard with a big fire, like a burn plate?
They got a big old. They've got a 1 acre spot down at the bottom side of their place, and I think there's probably about 6 dogs in there, some freaking where. So if somebody goes and starts digging around there at some point, they're going to be like, "What in the hell were?
What are these bones doing here?"
Yeah, what is this? Is this a human? Jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh God. Hey, Diego Pavia is asking President Trump to expand the college football playoff like right now. Gentlemen.
I bet he
or
is.
Give him another year.
Yeah, he definitely wants another year. He wants another 5 years. I can tell you that. But he tweeted at Real Donald Trump, make the executive order, please, in response to a changing of the playoff system. No. So Will the president get involved? Will that help Texas's chances this week?
He responded to Pavia by saying,
A big fat slob.
You called Pavia that? Oh, my
well,
God.
hey, maybe the mom gets
No,
involved.
he was talking to A&M's coach.
Oh, yeah. Elko.
Oof.
Grind.
Don't forget about Grind, Double R.
Grind.
Yeah.
Well done. Well
AV,
done.
rolls, ice cream, nachos, donuts.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at him. I could use some of that weight.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think a lot of us were holding out hope on that rating show last night, ranking show. I mean, but I pretty well had convinced myself that, you know, you needed shit to happen during the actual games last week first.
Yeah.
And still it was going to be tough. It was going to be tough.
Yeah, that's the
know?
thing. Like, for all the bitching I've done about the committee, and I'm still mad at them, I'm not trying to give them a free pass here because Texas should still be in, but we knew going into last weekend, Texas was going to need some chaos.
Yeah.
Like, the committee had basically already made their mind up that the Longhorns, even if they beat A&M by any amount, they weren't going to make the playoff. So you needed teams ahead of you to lose. Only one team ranked ahead of Texas lost, and that was Michigan, who lost to another team ranked ahead of Texas.
Right. Yeah.
Which actually helped Texas.
Yeah.
So It's just, you know, some years it feels like everyone just Reggie Miller, they choke. This year was not one of those years. Like, OU almost lost, but they didn't. Alabama almost lost, but they didn't. There's a bunch of examples of teams that like really would have helped Texas a little bit, but they found a way. And that
The championship games aren't going to do it, and championship weekend is not going to do it for you.
No, not for Texas. Again, maybe for Miami because they're ranked ahead of Texas, but I don't think anything can realistically happen. I don't think anything can unrealistically happen to get
So
Texas.
it's so sad that you had to have an ACC champ.
God, isn't that shitty? I mean, God dang, man, that's pretty bad. I was talking to a guy on Saturday because we were kind of breaking down scenarios, and he was like, "Go Michigan!" Yeah, you know, Michigan. I'm like, dude, that's the last thing you want to happen. I said, if Michigan beats Ohio State, I said that's probably not going to help you.
No, they would have been in. I think Michigan would have been in. They would have jumped a bunch of teams because Ohio State's been the best team in America all season long, and you know they would have that bragging right over Texas. You know, hey, we beat them, you guys didn't. So, that was a good result, but unfortunately, no one in the top 14 lost. Michigan was number 15, and they lost. No one in the top 14 lost, and the committee gave Texas a little bit of love, I guess, putting them ahead of Vanderbilt and Utah, but they should have never been ranked below those teams anyways.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, the annoying part, besides everything else, guys, is, you know, when Texas lost to top 5 Georgia, who's now top 3, they dropped 7 spots. When Texas beat top 3 A&M, undefeated, maybe the best win in college football this year, they only moved up 3.
Yeah.
It's like, again, they didn't like Texas. Some people agree with them not liking Texas. A lot of people do. But they made that bed, and they have been lying in it for a long time.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. So, well, you know, that's the human element of this whole scenario, to where you have that and you have that involved. And I know it's supposed to be completely unbiased, but it's like when you're, you know, I was just on a jury for an hour. And so that's exactly what this is. To where it's like you're being on jury and you're sitting here trying to argue your case for whoever, and it's the human part. This Bama Notre Dame thing, I was really surprised last night how they flipped, because that could kind of jack up Notre Dame, maybe. I think if things play themselves out, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? All the conspiracy theories are coming out, but remember, the first committee chair was Baylor's AD, and the second committee chair is Arkansas's AD. Talk about 2 schools that don't really love Texas a whole lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if it would have mattered either way, but it's just like that didn't help our chances of convincing folks, I wouldn't think.
No
so
doubt.
I don't know. I think Wags is ready to go. He looks like he's awake. Maybe you alive over there?
Hey, I couldn't get my camera figured out for some reason.
Huh. Look,
there's a thing that says on, and there's a thing that says off.
Yeah, Bucky, it was on. It was plugged in. It was definitely plugged on. Now, don't act like you're the genius at camera.
Wait a minute. Listen,
I was going to say, getting dunked on by
in the morning, I work both on the air.
I work for Dell. I work for Dell Computers on the side. Yeah, Wags. How about those 2?
Yeah, Jesus.
Which one do you prefer, Wags?
This is a trick question.
No,
No.
for you, it's for real.
Oh shit. Jesus.
He can't pick him.
Give me the creature on the right.
Oh!
The one with the Johnson.
Give me the creature on the right.
No,
Is that the dude?
That's the dude, sir.
Is that the dude?
Yeah.
That's
A
the
big
dude.
fat slob.
Give me the dude.
Just go ahead and give you the dude and get it over with.
Looks like the dude.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the left is the now deceased mother and the right is the Mrs. Doubtfire son.
Yeah, the one on the right seems like the one I was having a conversation with over the phone yesterday for UPS.
You guys got to be careful these days. You really do.
Yes, you do.
Good advice there. There's your tip for kids on a Wednesday.
Just go ahead and get the reach test. Get in there and get the reach and feel and get. Don't let it fool you. Don't let it fool you.
That is good advice for the kids. Hey, just go give a quick reach around at school today.
No. All right, you guys. I got to go before I get.
Tone Loc had it figured out. Tone Loc had it figured out way before us. Remember, Sheena was a man.
There you go. Have a good day, boys.
It's the 80s, and I ain't down with the late. Or wait, what's he say? It's the 80s, and I'm only down with the ladies.
There it is.
Well done. All right, boys. Y'all have a great show. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother. There they go. Yeah, welcome to Chaos Theory, another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Amigo, National Signing Day. We also had some hoops last night. Where do you want to go first?
National Signing Day will not be covered in depth here, at least by me. I mean, I love I love when you text back and you said Dia Bell. I'm like, hey, I know that name.
You got Dia Bell right on. There you go. I mean, first and foremost, we'll just start with Dia Bell. 6'2" quarterback right out of Florida. This guy, if you want some comps, right, and I don't think it's any shocker that he was going to be leaving Texas. To me, this guy reminds me of like a Marcus Mariota, right? This dude, he great size. I mean, 6'2", fantastic size, right? You're not looking like a tall stalwart at like 6'4", 6'5", towering over somebody, but this dude's got some athleticism with him, strong arm, gets out of tough situations, and knows how to extend the play. You're talking to me that we're having another top quarterback come in right after Arch Manning. This is fantastic. For me, though, today, buddy, I'm looking at the hog mollies coming in. I want to see what we've adjusted up front, what we're bringing in, looking at 2026, how much beef we're bringing into the line, bud.
Yeah, I like Nicholas Robertson. I like that. That's a guard that you're bringing in, pretty fleet-footed, if you want to say that for a big guy. I think that's definitely a good get there. But that's where, to me, like National Signing Day, it has changed. And I've never been the one, like the whole cap thing at the All-American Bowl. All that shit drives me crazy when it's like a presentation. You got all the caps out there, and it's like, okay, I'm going to do this. But now with the portal, to where it's like, my thing is, where are you going to go to the portal to get a running back and get your offensive guys? And it's just, National Signing Day is a huge thing for the kiddos and for the schools and everything. But I just think that the portal has kind of superseded it as the place to go for a quick fix. You know what I mean? Where the kid, the high school kid coming in is not necessarily going to fix you right away. So anyway, but a very good class. I mean, depending on where you look, I've seen anywhere from 3 to 7 in the various ranking sources. So, and it's just getting started. Hell,
yeah.
I thought
Shamari Matthews, another one. I don't know if you guys are paying attention. I don't know if you saw that Shamari Matthews was signed too. This is another top end recruit as well. Looking for the length, right, that Sarkisian was talking about. Cornerback, defensive back, 6'1", with some long arms as well. So that's the type of size that Georgia has, locking people up at their defensive backs, right? Sark's, talked about Kirby kind of recruiting those same types of players that can kind of shut down top end wide receivers. But who knows? This guy's called Smoke for a reason. He's on Smoke Island. Let's see if he can shut it all down.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who can. I think the biggest thing is who of these kids that you can bring in, and Jordan talks about this, and again, he's coming up with the Lone Star Playbook at 10, so you'll really get the in-depth there. It's like who can you get, who can you sign that's going to come in and make an immediate impact? And I think that gets harder for these kids now because you can go out and find the already established college.
Yeah, is there another Colin Simmons in the bag? You know what I mean?
Yeah. To try to find that, shiny nugget, or try to find somebody that. But you don't see this like at Texas or some of these SEC schools, to where I love the story of a good like 3-star that somebody goes out and finds, and then they become like a huge part of your whatever. Shit, dropping my shit over here. Sharpie, that's all right.
Oh, you're good. All right. Well, I mean, we talk about somebody that can kind of wreck some things, or maybe like another Colin Simmons type of guy. What about Carlton? Off of where I think the guys. Hold on, I had it pulled up. Let me pull him up again. I know he's a Texas kid. I want to say he's up around the Waco area. Hold on one second.
Is he a Texas?
Yeah, Jamarian Carlton. Yeah, he's from Temple. He's actually from Temple, Texas. 5-star kid out of Temple, Texas. Huge 6'5", 270 dude. Maybe this is a guy that can come in and start making an impact in 2026. The kind of couple and get after it and get nasty with Colin Simmons there off the edge.
Yeah. Richard Wesley, I think, is maybe the top defensive get at this point. I think he's an edge rusher. I think that may be a dude that could have an immediate impact there, because you're going to have that attrition there, because that's where, like, back to the offensive line this year, to where the expectations were so high, the attrition is what people weren't factoring in that had happened right there. So that could be the case next year with defense. I mean, who's back, who's not, but you got to go out and you got to find those impact players. And of course, now it's easier to get them now when you're a school like Texas or A&M or Alabama, where you have that extra leverage that you didn't have before. Well, you did, but you weren't supposed to be doing that before. Yeah, right.
Jermaine Bishop on the signing board. Of course, we've heard from Jordan on just how big he is with Jermaine Bishop there. Just one of the athletes that can absolutely cook. Look, we've talked about it, top end wide receiver speed. Getting Jordan Bishop into getting Jermaine Bishop in here is definitely going to help with that camp.
Yeah, I know the portal is going to be really important with running back, but I think with Derek Cooper that's coming in. I mean, maybe that's somebody that can blend into that room. I think you got to go find your veteran. I don't know what's going to happen with your running back room now. CJ Baxter will be interested to see if you can get him back to some sort of what he was at one point. I think that kind of may be a lost cause. I hate to say it because I love the guy so much. I hate to knock him. But, Wisner, I assume you have Wisner back. So just kind of supplement all of that and build on it, build for the future. Like you said about Diabell. I mean, you've got arguably one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. Now you got the next one in line, and kind of got him in the fold right there, ready to go.
Yeah. You mentioned James Johnson already. 6'4", 280 defensive tackle out of Miami.
Nope.
5-star defensive tackle. James Johnson goes by JJ. Yeah, this dude's an absolute fucking beast. 6'4", just got absolute size to him, can just maul people. That's the kind of people that we need, right? That's the type of size that we're looking for. Now, that's the defensive front. I still haven't seen too many come in on the offensive side of the line. So we'll be keeping our eye on that as National Signing Day continues to progress. But yeah, we want to hear your thoughts as well. Make sure you hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Smash our subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get that crown or whatever that you get for your emotes in the YouTube channel here. And then also hit us up on our socials as well. Lot to talk about, lot to break down. Where do you want to go first, partner?
Hey, quick note on the Diabell, and this is from the Coda text line again, 222-9328. Be sure and hit us up there. Diabell could be Quinn Ewers 2.0. He's been hurt. Junior,
he's got a lot more mobility than Quinn Ewers, though.
Yeah, I think the injury thing is kind of what this texter is kind of referring to with injuries and so forth, because he has been hurt the last couple of years. So, but yeah, he does have a lot more mobility, which could lend himself to kind of being hurt more. So I don't know. We'll take a look and see what happens. It's just good to bring him in. Did you check out some hoops last night, my man? Did you check out some hoops?
Yeah, I did. Did you?
I did a little bit. So I had to fix two things last night. Had to fix my work computer, which has now been replaced, and I'm still working on. I'll be finishing up at the end of this program. Then I had to work on another piece of computer equipment that was damaged in the run over incident. So after the college football ranking show, I was able to catch some stuff.
Okay, well, let's go with the college football ranking show then.
I'm sorry, did watch some college. That. You want to open up a hornet's nest right there? People saying.
Let's go with what you watched.
Still have people saying Texas needs to be in, my brother. Still have people.
You break down for me why you think Texas should be in, and I'll break down for you why they should not.
I don't think that they should be in. It's the simple fact. I know that, and Mario Cristobal, I think, is the one that simply summed all of this up when he talked about, about the common opponent between Miami and Texas, because that seems to be where folks are honing in and saying Texas should be ahead of Miami, so forth and so on. But Mario Cristobal says, look at the common opponent. If you want to put these two teams together and put them on the same platform, they got dominated. They being Texas got dominated by Florida. We dominated Florida. So kind of takes that element right out of there. And the Notre Dame situation, I know the lack of the schedule and the losses for Notre Dame and so forth, but Wags, we can beat it like a dead horse, which we are doing. 2 losses versus 3. I'm sorry, that's what's going to keep them out. It's what's going to keep them out. Strength of schedule doesn't matter at this point. I'm sorry. The committee's not going to look at that.
I am trying to find this breakdown that I had of the teams that have been left out so far. Hold tight 1 second, Double R. Apologies.
No, that's all right.
Okay. Out of Miami, BYU, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, Notre Dame, and Texas. Out of those 6, which of those teams deserve a trip to the playoff to dance?
Give me that list again, Wags. I'm sorry.
Miami, BYU, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, and Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. In my opinion, OU's going to be in. And
I'm not out of your. I'm asking.
Oh, in my opinion. In my opinion, okay. I will say with that list, you put in. Hold on. You put in Vanderbilt, and I'm going back to 10-2 as an SEC team.
We'll make it easy. Out of those 6 teams, who's the best team? Miami, BYU, OU, Vanderbilt, and Notre Dame. Who's the best team?
Out of those teams, Vanderbilt is the best team, in my opinion. Vanderbilt is the best team. If Texas played Vanderbilt again, would they beat Vanderbilt? Yes.
Okay. Then you think Texas should be in?
I think Texas is better than Vanderbilt. But in that list right there, we weren't figuring Texas in there. I think of best teams, I think Texas is better than all of those. But with those,
I do too. I think Texas is better than Miami. I think they're better than BYU, OU, Vanderbilt, and Notre Dame.
Yep.
I absolutely do.
Absolutely. And
I still don't think Texas should be in.
I don't either. I mean, I don't either. And that's where it sucks for Texas, because they're on the outside looking in, but they are better than all of those teams. And you're peaking at the right time, and you're playing the best football. And I get all of those arguments, but it's just, and I seriously go back to Wags, the whole thing where with the Ohio State game, and do you play that game and you lost that game and that's a quality loss? I still think that this is all hinging on the Florida thing. The Florida is going to be held over this version of the Texas team for the remainder of this thing until we do it again next Sunday.
What is Notre Dame's best win this year?
Notre Dame's best win would have been, well, they're like the losses to Louisville and SMU. What would
is their best win USC?
Yeah, and because USC was 22 at. Oh, sorry. USC was 22nd, I think, at the time, but USC kept dropping after that. So, yeah, I think USC probably is their best win, Wags, and that was kind of the beginning of the dismantle of USC. And again, another 3-loss team.
And again, they're at 10 right now. Notre Dame's at 10. All right. BYU's best win. All right.
BYU's best win.
BYU's best win is Utah. Well, I mean, I don't know. We still got to see, them against Texas Tech, right? But BYU's best win is Utah. All right. They've already lost to Texas Tech 29-7. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would argue that we had a way tougher schedule and better wins. I mean, three wins in the top 10, way better than both of these two teams so far, right? I would say that we would probably fare better in a playoff. Okay, I'm just going through the ones that are right next to us, big guy.
Yep.
That's all. All right. Miami's best win. Miami's best win was Florida State, right? 28-22. And Florida State is Notre Dame. Notre Dame was Miami's
they beat
win.
Notre Dame.
The start of the season, Notre Dame was the best win, and Notre Dame still considered 6th, right? 27-24 was Miami's best win on their schedule.
Yeah, and see that's where this thing is so backwards, because somehow Texas State's ahead of Vanderbilt, which they should be. I don't care if Vanderbilt lost two games or whatever. You got two teams that, if you want to consider them somewhat equal, Texas has stayed ahead of Vanderbilt, but somehow Notre Dame is ahead of Miami. So that's asinine to me. I mean, Miami should be ahead of Notre Dame, but this is to push Notre Dame into this thing somehow. Yeah, that's where the inconsistencies here, Wags. And like with OU, well, yeah, they beat Alabama. So
So here's my thing that puts a lot. It's not just the loss to Florida. All right, San Jose State, 38-7.
Yeah.
All right, UTEP, 27-10. All right, 17 points margin of victory. All right, Sam Houston. This is the only one that's absolute dominance on the schedule. 55-0. 55-0. The opposite was Georgia ass whooping us 40, or what was it? 35-10. Didn't Georgia beat us 35-10? But yeah, 55-0 was the ass whooping for Sam Houston State. Okay, and Oklahoma's win was probably our best win in terms of point differential and
just,
I guess,
domination.
Being on the, I guess you could say, neutral site, right? Being on the road, but yeah, Vanderbilt's good win. It's a good win, but it's a 3-point differential. Okay, go play in Vandy.
And with that, because, and I guarantee you that this is something, I just think that teams are graded different. And I'm not being a Texas homer here, but I kind of am, because if you go back and you look at the Vanderbilt game, you dominated them when they were here, but they got back into the game and made it scary at the end.
Ash,
and I'm sure that's factoring in.
Ash, I think you're missing the point, buddy. We're not making an argument. I'm not making an argument for Texas to be in. I'm making an argument for Texas to remain out. They don't have convincing wins, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
but thank you for your comment. I appreciate it, Ash.
Yeah, they don't. They shouldn't be in. I'm sorry, and I go to the Florida thing, and like you're talking about, if you're going to be graded, when you look at some of those, I hate to say cupcake games, but if you look at, you struggled in those games, but in the last month, you have looked. I mean, you're what, 7-1 in the last 8 games, whatever it's been. So, yeah, but you stumbled out of the gate. You stumbled out of the gate and you look very susceptible. And here's the other part, Wags, where I'm sure somewhere this is factoring in with a committee, again, human-driven committee. Number 1 team in the country before it ever started, whether it was deserved or not, and you fall out of the polls. Somewhere that's factoring in, which isn't right. But I'm sorry, you got 3 losses. You got.
Well, let me throw a hypothetical to you. They don't play Ohio State, right? Then that loss to Florida doesn't mean shit, because they don't drop anywhere. They're still probably in the top 15 if they, with the loss to Florida. And then we're
fall out.
Climbing. We're not having to climb our way out of the cellar to just even get a ticket to the dance.
Right. And that's where to Sark's point is, you play, I don't know, you play anybody else in that first game and you still have 2 losses. You have that bad loss to Florida. You don't fall out of it. And then you finish the way you finished, you're solidly in, right? And he's got a great point. And that does suck, because if you start losing those early season games, I mean, like last night, looking at college basketball, I mean, you had Florida versus Duke. So when you have Ohio State versus Texas as your season opener, that's kind of the same thing, to where it's like the excitement, the whatever. It feels playoff-ish at the beginning of the year, but those games are going to go away because of this shit. And again, like Wag said, we're not lobbying, or at least I'm not. I know sure as hell no, he's not. We're not lobbying that Texas should be in. They shouldn't.
No, I'm telling you, sit home, watch it, let it burn, pay attention to 2026. Your recruits coming in today, and hopefully things can get better. The season's over, guys. The season should be over, in my opinion.
Enjoy this.
All right, yeah, we got basketball to talk about too here. But before we do that, should we talk about our friends around the block here? If you want to, you guys know the deal. It is the go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He is Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through. And he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, you just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you if you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, lottery numbers, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? There's one place to go. Weekly specials happening right now. Holiday specials will be coming up very soon as well. Check out the website at covertbeecave.com. Make that beautiful drive out to the Texas Hill Country, and you could be a satisfied customer just like these.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Boy, I'll tell you, nothing like some good college football playoff conversation to get folks fired up on how this should all lay out, man. Let's just set up where it matters on the field. But again, that's just my stupid thought. McCall Custom Homes, for over 40 years, a father-son team taking care of business right here in the Central Texas area. You're sitting on a home that is full of equity if you've had it for, hell, even 5 years right now, depending on interest rates. Don't let these volatile economic conditions, hey, if you want a new home, if you have the resources and the means to do it, McCall Custom Homes can do that for you. That's the custom homes part in McCall Custom Homes. But I'm talking about remodeling. These folks will take care of that for you, just like they did for me, just like they did for Bucky Godbolt, and they're ready to make you a customer. If you got some indoors that you want to get renovated, a room, that living space, I tell you guys all the time, living space, primary bathroom, and kitchen. That's where you're going to add a whole lot of value to your home. Or you got an outdoor space. It's cooling off now. You want to get outside and do some other stuff. McCall Custom Homes. Be sure and check them out right now at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects there. Check out the Google ratings. Check out the Better Business Bureau reviews. I mean, they have done this for so long, and they are truly genuine Austin. Let me tell you, friends, it's a group of trades that are the finest that I have ever seen. And I've worked in the construction field for a long time. They genuinely come in, they work on your property, and they care about your property just as if it were theirs. The best news right now in December, free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. 512-633-9580 is the number to call, or send a text. Mike McCall himself will reach out to you and get that process started for you. Do it today. 512-633-9580. It is McCall Custom Homes. They will take care of you just like they have taken care of me and Central Texans for over 40 years. We build value into your home. Check them out today. Talking about that outdoor space. There's one other phone call that you need to make to really get the cool outdoor space. That's Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There it is, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. They will hook you up. Also hooking you up. Had to go out last night for a little bit, drove back on, turned onto my street, and I looked over and I see this bunch of lights, and I'm like, holy shit, that's my house. And that's courtesy of Humbug Holiday Lighting. They are ready to get you set up, and you've got to do this pretty quick now, friends, because I talked to those folks, and they are starting to fill those appointments up right now, because after Thanksgiving, that's when the surge is on. Humbug Holiday Lighting, a full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. That's the best part right there. You're not sticking that stuff up in your attic to roast over next summer. This is commercial-grade stuff, guys. These are commercial lights that you're going to put up right there. And here's something else that they do. Actually, when they come up, before they do that, they take these lights and they will actually do kind of like, when you go to Dairy Queen and they do the blizzard thing and they flip it over so it doesn't fall out. They will actually drop your lights down and then let them make contact with the surface to make sure they're not going to break. And they don't break because they're commercial grade. Custom holiday lighting design, professional installation, full season maintenance and support, postseason takedown, off-season storage. These things are amazing. Multiple design packages are available, but you have to make that phone call right now, 833-4-HUMBUG. That's 833-4-HUMBUG, or text 512-222-1820. Jump online at humbuglights.com. Get these folks out. Residential and commercial services are available, and they want to get you lit for this holiday season coming up. As they say, all the magic without the hassle. Don't jump up on that ladder. Let them do it for you. All the magic without the hassle. It is Humbug Holiday Lighting, humbuglights.com.
Got my lights up yesterday, man.
My man.
They look like shit. That's why you go with Humbug Lights.
That's right. Wags,
so half my lights don't work. Like
Me
I got
too.
I know. Like I got them all set up right now. Here I am thinking, usually Katie does the lights, right? And they look fantastic. But now I realize why we have just extra strands of lights around the house for no damn reason. Lights that are just on an island somewhere, right? Well, we use the extra lights to make up for the dead lights that's in I guess that already comes fixated with the pieces that you're buying. For your decorations or whatever. So here I am. I got the Grinch up. The Grinch is the only thing that works, right? The Grinch is the only thing that's working right now. The Grinch is up. It's blown. It's an inflatable thing. It's got the 3 presents around him. That's lit up. I got a nice little snowman that was my grandmom's from back in the day that it's got lights on it. Half of those lit up. We come back from my sister-in-law's house doing the dog or whatever, or help feeding the dog and shit. Not doing the dog, help feeding the dog. But yeah, we come back and the house looks like shit. I'm sitting here expecting like some spectacular Clark, not like a Clark W. Griswold type of moment, but a little bit of pride. Turn down here on my street and I just got some trickles. I'm just like, man, this sucks. And as soon as we turn to quarter key, it's like, oh my God, you got to unplug it. You got to unplug all of it. Like it's that bad to where if it's not all working, you can't have any of it working. Right. Yeah. So all the shit that I did yesterday, I won't say it's for nothing, but we gotta make some adjustments, we'll say.
Dude, Wags, I used to, because I've got 2 pillars in the front of the house, and what Humbug did, they came out and they wrapped them, which you see that everywhere. But I used to try to do that myself. So I would wrap them, and they're all uneven. I mean, you had they were like this. You looked at them and they were totally uneven. Like you said, half the lights didn't work. I would duct tape shit on the backside, to try to keep them on there, but then it gets cold and the duct tape falls off. I walk out and they're all on the bottom. And then last year, so this was kind of a decision that I made last year, because I used to put the little reindeer out there. I used to have, at one point I had 6 reindeer out in the yard, but they started passing away. It's like at the end of the year, okay, this reindeer's got to go. He's missing too many lights. And I was down to last year. I had one reindeer left, and that some bitch, his head would only turn to the right. It's supposed to look both ways. It's like he'd been at Survivor
Series. Got a creak in his neck, eh?
He got pile driven or something because he's like, dude. I'm like, well, shit.
He got just a little quirk in his neck. That's all.
Yeah. Just a little twitchy.
Keeping you guys updated with National Signing Day. We will have more news with that as the hour turns here in just a little bit. But yeah, we had some college basketball last night too. College hoops might be my favorite sport. It really, like, I love college football. Of course, that's the money driver. But college hoops, man, I just feel like there's a great game on every night. Well, especially now with the SEC ACC challenge. So. Didn't know if you guys were tuning into that. Hoping you guys were. Let's get in the conversation here. Florida and Duke last night. Two stalwarts playing, but maybe a preview of what we could see, during Cinderella season here. But yeah, I mean, have just two stalwarts, two juggernauts of programs being able to come out on display for us last night, and then Boozer stealing the show. I mean, this guy, And I'm not trying to be big on the Nepo. But I don't even think he's the Nepo baby right now. Now, if you want to talk about the other brother, like Caden Boozer, maybe he's a little bit of the Nepo.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, kind of like the Sanders brothers. He's like the second one.
Yeah, I mean, I hate doing that. I hate doing that to somebody, right? But clearly, like Cameron's not as good as Caden. Or at least, or excuse me, Caden's not as good as Cameron. Cameron's the dude that, I mean, he's the big bruiser down low, and then also like he can step out, and you saw last night he can hit from the perimeter as well. This dude's going to be, playing in the association, probably, top 5 pick, definitely a lottery pick. But yeah, it was on full display last night. And Duke, like Florida had a chance to steal this game late, and then there was just one hell of a spectacular defensive play to kind of disrupt the inbound, tip the inbound there, and not allow him to get, do the Christian Laettner return or turnabout fair play, I guess you will. But it wasn't Christian Laettner. So, but yeah, do the Christian Laettner type of pass from, I think that was Grant. Did Grant Hill throw that to him? I can't remember.
Yeah, I believe so, man.
Anyways, long time ago. But Duke was able to take down Florida last night. Fantastic setting. 67-66. We still have the SEC and ACC contest going down. Your thoughts on that? You said you watched a little bit of it last night?
Yeah, I caught the end of it. How about Isaiah Evans, man? I mean, that dude was struggling throughout that game, and then when it counted,
shooters just need to shoot, right? If you're in a funk, you just need to shoot until you get out of it, man.
Yeah, it's back to that whole discussion about why quit running the ball when it's working okay. That dude last night, he kept shooting. They weren't falling. And then when it was money time, that son bitch fell right in.
He only needed one. He only needed one to hit, and that's the one to hit. So, you struggle. You talked about him struggling. I think he only hit one as a matter.
I think it was only one before that, as I was getting caught up on that. And then it's like let
me pull this up.
When that pass goes out to him, I'm thinking, oh
yeah, he was 1 from 8. He did. That was the only one he knocked down. That was the only one he knocked down. He was 1 from 8 from the perimeter last night. But yeah, Evans is definitely the streaky shooter there for Duke. We talked about how Cameron Boozer can bang around inside there, but when you have an assassin kind of like that that Duke has with Evans, I mean, you can expand the floor. It's almost like having that Steph Curry. Well, nothing's like having the Steph Curry range, but Evans is definitely a lights out assassin. He's got daggers in the eyes for sure.
Yeah.
Great game last night, 67-66.
And that thing was electric atmosphere. And this is where we go back to all this, sitting here trying to break down this college football bullshit playoff thing, to where it's like, see, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of college basketball, is that you have those matchups right now and early in the season, and it's the winner's fine. The loser's probably going to be just fine.
The loser's fine too. Yeah, I mean, very early. This is I guess you could still kind of call this preseason. I mean, it's not preseason basketball, but it's so early in the year that
yeah. And
we haven't even gotten really in the conference play yet. So.
Oh yeah, and Florida. I mean, you get Florida. I guess next they play UConn, right? So it's like boom, another one. I mean, another huge matchup. So I mean, Texas tonight with Virginia. Virginia comes to the Mood tonight at 8:15. Now that one I definitely will watch.
Okay.
Definitely watch that one.
Did you watch any North Carolina and Kentucky last night?
No, my man, you're gonna have to break that one down because that's when I was working on computer systems. Me being the computer
Gotcha. Yeah, North Carolina had the hand
Bucky
all night,
Jr.
right? And you guys know, like I'm very big on Kentucky this year. Kentucky's got a lot of size, dude. Malachi Moreno, this is the freshman sensation right now, 7-footer. Just did not have a good game last night. And this is what I talk about. I think Coach Pope is going to wait just a little bit more. I mean, you can start seeing Marino getting inserted into the lineup a little bit more. You know, now he wasn't starting at first. Now he's starting to get into the starting lineup now, man. It's hard to deny the size, right? But again, this guy just needs a little bit of aggression. He's such a rim protector. He's just a disruptor at the net, but he refused. Maybe he's reluctant to get in foul trouble. But if this guy, one more year on this dude and he gets calloused and hard, Kentucky's going to absolutely rake down low, man. Again, you want to call him a unit. He's not exactly the unicorn like Wemby is. Nothing really is there. But this guy, he's a diaper dandy like sorry, my dog is messing me up. Like Dickie B says, man, this dude is an absolute diaper dandy. I can't wait to see Kentucky be on display. But last night just was a tough one for him last night. North Carolina being able to take him down. Kean Evans too, having a decent night. Actually, not having a decent night. Only 2 points last night. Disruptive night. 1 from 5 and 0 for 2 from the field last night. Stevenson coming through, struggling a little bit too for North Carolina. But yeah, you're going to struggle like that when you got Mourinho down low.
Yeah. Did catch a little shade of UConn and Kansas. Again, another great matchup right there. UConn wins, getting ready for Florida.
Who do you think's the strongest team in college basketball right now?
Dude, I like Arizona. I'm
big on Sparty. I think Michigan State.
Yeah.
Michigan State right now, I think they're playing lights out, very physical, dominant down low. And then, of course, they got the shooters that can beat you from the perimeter too. Izzo, baby. Watch out for Izzo and Sparty this year.
Well, and it's hard to not put Duke in that conversation as well. I mean, you talk about Boozer, that's one dude. I mean, that's a freshman that folks are going ape shit about. But
I'm more worried about Evans than Boozer.
Yeah, I think if you get Evans consistent, I think that totally changes the roadmap there. But it's like Duke, when you watch these guys in primetime situations like that in these early season matchups, they seem to be able to put it all together right there. So, yeah, Duke to me is I think you got to have them right in the middle of this conversation somewhere because looking pretty damn good. You're looking pretty damn good early on.
Yeah, UConn will be there. Michigan State will be there. Right now, I think Michigan State's probably number one. I know Purdue's, gifted the number 1 seat right now, but I think Michigan State's probably the best ball club in the nation right now. Very early. Not even 10 games into it yet. We're not even in the conference play, but still a lot of hoops in front of us here. All right, partner, where do you want to go next, man?
What do we have left? I mean, what have we not talked about today? We've covered Christmas lights. We've covered college football. National Signing Day has been covered. Oh, has Penn State, am I missing something? Has Penn State got a coach? I keep meaning to ask you that. I think we touched on it Monday. I see all these jobs getting filled. What are they even doing? Is there anybody going to go to Penn State? I think that job is still wide open. Nothing. I mean, I'm not even hearing people in conversation.
I'm checking Texas's Twitter board right now to see who would. Tyler Atkinson just got signed, 5-star, 6'3", 215 quarterback. Excuse me, defensive back. Tyler Atkinson. So we'll have you a little bit of information on him in just a little bit here. But yeah, Horn's still doing business here, man.
Well, good, because I mean that's an area where you need to. It's so weird when you look at this right now, where you have the immediate areas. Let's say offensive line. You could probably throw running back in there, where that's where you need to. I would think that you go the route more of the portal to go fill those, because those seem to be a lot more immediate. I think it seems like in the wide receiver group that you have a couple of dudes that are coming in that I think will embrace roles and make that better down the road, which I think at this point the wide receiver room is one that you're kind of looking a couple of years out, because it seems to be coming together right now. So that's a beauty now, where you have two different resources. You have two different flea markets to go to. You can go to National Signing Day or early signing day, or you can go to the portal, depending on the need.
Double R, this guy's a freak. Tyler Atkinson.
Yeah.
This guy's absolutely nuts, man. 6'3", 215. He's an athlete. He's probably going to play in the defensive secondary, though, for sure. I'd like to get Jordan's thoughts on this when he comes on here. But, yeah, Texas just landed one hell of a stud.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah, again, man, I'm paying attention more to the offensive line. That's the type of stuff that I want to see come in today. But again, all this eye candy from Texas popping with athletes and stuff, that's great. But again, I'll be paying attention more for, the trench warfare, what we're going to do with battling in trench warfare. Love to hear your thoughts too. Make sure you hit us up on this on the comment board here on YouTube here. Make sure you're getting your thoughts in here as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of going through here myself looking at the different who has signed, who has committed, who has signed their contract. As Jordan, I asked Jordan yesterday, I said, so they still fax this in, right? And he said, no, this is a financial agreement now.
I'm sorry to answer your,
sorry.
But I don't know who is in tail for Penn State at the moment.
Yeah.
Just yet.
Yeah,
I thought there was rumbles for Dable there, but I don't know if he's going to be the one that they actually pencil in on. I've also seen things. So like I saw something too that Dable might be heading somewhere else as well. So maybe Penn State's not exactly sold on Dable there, but yeah, I'll check into Penn State there for you as well.
I think if I were going to consider that Penn State job, I mean, I would look at the coach like we mentioned yesterday, where you had a dude that was a play away from the college football championship game, and then it falls apart and they run the guy out of town. I mean, but that's college football right now, to where
Penn State's still an appealing job, right? It's still one of the better programs in the nation, right?
You would think so, right?
I mean, like I haven't missed anything. It hasn't dropped off that bad. Right, like I know you're in the Big Ten, and it's very hard to compete against Ohio State. But
yeah, this was a bad year.
You're in a region where you think you could dominate most of the recruiting up in that Pennsylvania to New York area, right?
I mean, I've always thought you get USC, Penn State, Texas. I mean, these schools. I mean, these jobs, regardless of the current situation, I mean, LSU, factor them in there, regardless of the current situation, that's still like a destination job, right? If you aspire to be so many of these coaches, it seems like were like when they were having the conversation with Lane Kiffin, like to go to Florida and be the next Steve Spurrier or whatever, and to go to LSU and be the next whatever, but where at Ole Miss, he could have been the first.
Sorry to interrupt. Penn State was courting Kalani Sitake.
Yeah.
From BYU. So, but that is out now, is what it's saying. Or no, Sitake turned it down.
Yeah, and it broke a while ago, like right after we came on the air. Brian Hartline from Ohio State, so he's going to USF. I believe it's USF. Yeah. So these I don't know who Penn State is going to chase.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Ohio State's gonna be taking one hell of a step back if Hartline's leaving. So
he gone. He is moving on. So there you go. I mean, this is, and like right
struggling. I'm sorry, but I don't know if y'all can hear that. He's been struggling all day. So
oh man, that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, he got something going on in his ear, man. We got him on Apoquil and everything too, but he just gets meaty paws, a lot of dirt in his meaty paws. He starts itching at that ear and he gets dirt in there. I've been trying to clean this shit out, but my dude's having a rough one right now.
I hate that, man.
I saw $5 hit us up with that. I got to check on that to see if that's actually signed and sealed with Hartline going to South Florida there.
He actually is gone. I just got a verified text right here from somebody in the know, and yep, he is gone. So yeah, well, he is moving on. He is moving on. Man, that's one hell of a recruiter right there. Not only
is like Ohio State, not just great with play calling too. From what I hear as well. So.
Wow. Well, when you're the dominant force for 2 years consecutive right here, your staff's going to get eaten up. Your staff is going to get eaten up. And now I apologize. There's something going on outside, and I don't know what all that noise
fine here. Yeah, let's get some of the questions or some of the comments here in the chat box here or in the chat channel. Best wins only. Okay, we had that was from Ash a little bit while ago. Or just win your damn games. This is basically what Rob needs to. What Rob is saying is kind of takes care of all the business here. Just win your damn games and don't complain when you leave it up to the committee instead of taking care of business. That's kind of where you're at right now, right, Rob? We're kind of falling into into the whole damn mix of it right now. Yeah, if you would have just taken care of Florida, or say you beat yourself against Ohio State, right? Again, 14-7 outcome, if my memory serves me correctly. But yeah, you basically dominated the entire damn day, and then you allowed Ohio State to kind of steal it and beat you up in up in Ohio. So to me, man, I'm kind of with Rob here. You take care of business and don't give the committee, don't give anybody any reason, right? If it's going to be close, they're probably going to keep you out of it, right? Nobody. I feel like not many people like Texas these days.
That's the other part about it.
I feel like Texas is kind of the Yankees of national football or college football. Not many people want to root for Texas, except for people that are in our fair state of Texas.
And that's where the committee is going to judge them harder. The committee is going to dig it. The committee is going to go in and look at those games that we were talking about in the early part of the season with the struggles and how it took so long for the offense to get cranked up. They're going to do that with Texas, to where they're probably not going to do that with, I don't know, pick the random school, Ole Miss, whoever it may be. They're not going to read them that much. And that's where it's so weird, because then you're going to go to the body of work, and it's like, yeah, there's that body of work, but it's expected.
We can stay on here and lose our breath sitting here saying that Texas should be in or whatever. Guys, it's not. I don't think it's happening this year, nor do I think it should happen. All right, and just to kind of tie a bow on this bad boy, since we brought it back up, hey man, sometimes it's good to feel pain, right? Pain, it reminds you that you're not dead yet. All right, okay, and it's weakness leaving the body. Okay, so let's get the weakness. Let's get all the weak excuses and bullshit out of the system. Right? Look to the future. 26 looks bright. All right, it's shining. We got a lot of stars coming in, a lot of 5 stars coming in. It's going to be bright. It's going to be bright in that locker room, all right? Let's turn to 26. Let's focus on that and let all this bullshit of underplaying, go away and be at the wayside, right? Like let's let it be. Let's forget about this season. Sure, very disappointing season. Let's look on to bigger and better things, which is 2026. We got National Signing Day right now.
And I think the thing about it is, to kind of button up is that where you go and you look at this, and if it's going to be 9-3, or let's say it's 10-3 if you win the bowl game, I will take 10-3 based on, I take 9-3 right now with the way the season started out and all the problems that you had and all this could have easily gone in the wrong direction. And then when all the shit comes out about the coaches wanting to leave and all of these different things, this could have easily gone in the tank, and in the past would have. So 9-3 right now, I'll take that.
And I know we're going to be having this conversation for a while, at least until the committee is selected. Here's one from Disciple right now. UT resume isn't near good enough to get in. OSU game never in reach. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I feel like that game was. We didn't play well all damn day, and we were
there was a chance to win that game.
Yeah, they didn't cross the 50. They only crossed the 50 twice, man. So I don't know. I feel like that was kind of there. The Florida loss, I agree with you. Just an anomaly of a day for the Florida loss. UGA blowout. Kentucky 8th. Yeah, I mean, you bring up a lot of good points, Disciple. And then Mississippi State, overtime win. In what world are they deserving? I think my only counter to that is 3-2 in the against top 10 schools, and even that, like, does the shittier play, or does the play outside of that kind of counter and take away from, I guess, the 3-2 going up against top 10 schools? But Disciple, you bring up a really good point, man.
And the whole thing to it, to kind of what some of what he's talking about right there is, how is it being looked at? I mean, all of those games that were the what if games that you won, well, you still won them. I mean, you still have 9 wins. So are you looking at it that way? I mean, the losses the Georgia loss, like I said, when that game, if you would have only had 1 loss at the time and you lost that game competitively, and in 2020, even now, the way that Texas lost that game, you'd still be in right now anyway if you hadn't lost to Florida. And that's the one.
And I also counter it with some of the points that Sark made too, with team struggle with matchups week in and week out, right? You know, you're not basing the teams off of their entire, you know, resume, or I guess you're basing the team off of their entire resume and not so much just off what they do, you know, on some anomalies of weeks, right? But then if you go to what Sark's saying there and you go to the full body of work, right? Or like what Disciple's saying, the wins aren't convincing enough. So even if you go to the full body of work, I don't think, and that's why I'm saying the Longhorns just don't deserve to be in, man. Like, we have great wins, 3-2 in the top 10. That's fantastic, right? But ultimately, outside of that, that's really your only quirk, right? That's really the only thing that can kind of help you out. Your only bolstering point is to beat your chest, right? I mean, other than that, you really struggled, and it was bad football. Like, you struggled with yourself, and ultimately, that's why I think Texas should not get in.
Yeah. At this point, the only thing that I can hope for, just to throw a lug wrench in there, and this is not to get Texas in, because it doesn't help Texas's cause whatsoever, but I hope that BYU can beat Tech in the Big 12 championship, just to make it even more complicated, and maybe leave Notre Dame out.
If we only had 3 penalties each week, this season would be absolute. And this isn't breaking news, right? If we only had 3 penalties each week, or hell, maybe even 5, this season would be very different. We'd be dancing. We would absolutely be dancing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We beat ourselves, guys. That's what happened.
Chan was asking on the Coda text line about any truth to Diabell decommitting. He sent his letter of intent over, according to Hank South, this morning at 6:32 a.m. Boy, up, go get her right there, this dude, Diabell. There you go. So he's in. His letter, his thing is there. His contract.
Oh yeah, everything's in. I mean, they've already signed. Like, why wouldn't he be in? Double R?
No, I'm just answering the question. I don't know why he wouldn't be in. So I hadn't heard that he was decommitting. Are you kidding?
All right, we got Longhorns tonight against UVA, amigo. Where are you at here? What are you thinking?
A win. I haven't looked at Virginia. I don't know. Texas wins. What do you think?
I would like to think that Texas is able to get out here and get the win tonight for sure. Virginia's got some size down low, but again, they're not exactly the Virginia of old, right? Let's see here. Break this down. Let me see the line on this bad boy tonight. We have 2.5 favored to Texas here. Here's the thing. It's going to be a nice little battle down low between Virginia's bigs and our bigs, right? Like Vocatitis, I'd like to see. He could be a little bit on the struggle bus tonight with some of the Virginia's bigs. But yeah, we'll see what they have to offer. I don't know if this is exactly, you know, the Tony Bennett Virginias of old, but I mean, it's a team that's only got 1 loss on the season. Now, again, they haven't really gotten into conference play yet, and we know that the ACC looks like it's kind of packed off of life support in terms of college basketball. That SEC ACC conference breakdown picks off or continues back again tonight. You also got Arkansas and Louisville on top of Texas and Virginia. Texas with the favorite 2.5 hook right now. I'm taking Texas. I'm taking Horns.
Yeah, I'll take Texas also based on you. Are you advising me as your client to take Texas?
Yeah, at the mood. Texas at the mood. Virginia. We'll see what they can do on the road here. I'm telling you and all my clients to take Texas. All right.
I like it a lot. Yeah, there's still the conversations there about, you know, the Texas stuff. I'm sorry. It's not, you're not.
Yeah. We brought up Atkinson. Atkinson saw that commit as well. Thank you.
Yeah. I like that guy. I think that guy can be your next.
You go out and have drinks with him. You like him a lot.
Yeah, I'd take him. I would buy that dude a McRib. I would buy that guy McRib. Absolutely would. He's McRib worthy for me, Wags. I like him.
According so Disciple, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, man. I saw Atkinson sign a few, or at least that's what is linked to Texas football here on their X or on their Twitter here. Looks like Atkinson signed about 10 minutes ago, or 5 minutes ago rather.
Yeah, his contract, letter of intent, whatever you want to call it, arrived at 9:45 this morning. So he is signed, sealed, and delivered for now. Signed, sealed, and delivered until otherwise noticed. Oh my man, CB, well done.
I'm seeing a lot of athletes come in, man. Only really one defensive tackle that I've seen really kind of jump off the charts so far to me, and that's James Johnson out of Miami right now. I'm trying to scroll through and see all the other guys. We got outside line.
Yeah, you got Jermaine Bishop Jr. is.
It's all Jermaine Bishop Jr. come in, but other than that, I've only seen. I thought I saw a linebacker get signed, but I guess not. I think my eyes are just playing a trick on me here.
Yeah. Well, obviously Atkinson, and then you had Rocky Cummings, linebacker that is in the fold as well. So you got that guy, and most importantly, you got a kicker. You got a kicker at 7:06 this morning.
Got a kicker, amigo. Signing a lot of athletes. Yes, we are. Are we bringing athletes back? I don't think so. I think athletes been away for a while, and we're kind of running out of cheeks, right? When we started the bit, we thought that there would be a lot of athletes out there to talk about. We kind of flew through them rather quickly, right?
I think.
And you can't just go with influencers here. Like we were trying to find the prerequisite of actually finding cheeks that were in the sport. Okay. Wow. So you can't just have somebody wearing a bathing suit and say that they swim on a swim team. Like you can't do that. And that's kind of what we're finding ourselves going, especially around like the Olympics. It was getting a little slim pickings there. But yeah, maybe we'll resurface that and find some athletes out there that are worthy of the taking.
I'll tell you the bad part, Wags, is like the athletes that find me, they're like the age of my daughters. And I'm like, okay, bro, I can't be putting that up on screen.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Dude, stop.
It's like, I mean, these college athletes find me and I'm like, man,
how do they find you?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they've heard of Uncle Ronnie. I mean, I don't know. He's
what's up, Unc? What's up,
Unc? You got Uncle Jesse and Uncle Ronnie. I don't know, man. They find me, and it's like, geez, Louise. Now, I will tell you some like the LPGA people, like Lexi Thompson and Nelly Corda. I mean, we could use some of them up there. I mean, they're older, a little bit more seasoned.
I'm going to acquiesce to you here, buddy.
This
is your road, not mine. So
well, here it is. Student athletes, and that's not. I don't.
No, we don't mess with student athletes. Not here.
If I'm gonna help the student athletes, I'm gonna go do that in a.
Alabama and Clemson are playing tonight too in basketball. Didn't know if you saw that matchup as well. Alabama's got you guys know how I'm big on Mr. Oates, Coach Oates. I love Coach Oates.
That's a segue right there, my man.
Nice segue. College basketball, man. SEC, ACC championship or the challenge here. Let's stay with it. All right.
That's right. Wags is like foot out of mouth. There's going to be people in front of your house. People in front of your house.
My wife watches the show, not yours. Okay. So.
Oh, nice. Okay. Thanks.
What's up, man? Eric? How are you, bro? Get me out of here, E.
I got nothing.
So how about that Texas Virginia basketball game coming up this week?
Hey, how about it, man? Virginia only one loss on the year. They look great. It's going to be a banger down low for Bucketitis tonight.
Man, I mean, 22-year-old freshman coming into Moody Center. I mean, how about that, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Why are you going that way?
I caught the tail end of that one, and as someone who was heading to cover a women's soccer presser in a couple hours, I'm going to pass on that conversation.
Thanks, E. Appreciate you, buddy.
You get the volleyball ones. They find me also.
You see Double R's ears perk up. Double R's ears.
Like the volleyball ones. Volleyball athlete. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. No.
Yeah.
The Double R. I cannot say they found me. I cannot say that. That is it hasn't happened yet. I guess I'm not at that point. I'm not as prestigious as you, sir.
You're not uncle status yet. Your cousin.
Oh no! Listen. I ask all the Daily Texan kids. I get unk from them. All right.
No. Oh no! You're not even. You're not even in your 30s, are you?
No, I'm 34.
Okay. 34. You look very young, amigo. I thought you were still in your 20s, buddy.
I appreciate that. You look like listen. Hey, you know it's rough when I will give a shout out to Evan Veith, who's working for Inside Texas. You may have seen him on Twitter, doing a great job for IT. But I went and spoke to his class, one of his classes, like 2 years ago, and now I'm working alongside him. And now he's like, "What's up, Unc? I'm here where they work." I'm like, "Fuck you, Evan." About that.
I love it. Yeah.
Well, it's Christmas Christmas in December, right? We are in December, but it is Christmas because it's National Signing Day. I know Jordy Scruggs gonna have a lot to talk about there. I don't know. Are you guys big signing day guys? I've never been.
Delaware and I, we're not really too big on it. I love seeing like all the athletes and all the big names come in. Of course, by the time National Signing Day comes around now, you kind of know who's already going to be on the 40 anyways. But it's just nice to see the name kind of get inked or kind of, names kind of putting ink to the paper here. But honestly, I'm more curious to see if we're going to flip anybody or if anybody's getting flipped from us. Usually, from what I've seen this morning, kind of it's gone as scheduled so far. So I'm still waiting. I would love to see if any of the Hog Mollies are going to come in here. I saw that we got Johnson out of Miami, but still like to see if any more 5-stars come in on the trench warfare type of scene.
Yeah, I think for me, guys, like especially in my role covering the team, the portal is really the bigger draw for me because I'm trying to figure out who may be leaving for him, who may be coming in that regard. But I've never been, the signing days like the draft, man. Like, and I hate to poo-poo anyone who are big draft guys, big signing day guys, but it's like you don't really know what you have.
It's a lot of game theory.
Yeah, right. It's a lot of what if. Yeah,
it's a lot of what if, right? You're trying to figure out how 17, 18-year-olds are going to develop over 4 years. Wags and I've had that conversation. You never know how that is going to go, right?
But Eric, in a season like this, it's the perfect season for looking at National Signing Day, right? Like a very disappointing season. Now you're looking to your future, right? You got to have some type of optimism to look at, and especially after the downfall and fallout of what we had this year.
Right. And like Eric, for me, it's like more. I was telling Wags, signing day, whatever. But I'm more interested in the portal, watching the portal, because that's more of an immediate impact right now. I mean, this is a lot of what if that we're dealing with.
Yeah. So like I said, that's why you have someone like the great Jordan Scruggs, who is not just knee deep, but waist deep in signing day and can give you all of the background there. I'm like, in the portal, on the team
got my
side,
shirt on too.
Damn. That is an excellent shirt, by the way, Jordan.
Yeah, it is. Hey, shout out to Bam. I'm gonna call him Bernard Blake for a sec. Leonard Moore. Nobody wanted to recruit him, but Notre Dame, Leonard Moore, gonna win the Jim Thorpe Award. How about that? 2 years in a row, Bam is gonna have a Jim Thorpe Award winner. If Leonard wins it, he's deserving and is a top 3 finalist. So we'll see.
Man, but one more Bam Blake reference, and BK might start hitting him up for a sponsorship deal.
Oh, shit, send that dude an invoice.
Yeah, hey, shit, Texas needs to.
It's crazy to think that Leonard Moore has been over my house.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait till he gets drafted to talk about why they never recruited him. But yeah. Some politics there.
Stud out of Round Rock for sure. Absolutely turning heads on the national scene, man.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
What's on the docket, gents?
Talking signing day, man. As of right now,
we talking some athletes in college hoops, but volleyball. We got some volleyball coming up. What's up?
Yeah, go get Scruggs caught up.
Yeah, none of that. No, we only 3 guys left from Texas's 2026 recruiting class have yet to sign. And like Antoine said, some coaching news this morning. Brian Hartline, now a South Florida Bowl. Who saw that coming? Not this guy.
They hired Brian Hartline?
Yep.
You missed that? Yeah, USF hired Brian Hartline
30 minutes ago.
Yep. It's not official yet, but On3 and several other sites are reporting Chris Kleiman very likely to retire soon or after this year. And that it's already lined up. Colin Klein is going to replace him. And then yesterday, as we've kind of talked about throughout the week, Neil Brown went from lead favorite to getting the UNT head coaching job. So
did you see that?
Texas will now have – sorry?
Was that on your radar, Neil Brown going to –
You called that, well, not specifically him, Jordan, but when I saw that, it's like you talked about wanting head coaching experience. I mean, there's your dude right there.
Yeah, but I didn't think it would be Neil Brown. I didn't think what he did was anything worth the shit anyways. But
I didn't do any reporting on it. I'm not tied into UNT like that. I just Mike Craven, who works for Dave Cable's Texas Football, has a better read on G5 football in the state of Texas than just about anyone. Really plugged in at all the G5 programs in Texas. he was the first one I saw that reported Neil Brown was emerging as a favorite. And then they announced that hire yesterday, UNT did. So, hey, now Texas, they have an open special assistant to the head coach role. Maybe we see Justin Wilcox in there, just got fired from Cal. You know, maybe Chip Kelly. Highly doubt it, though. But Gary Patterson, I'd welcome him back if I was Sark.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, boys. Yeah, Texas will have their hands full. Mallory and Thomas tonight on the perimeter. Let's see if we can lock it down and get some hoops action and get the win tonight in the ACC SEC Challenge. Gents, great conversations. We're going to get out of your hair.
Good day, man.
Awesome. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. It is early signing day. Been a pretty stress-free early signing day thus far. Like I said, 22 out of Texas's 25 commits have signed. The only two that haven't are, or only three that haven't are Rodney Cleveland, Corey Wells, and Richard Wesley. Richard Wesley is expected to sign with Texas. Hank and I talked to a few sources. They're not worried about losing him, at least as of right now. The other, here's kind of a look at when all the letter of intents rolled in. Diabell was the first one to pop. But the two others, Rodney Cleveland, top 247 lineman out of Birmingham, is expected to flip to North Carolina, has been expected to flip to North Carolina for a few days now. And, I mean, he has a ceremony that's going on right now. It started at 9:30. I don't know what the hell they're doing in Birmingham that it takes 45 minutes to announce it, but he's still expected to flip to North Carolina. The other guy, or second guy, I should say, Corey Wells, Auburn is still making a really big push for him and his brother, Chris Wells. Chris is a South Alabama linebacker commit that's in the 2026 class. Chris and Corey, they're in the same grade, but Chris is a year older than Corey. He was held back so they could play in the same grade, be on the same teams. Auburn, under Hugh Freeze, had given Chris Wells a scholarship. They said, hey, we'll take you on scholarship if it means we're getting your brother. And they almost flipped, and then they didn't. Hugh Freeze gets fired. Ole Miss is also in it, but they dropped out of it because Lane Kiffin, obviously at LSU now. But the new Alex Goller staff came in, getting some momentum. They have offered Chris Wells a scholarship just like the Freeze staff did. In Texas, expecting to lose Rodney Cleveland, they really want to keep Corey Wells, and they have kind of extended an offer in some ways to Chris. If he ends up at Texas with his brother, Chris won't be on scholarship, but he'll be a walk-on that'll have like an NIL package that basically equates to a scholarship. He just won't count towards the 85-man cap. So, look, our Auburn site has some confidence he ends up at Auburn. Texas has some confidence they keep him. We'll see. We are currently expecting him to sign or announce where he's going around 2:30 Central. So Corey Wells could be the last, prospect to sign in the class. And then last but not least, Richard Wesley, top 5 prospect in 2028 before he reclassed to 2027, out of Sierra Canyon in Los Angeles. School kind of became popular because that is where LeBron James's kids played their high school sports at. But, top 100 prospect off the edge, Texas's top-ranked edge rusher. When we reached out to him, asked like, hey, why haven't you signed? He said his parents are finalizing some things, which is never a good sign. But again, Texas does expect to sign him later today. Maybe it comes through while we're on here. So really good group this far. Not a ton of signing day fireworks. Texas, they are still really gunning for Malachi Lee, the top 247 offensive tackle that is committed to Michigan out of Hawaii. And Michigan has not posted his letter of intent yet. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 4 a.m. in Hawaii. So, I don't know when we'll see Malachi Lee decide on what he's doing. But that is a guy we're watching. Also wanted to clarify something. There are several sites and outlets reporting Texas is making a push for Zion Robinson. Horns 24/7 was asked about this by someone in our company about 2 to 3 hours ago. Hank and I checked in with sources at Texas. They didn't know what we were talking about. I don't know where the Zion Robinson stuff is coming from. Texas has told us they're not recruiting and we're making a late push there. In fact, we've actually been told it is Stanford who's doing that, and then Miami, SMU are also trying to make a run as well. But again, directly from sources in Austin, in the Moncrief building, closing on signing day right now, they are not pushing for Zion Robinson, contrary to several reports they are. So unless Texas is lying to us, which they have not done in a long time to keep things quiet, Zion Robinson is not going to Texas. And I mean, he hasn't visited since I think June of last year, June of 2023, maybe. It has been a very long time, and it was very out of left field. So yeah, but hey, it's a national recruiting holiday. If you have any questions on the Texas class, any questions on who could join the Texas class, feel free to drop it in the chat. Some shakeups today, Brian Hartline to USF, like we talked about. And then Colin Klein, the A&M offensive coordinator, being heavily linked to the Kansas State job that should open, if Chris Kleinman ends up retiring like it's being reported he will. Yeah. And Eric, where do you want to go from here? I do have a fun story I'm working on, signing day storylines to look back on in a few years. You want to go there, or you want me to hit on the class? What do you want to do?
Yeah, listen, for again, for those of you all watching, appreciate y'all joining us. This is going to be Jordan's show. Obviously, you're not going to get better insight in terms of this day than from Jordan. So he's going to drive the ship. I may have a question here or there as far as how it may impact the current roster, as far as possible departures and so on and so forth. So Jordan's going to drive. I'm just curious. Why don't you just kind of maybe run on some of the class a little bit, and then kind of go into that story.
Yeah. So what I'll do is kind of talk about first year expectations, and expectations for their, I guess, college career long-term and potential pro career. And I guess also how they got to Texas, who they picked Texas over. We'll start at the top, Jermaine Bishop, AKA Batman. Statistically, one of the best players that has ever played Texas high school football. Currently 6th all-time in Texas high school football history in both career catches and career receiving yards. He's also tied 12th or 13th for career touchdown receptions. And it's wild because he has been a 4-year varsity player, but didn't play any offense until his sophomore year, played corner and started on varsity as a freshman. Is an athlete prospect because he's good enough to, get projected to the NFL at corner, safety, or receiver. Texas, their pitch for him is, hey, you're going to show up and roll in January. We're going to figure out the position from there. It is not set in stone. Now, I do think he will end up playing receiver. Usually kids who are this dynamic with the ball in their hands don't want the ball taken out of their hands. And if you're a coach, it's pretty dummy. You don't want to take it out of their hands too. Could potentially end up as a two-way player at Texas. Maybe some Travis Hunter. I don't think he's ever going to be a full-time two-way player at the college level like he is at the high school level, but there's some potential there. Chose Texas over Texas A&M, Houston, and USC. A&M was pursuing him at corner kind of athlete. Houston told him they'll let him play Travis Hunter snaps on both sides if, he wants to. They just wanted to get him. And then USC and Lincoln Riley were telling him slot receiver the entire way. So that's kind of, gives degree to who he chose Texas over. And as far as the commitment goes, one of the cooler things I've ever kind of been a part of, I was at Willis in the spring, and I, went out to go see him. So Jermaine, his entire recruitment has never been a kid that responds. Even when he's committed now and barely anyone's hitting him up still, you have to kind of see him in person if you want anything on record from him. And so when I was in Houston, going around the Houston area, hitting spring ball stops, I made sure Willis is the last place I went to because it's far north Houston and I'm driving back to DFW. And I see him during his athletic period. And at that time, the plan was for him to be quarterback in the fall. They had not, figured out that the incoming freshman, because they're starting a freshman on varsity this year, they didn't know he was going to be ready to go. So I'm watching him practice in the period at quarterback, and I'm not even joking. He must have fumbled the snap at least 5 or 6 times, and no one said anything to him. because he's the man, right? But after practice ends, I'm interviewing him, and Jermaine has never really been someone that says a lot on record, short responses, direct responses. And he never really wanted to tip his hand on where he was leaning. Going into that interview, I thought it was kind of Texas versus Houston a little bit, maybe Texas versus Texas A&M. But after talking to him, I was like, that's the most he's ever said about Texas. He says they're recruiting him harder than any other school. That never happens. I'm starting to feel good about Texas. So we're walking out of the practice stadium, and Willis's head coach, Trent Miller, is by the gate waiting to lock it because I was interviewing him near the concession stand so we could be in the shade. And Jermaine walks away, and I'm talking to Coach Miller, a guy I'd followed on Twitter for a long time. We followed each other, and I'd gone to several of the games he coached, but we had never really talked. And I'm asking him, I'm like, hey, Coach, I'm not asking you to tell me where he's going, but I kind of think it's Texas versus Texas A&M now. Some other think it's Houston, but I do think Texas is the leader after talking to him. Can you just point me in the direction who's Texas's biggest leader? That was on a Wednesday. And he goes hey, I'm going to be honest with you. He's committing to Texas on Friday. And I was like, oh, shit, because you never get a heads up like that, especially your first time talking to a source. And so I was like, oh shit, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to put in a crystal ball. I'm not going to ruin his moment. It's his moment, but I'm not going to get commitment quotes from him because he won't pick up the phone or text back. Can you go grab him and I can ask him a question or two? Do you think he'd do that? He's like, yeah, let me check. So he goes in the locker room, and their locker room is in kind of this old building with that old school thick, metal roof where there's no service in that thing. Absolutely none. Your phone says SOS. And so I'm waiting outside the locker room, and about 3-4 minutes later, Jermaine Bishop walks out in the Texas shirt, smiling ear to ear. And he's like, I'm ready to give you those quotes. So we go in the head coach's office, and I'm like, hey, I put my phone there to start recording on the desk, and I'm like, I know it's going to be on Friday, but what time are you thinking? And he's like, you need to check your phone. I was like, what? He's like, you need to check your phone. I just posted it. I was like, man, what? For real? I was going to keep it quiet. He's like, yeah, check your phone. And I'm like, man, I can't, but I trust you. You told Hayes to post it. He's like, yeah, he did. So I was like, okay. Interviewed him right there in his office. As I'm interviewing him, Jermaine and the head coach's phones are on the desk facing up like mine is. And I'm seeing Lincoln Riley, Mike Elko, Jordan Peterson, all these coaches, guys from the Houston staff too, are blowing their asses up because they never got a heads up. He never called and said, I'm not coming because the plan was to do it on Friday and he didn't want it to leak out. And I asked him, why didn't you just wait till Friday? And he was like, man, if you found out, I don't know how you found out, but if you found out, other people were, and I wanted it to be a surprise. I was like, shit, okay, because we're the only site that had commitment quotes because he doesn't respond to anyone. So one of the cooler stories, just because, if he pans out, he will be a first-round pick like he's projected to. Regardless, is going down in Texas high school football history. Jermaine Bishop is a name that's going to be remembered in the Houston area and the town of Willis, for a very, very, very long time. And is truly, even though he didn't respond and had always never responded, was always one of the favorites to go out and see in person, talk to him in person. Remarkable young man, remarkable player, and a Texas high school football legend. So that was a really cool day at Willis, regardless that it happened that day and not Friday, but cool story, and one, I hopefully hope to tell for a long time on Sunday nights when he's in the league playing. But
Jordan,
after
Jermaine,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Only time I'll cut you off. You talked about Jermaine Bishop coming in. The plan is to kind of feel out where he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
In your experience covering Texas recruiting, how do you kind of feel Texas does at doing that, right? Because we've seen it with, and I know every situation is different, right? Sometimes they're an athlete, but you kind of know, all right, where they're going to play, right? How do you feel Texas has done, this staff has done that, hey, we have a guy who could play here, or here, and they get in and kind of feeling that out?
Yeah, The only guy I can really think of they've done that with is Michael Terry.
Right.
But even Michael Terry, like, he was always going to play on offense because he didn't want to play defense. It was just about, is he going to be like a receiver or tight end? What can you really play him at? Because he's kind of a positionless player. And I mean, he ended up our receiver, got moved to running back once injuries happened. But I mean, I'd say they've done a good job. And with Jermaine, like, he's going to play whatever they ask him to play. He's, he says he doesn't have a preference. I do think deep down he wants the ball in his hands and wants to play offense. But at the same time, if he makes up his mind and says, hey, Coach Sark, I want to play offense, like, they're not telling him no. So it's going to be interesting to track. Like, I'm very curious when we get that first spring ball availability. Is he in the white or burnt orange jersey,
Right.
And what position room is he in? It'll be interesting. And especially, too, he is a two-way player. How is it going to work with him selecting his number? He wears 7 in high school. 7, no one's wearing 7 this year after Jade Barron wore it last year. But on offense, Khalil Lockett is wearing it. So kind of curious what that will look like. But moving on, Diabell, 5-star quarterback out of Fort Lauderdale, or American Heritage in Fort Lauderdale, has been one of the longer tenured commits, actually the longest tenured commit in the class. Committed to Texas in June of 2024. Shortly after visiting for the elite camp, he silently committed at the elite camp and through with Chris Stewart. Texas at the time was deciding between him and Troy Hun. They both camped at that camp, and going into the camp, Dia is the prospect they preferred. After, the camp, it was clear that Dia was their guy. And again, he obviously committed. So since then, hasn't wavered, never took any visits elsewhere. And then obviously signed this morning. Tremendous player. He's won a lot of big games, played in a lot of big games, and has been on varsity at American Heritage since his 8th grade year. But I have 2 big concerns, and they are related. Injury history. He did something to his ankle or lower leg. I forget what the injury is in the playoffs last year that ended his junior season. And I think American Heritage ended up losing that game. But even if they did, he would have been done the rest of the year. And then in week 3 or 4 of this year, he got a shoulder injury. Don't know the exact injury, but it required surgery. So back-to-back seasons, he's had his, season ended early due to injury and had surgery because of it. And because of that, he is arriving at Texas with less high school career pass attempts than any quarterback Texas has landed in the Sark era. That's including Quinn Ewers out of the transfer portal. That is not a good sign, at least for early success, projecting early success, because the main metric in projecting early success in quarterbacks is pass attempts. Jackson Dart's the best example. He led his entire recruiting class in high school career pass attempts, ended up starting year 1 at USC, then 3 more years at Ole Miss, and led his entire draft class in pass attempts at the college level. And guess who's the best rookie quarterback this year? And who was the most ready to play rookie quarterback? It was Jackson Dart. So with him, I mean, he obviously gets a year to redshirt. Arch Manning's coming back next year. I don't think that's been officially announced, but everyone expects it. So, I mean, he'll be in a battle year 2 of Dia versus year 3 of KJ Lacey for 2027. And right now, I'd personally lean KJ. We'll see, though. But regardless, really good prospect, great in shirts and shorts. Won the Elite 11 finals this year. And, needs to improve decision-making. All high school QBs do. But nice deep ball, understands touch, and is probably at best hitting the second level. He's similar to Arch Manning, where he's not a true dual threat, but he's an athletic kind of pocket passer that can make plays happen, extend plays with his legs. And he's got, like with Arch Manning, I think he's kind of a natural leader and has some of that QB1, aura, but Arch Manning isn't usually the guy in the huddle getting everyone fired up or yelling at people. That's what Diabell is. He understands it between the years. He's a vocal leader. He's been a leader at American Heritage since starting as a sophomore. And I mean, he rallied them to like a 28-point second half comeback this year before getting hurt. So he's got it between the years, has that QB1 aura, and, is what you want between the years for a franchise quarterback. You're paying 7 figures. So like him a lot. Going to kind of speed through these other guys, especially once we get down the list. Collier committed to Texas as a linebacker / edge, has an edge projection on his ranking from 24/7 Sports. Actually played as a freshman and sophomore for former Longhorn linebacker Rashad Bobineau. He was his position coach at Maid Creek, and then he left to take a job at Cy Ranch. But it has played off the edge at the high school level all 3 years he's been on varsity. So he has to get spun up and taught, the inner workings of being an off-ball linebacker, reading the triangle, all that good stuff. So that's the main thing I'm waiting to see, how he transitions. The good thing is if he can't pick up linebacker, because some guys can't, and learning it at an SEC level for the first time is pretty hard, he can be fine at edge. 6'2", he has a plus wingspan, very, very, very similar body type measurements and testing data to Colin Simmons. Not quite as good, but very similar, and it's in the ballpark. So could end up as kind of the buck edge rusher of the class, considering Richard Wesley is a jack and Jermaine Carlson kind of profiles to both, but more to jack. So really good take. Violent football player, some of the most violent tape you'll see. And I mean, in his career, he's forced over a dozen forced fumbles. So he's produced, I believe he has over 20 sacks in his high school career. And the thing I like about him a lot too, really good between the ears. Great young man. This is a kid who's at the worst program in KDISD, Maid Creek. He never played in a playoff game. Maid Creek hasn't played in a playoff game since I was in high school and was like a freshman in 2017. And every single school in Houston hit him up and tried to get him to transfer, and he never left. Had every opportunity to, and he stayed at Maid Creek and did his best to try to get him to the playoffs, and they finished 1 seed back from the playoffs as a senior. But great man, and kind of a cool story too. Texas led from the jump. They were second to offer. His father, his family's Nigerian, Akpala, pretty easy to tell. But his father was part of the community and group of people that helped raise Brian Arakpo, who went to Houston Lamar back in the day before Texas. And, Arakpo didn't have the best home life, family life, and he leaned on some people in the community that were helping him kind of make it out of that part of Houston. And Akpala's father was one of that. So Kosi Akpala's, he called him his god brother. Kosi Akpala's god brother is Brian Arakpo. He's been kind of a mentor figure for him. They've had several conversations throughout his life, football career, before and after committing to Texas. So once he got the offer, his entire family was putting pressure on him as a sophomore to go to Texas, and they led the whole way. It was never a close recruitment, and really good young man, really good player, and he can help year one on special teams right away. And I forgot to talk about it with Jermaine Bishop, but I expect him to play year one. I think we'll rotate in at receiver. He's too dynamic not to. And he can also help on special teams in the return game. High football IQ player. They're never going to use him to punt, but kind of, cool little side note. He punts for Willis, or has as a senior, and it's the wildest punting attack in the state because he tucks it and runs for a first down. He'll tuck it and make it look like he's running, and then he'll hit a jump pass. And then when he actually punts it, he averages over 40 yards a punt. So, he's dangerous. Samari Matthews out of Cornelius, North Carolina. It's in the Charlotte area. He goes to Ho High School. Cool story on Samari. He's the only player Texas has landed from North Carolina in the 24/7 Sports database era, whatever you want to call it. Database goes back to 1998 and 99. He's the only player Texas has signed or landed a commitment from in North Carolina. So kind of, notable there. This is a kid that is kind of similar to Cade Phillips. They both have the same, look going with the dreads, but long arms plus wingspan. I know Cade Phillips is like 36.5-inch arms. I believe Samari's 34 plus as well. 10-inch hands. A kid who popped on the recruiting scene as a freshman, been a long time, top prospect. Chose Texas over Miami, Florida State, and South Carolina. And kind of a cool story. He was getting recruited by Mark Orphy at Rutgers, but wasn't really – they had a good relationship. And Samari Matthews knew he wasn't going to Rutgers. So, they didn't have a crazy good relationship. Orphy takes the Texas job. And like 3 days after the Orphe taking the Texas job story broke, Samari Matthews at a 7-on-7 tournament was interviewed by a 24/7 sports writer. And he asked him, hey, you got pretty much every offer in the country. Are there any schools you still want one from? And he said, I want an offer from Texas. Like, I know Mark Orphe, but also it's Texas. They have a great program. They just won the Thorpe Award. They have several Thorpe Awards there. They had the first, we're one of the first defensive backs drafted, Jahdae Barron. And Texas saw that report. It got sent to him, and they offered him like the following day. And from that point on, he took an official visit, and Texas led the whole way through. No drama with his recruitment at all. And, I mean, this is a kid I think a lot of fans will like. Really physical outside corner. His name is Samari, but his nickname is Smoke. He goes by Smoke Matthews. Always wants to smoke too. And this is a kid that I don't think he'll play quite the snaps Cade Phillips has in like the last 3 weeks. But the snaps Phillips was playing prior to like game 10 is kind of this rotational true freshman corner. Samari Matthews should be able to do that year one. He can help the team. And again, is built similar to Phillips, wider, broader shoulders, about a half an inch shorter, but he has more meat on his bones. So going to be interesting to watch. Then Derek Cooper, South Florida 5-star, former Georgia commit, was committed to Georgia for like a week between his sophomore and junior year. Early on was an athlete prospect. Some schools liked him at running back, some at safety. Ended up deciding he wanted to play running back in college and not safety. And ended up choosing Texas over Miami, Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State, Auburn. And I mean, it's well documented at this point, but Texas won out because they offered the most money. They were able to land him without hosting him for an official visit. And I mean, hey, they got it done. It's modern recruiting. You do what it takes. Texas did what it takes. And he signed this morning. Took a late visit or two to Miami as a senior. I think he saw their win over Notre Dame and one of their other home game wins or whatnot early in the year. But Texas never really lost confidence. I mean, they knew that the price they had offered him wasn't changing, and they did not expect anyone to top it. And I mean, they were correct. He signed this morning. Give me a sec. And I'll hit on these questions after we're done. I'll speed it up. Jamarian Carlton, top 247 edge D-line tweener out of Temple. The first Texas Longhorn or first Temple Wildcat Texas has signed since Taquan Graham, who I think was in the 2016 or 2017 class, was a draft pick for the Falcons, still plays for the Falcons. And honestly, kind of a similar prospect to Carlton as an edge D-line tweener. With Carlton, Texas offered last summer. He camped, earned it. And whenever we interviewed him after, he said he was quite literally crying talking to Steve Sarkisian when Sarkisian offered him. Didn't really grow up watching college football, but when he did, it was Texas who was on the TV. And, early on, Texas was the leader. I put in an early crystal ball like 2 days after they offered him. But when I went back out there in the spring, Texas had dropped back. They were behind Baylor, SMU, USC, LSU, A&M. We're not contacting him as much, and, the communication kind of dried up. They re-engaged, got back in it, got him to campus for an OB. He silently committed on that OB. He denies that, but several people that were on the OB have confirmed it. A&M ended up canceling his OB the following weekend because they heard he silently committed, kind of some weak shit right there because he was still seriously considering them. Ended up not going anywhere that weekend. Visited Baylor the final OB weekend. They absolutely hit it out of the park. They're really pushing. They kind of had this 254 area movement going where a lot of Waco area kids and, Killeen, Temple area, Belton area 254 kids were committing to Baylor and kind of the push to stay home. And Baylor also had a nice financial package. I mean, they didn't offer significantly more than Texas did, but they offered more than Texas did. And they were able to get it done. But once we got into the fall, Baylor was struggling. They had an under 500 record, and Texas re-engaged, got them to campus for the Vanderbilt, Arkansas, and A&M games. Ended up committing the day after the A&M game, but had been silently committed to the Longhorns since the Monday after the Georgia game. So, a long time coming. Well, Alan Clark had been recruiting him at Ohio State. He hosted Carlton for a camp at Ohio State where he offered him. And actually, Alan Clark posted this morning a photo of them from that day. So long time relationship, long time coming for him. James Johnson out of Miami Northwestern was originally at North Fort Myers and then transferred to Northwestern for his senior year. Flipped from Georgia to Texas. Folks might remember it was during SEC Media Days. They flipped him and landed Tyler Atkinson that same day at SEC Media Days. But with Johnson, crazy freakish traits. He has PR'd at like 62 or 63 feet in the shot put. He is 6'2.5", but has like a 6'10.5", 6'11" wingspan, 11-inch hands. Like, has all the traits and stuff you want, but motor doesn't run as hot as you want it to. And, you know, there's definitely inconsistencies there. He's missed a lot of his senior year with an injury that no one at Texas will give us a reason for, but he apparently got in a car wreck in September. So he's not played since then. And that car wreck has kind of helped Texas keep him because Miami hasn't really pushed to flip as hard. But still waiting to hear on what the actual injury is. Should hopefully be good to go by spring ball, though. And yeah, chose Texas or flipped to Texas from Georgia. Miami was also in it. Same with Florida, Florida State, and I think Alabama at one point as well. But really good prospect, high ceiling prospect, and that wingspan shot data. That's why On3 has him as a 5-star. And because he hasn't done much as a senior, and I mean, even the junior year, where there's inconsistencies there, the shot put and measurements is kind of what's keeping him in the top 247 for 24/7. John Turntine III, big time target for Kyle Flood in 26 cycle. Early on was a 5-star, has dropped back a bit, has lost some weight. Tape isn't quite as what you want it to look like when you look back at what the sophomore tape looked like. But regardless, really good prospect, really good football player. They're going to try him at left tackle. I think he can play left tackle, but if not, he can be a really, really, really good guard. Chose Texas over Texas A&M and Michigan, and actually took less money from Texas than what A&M was offering because he wanted to be at Texas. Really, really good kid, good family. His father played at TCU, I believe, as an interior D lineman, then had a cup of tea in the NFL. Comes from a great family. Yes, sir, no, sir type of kid. Great mental eval. And main thing with him is he just needs to physically develop, get that weight back on, spend some time in the SAC program. But, you know, if things go to plan, things go how Texas wants it to, he's going to be the future of Texas at left tackle. So we'll see. Sorry. Yeah, just got more confirmation Texas is not talking to Zion Robinson. Hayward Howard Jr. out of New Orleans in the car, son of Hayward Howard Sr., who's also from New Orleans, spent a year or two at a JUCO in California, and then played defensive line for Ed Orgeron at Ole Miss. He's young. I believe he turns 18 in June or July, so he can still grow. Committed as a corner. Really good job by Mark Orphy to land him. I mean, this is a kid I saw play at the OT7 tournament in Dallas. It's a 7-on-7 tournament. It was right after Texas offered him. And just seeing him play, talking to him after, he was talking all this shit. And, I mean, locking dudes up and kind of had this energy about him, is pressing these dudes off the line. And I'm like, this is the kid who goes to LSU. Like, they get 4 of these dudes a year. It's so obvious he's going to LSU. I know LSU hasn't offered yet, but, like, Texas is wasting their time. This kid's going to go to LSU. That's what I wrote, like, the day after I met him for the first time. And LSU offered him about 3 days after that. Well, Texas got him to campus shortly after the LSU offer, and he committed on the visit on an official in April or May. And it wrapped up quickly. LSU hosted him a time or two since then, but it was, you know, on a visit with several of his high school teammates, and never flipped, never wavered. Chose Texas over LSU, Miami, and Florida State, and can provide some corner, safety versatility, potentially nickel. And he's still growing, so could get even bigger, maybe grow into a box defender. That'd be very interesting. Super physical outside corner, though, is played at the highest level in the state of Louisiana for the best team, best program in the state of Louisiana. He's one of like 10 Power 4 kids in their senior class, and like 4 of those guys are going to LSU. And I really like this get. 3-star for a long time, got a bump up to 4 in the last update, and is fully deserving of it. Teray Davis out of Fairview High School in Boulder, Colorado. Texas's newest addition to the class, flipped from UCLA to Texas yesterday evening on Tuesday night, and also was considering flipping to Washington and Wisconsin. Is an athlete prospect, but is expected to play in the secondary and at safety. They offered him in October, kind of a late riser. I mean, he was going bonkers as a senior. He plays what looks like two-way competition because it's Boulder, Colorado. And I mean, he's the good, like his tape is just so wild to watch because everyone is so athletic on it. But the good thing is he's doing what he's supposed to do. He led his team in rushing yards, receiving yards, touchdowns, every category of touchdowns, tackles, interceptions, forced fumbles, kicker. Like he basically is the Jermaine Bishop of Colorado football. The projection's kind of rough though, just because he's playing very weak competition. Has some nice bloodlines. Father played defensive back at Colorado in the late 90s, and is a kid Texas liked a lot. They really fought to get him on campus because he was supposed to be there for the Vanderbilt game. His playoff game got in the way. Then he was supposed to be there for the Arkansas game. His playoff game got in the way. And so the final weekend he could visit was the A&M Texas weekend. And luckily his team lost the Arkansas weekend, or else he never would have been able to visit, and they would have been trying to recruit him and land him without him ever seeing campus. So Texas got lucky that Cherry Creek knocked Fairview out of the playoffs the Arkansas weekend. Cherry Creek is where Gunnar Helm went too. So cool little story there. Chris Stewart, one of the longest tenured commits in the class, second longest tenured, committed, I think it was June 10th. All I remember is it was the same day Jim Slosnagle to Texas became official. And I mean, he hit me up and was like, "Do you know Hayes Fawcett? I need a graphic." And I was like, "Hey, I can get you a graphic." So I did. He let me break his commitment. That was pretty cool. I think that's not the first one I've done, but one of the only ones I've done, just because, Hayes is usually going to break it. Chose Texas really over the field. There wasn't anyone really competing for it. Took several visits after the commitment. Oklahoma, Tennessee, SMU, Houston. Oklahoma and Tennessee were interesting. His uncle actually played at OU and was teammates there with Josh Heupel, and was actually roommates with Josh Heupel, I believe, one of his 4 years there as well. So Tennessee and OU were really pushing for him kind of through that aspect. And he officially visited Tennessee and had like 4 of their OBs lined up, but he canceled them, shut it down for Texas. Really good player. He's the all-time leading receiver at Shadow Creek High School, which only opened in like 2015 or 2016, but they have sent since opening over 24 receivers to the FBS. So it is very notable that, he's the all-time leader. He's led them in receiving yards as a sophomore and junior, and then only played in like 3 games due to injuries as a senior. Can provide some return game, snaps as well. Not the most dynamic guy, so maybe he won't, be returning kicks and punts, but he can do it, has the ability to do it. Played a tiny bit of safety too and some two-way emergency snaps. And a really good kid, good young man, highly competitive. Kind of like Corey Wells. He has a brother that is in the same grade but is a year older, named Carter. And Carter is a 3-star safety that's signed to play at Mizzou today. Texas never recruited him, offered more than a walk-on. That was kind of a storyline for a bit. There was a time there where Chris and them were considering decommitting because they wanted to play together. And Texas was not going to let that happen and still found a way to keep him. So props to Chris Jackson, Steve Sarkisian on that. Trying to think of one other thing I had on him. I don't know. Very, very close to Diabell. And that camp, at the elite camp that Diabell silently committed at, they purposely made Dia the first quarterback in the line and coached him harder than anyone. Guess who was first in the receiver line? Chris Stewart. Texas called Chris Stewart after Dia, or it was like right before Dia was about to go public. Told him, "Hey, we got Diabell. We want you too." He called him back the same day, said, "I'm coming," and then hit me up about a day or two after that, and then broke it the same day as Schlossnagle. Yeah, the second longest tenured commit in the class. One of the more recent commits, Rocky Cummings, 3-star linebacker out of Carlsbad, flipped to Texas in the last week, was a Cal commit, but backed out of that after they fired Justin Wilcox. He's at Carlsbad. It's the same program that produced Julian Sand, the Ohio State quarterback, and it's down kind of in that San Diego area in SoCal. Very interesting prospect. I mean, he's a two-way player. As a senior, he had like 11 or 13 catches, and 9 of those were touchdowns. They were just throwing him fade balls in the end zone because he's 6'4", 220, playing San Diego area kids. But really, really intriguing. Can end up kind of playing potentially that Trey Moore Sam linebacker position as a hybrid edge rusher, a hybrid backer. I think Kosiak Pollock can play that too. But, I mean, a super fun prospect, good young man. Texas went out and offered him, or Johnny Nansen went out and offered him during the bye week between Vanderbilt and Georgia. They were being sneaky, asked him not to post it. And then he ended up officially visiting for the Arkansas game weekend, silently committed on that trip, I think on a Sunday. And then Wednesday, the commitment went live, or the flip went live, and been smooth sailing ever since. Nick Robertson out of Klein High in the Houston area. Long time Texas target for Kyle Flood. One of the first O-line offers he extended in 2026. Ended up choosing Texas over Texas A&M in Houston. Also had offers from LSU and Alabama, but he did not want to go out of state. Kind of a interesting situation. He kind of had a handler trainer that got him in training sessions with another trainer in Kelvin Banks as a middle schooler and early in his high school career. So he kind of grew up working out with Kelvin Banks. That's his role model, a mentor, someone he really looked up to. And, you know, this first day Texas started pushing for his commitment was the day he committed. It was done very quickly. He wanted to be at Texas. He committed without talking any money or financial NIL, any of that, and is locked in, set in stone. Played tackle for Klein as a sophomore and junior, but as a senior, moved to center. That is a position he will play at Texas. If for whatever reason he can't pick up, the center position and playing it, even though he spent his whole senior year doing it, guess what? He can play guard. Kind of the classic Kyle Flood, big human, 6'3", 335. Needs to lose some bad weight, but has a good frame, plus wing. And, best case scenario gets down to around 310, 315, but there's a lot more muscle than there is now. Going to keep him moving. Cohen Brown, 3-star receiver out of Waxahachie, tied with Booby Feaster for leader in touchdown receptions in the District of Doom. That's the South Dallas district that is Waxahachie, Duncanville, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Dallas Skyline, Mesquite Horn, you name it. The best football district in the state of Texas, and he led it in touchdown receptions. Really, really good player. High floor, kind of low ceiling player. Reminds me a lot of DeAndre Moore. Jack of all trades, kind of not a master of none, but that's okay. DeAndre Moore's been a really good player for the Longhorns. And, I mean, he's someone probably not going to see the field a ton until year 2 or year 3. But again, I can't stress it enough. He's DeAndre Moore. All good, Eric. Eric, if you want to hop out now too, you can, because we're just rolling. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you sitting on here a ton, and happy signing day.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to finish this up, and then I'll roll through all the comments. Unless Wags or Rod has to go, they're producing in the back. We'll probably run till about 11:30 just because, there's a lot to talk about. But with Cohen Brown, was a USC commit, wanted to take visits because the Texas offer came in. USC, they have that no visit policy. Once you visit somewhere else, we pull your scholarship after you commit. So he decommitted, officially visited Utah, then Texas the next weekend, committed to Texas on the OB. Was originally someone Texas was – I mean, yeah, I can say this. Whenever they offered him, I hit someone up at Texas. I'm like, hey, what's going on here? Are y'all going to push for this kid, or is this an offer? So if y'all miss on guys, you can come back in November and go, hey, remember we offered you in May. And they said, the second part, we're not pushing. I was like, okay. And then 2 days later, someone posts a story, he's OVing. And I'm just like, okay, I guess things changed. they went into the OV planning not to take him and kind of kick the can down the road a little bit, but they spent time around him on the OV, the coaches did, and really liked what he had between the ears, and that changed their mind. I think he might have also worked out. I've not been able to confirm that, but silently committed on the OV and then went public that same day, the Sunday, 3rd of the 3 days on the OV. And it's been solid since. He's had a terrific senior year. He's pretty much a full-time two-way player as a senior, playing a lot of safety. He had a really good PBU in the playoff game last week that Waxahachie came back and won in overtime over Cy Ranch. I mean, it was a banger third-round game. High floor prospect, going to be a consistent, solid player for Texas. We got Jet Walker, 3-star running back out of Georgetown, the first Austin-era running back Texas has landed since the 2006 cycle. It's been 20 years. One cut back, kind of a bruiser red zone back. He's gone 11.06. That's his PR in the 100-meter, and is a straight-line runner. I mean, I'll be the first to tell you, he is a one-cut back. Good thing with him, really good at running behind his pads, has a bit of an upright running style. But the 11.06, even though, you want that to be sub-11, he still consistently is running away from people at the 6A level in the Austin area. So flipped from Minnesota to Texas. Before that, he flipped from West Virginia to Minnesota. Chad Scott, Texas's running backs coach, offered him like 2.5 weeks, or offered him at West Virginia like 2.5 weeks before he took the Texas job. And then Walker ended up committing to the new West Virginia running backs coach that replaced Scott. Texas, after how the season, the plan was always to take one running back, and it was Derek Cooper. But after how the season went, Jarrett Gibson going in the portal, there's going to be other guys that go in the portal from the running back room, and Texas knows about it. They said, hey, we need a second running back. They went local. Chad Scott already had a relationship. Walker's been on the radar for a long time. And the offer was sent out. And, I never really got an answer for when he silently committed. I assume it was on his OV during the Arkansas game weekend. But, I wrote his commitment story like within an hour of them offering him because, it was very clear where it was going. Third to last non-specialist. Well, actually, we got a few more names after this. But Yaheem Riley, his nickname is Miami Riley. Originally from South Florida, moved from South Florida to Killeen as a middle schooler, moved from Killeen to East Austin in the 8th grade, or actually South Austin. Went to Austin LBJ his freshman through junior year. His senior year was at Austin Anderson. His head coach his freshman year at LBJ was Jamal Fenner, who's currently on Texas's staff as the director of high school relations and I think director of player development too. And Fenner left LBJ after Riley's freshman year to take the job at Texas. Has the same trainer as, Michael Taft, Drew Bakuba, Jade Barron. The trainer is Bam Blake, the guy whose shirt I'm wearing. Played 7-on-7 with the same program as those guys too. And it was a long time coming. This is a kid that Texas had on campus for camps and games. It felt like 3 times a year. But Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon just refused to offer him. It was nuts. And I was kind of on the inside of this, so I have a lot of info and know how pissed off Riley and his camp was at Texas for a long time. And, there was one camp between his sophomore and junior year where he was invited and, Texas didn't even talk to him or really acknowledge him. The guy who they were all focused on is Isaiah Williams, who signed with Illinois today. That was at Fort Bend Marshall, and early on, Isaiah Williams was the prince that was promised for safeties in the state of Texas. He was the guy. Played on varsity at Fort Bend Marshall as a freshman, as a sophomore. Everyone wanted him, and he kind of stopped getting better. Had some injuries happen too. Texas A&M, LSU, a lot of the big schools backed off him, and he ended up at Illinois. Really good get for the Illini, but just the shine on his star kind of wore off a bit. And that was the guy who Texas was giving all the attention to at that camp. And that pissed Miami Riley and his camp off really a lot. They wanted nothing to do with Texas. In fact, his junior year, in spring of his junior year, when I would see him, Miami and his camp would be like, yo, fuck Texas. To me, I was the reason any of this was happening. I was like, hey, I'm on your side. Just be patient. So Texas loses Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon. They hire Dwayne Aquina. Dwayne Aquina had Miami Riley as one of his top safety targets at Arizona. and had offered him like over a year before at Arizona. Dwayne Akeen basically got on his knees and begged Steve Sarkisian and the rest of the staff, we need to offer this kid. We need to offer this kid. We need to offer this kid for like weeks. Eventually, they, gave him his request. They extended the offer and then got him on campus about a few weeks later after the dead period ended. He was a Houston commit at the time. And the day after the first visit to Texas, holding a Texas offer, he decommitted from Houston and then ended up committing to Texas in May. So he committed like mid-May, right when Texas was going on a run. We found out Hayward Howard was committing. He committed about a week or two before Riley did. We found out about Howard committing about a week before Howard went public. Once we got that text or call, I called someone in Riley's circle, and I'm like, hey, Howard is a corner. I know Miami's a safety, but they're trying to get commits done and in the boat. I don't want him to take too long and his spot gets took at Texas. Like, you really need to have a conversation with him about committing to Texas soon because he might not be able to do it if he wants to wait till official visits. And he's like, shoot, okay, thank you. Riley ended up committing about a week and a half, 2 weeks after that. So really good kid. Kind of, I did not publish or report this. Y'all are the first to hear about this. Houston made a really big push late. They had him committed originally, and then he flipped to Texas. But Houston made a really big push over the last few days. He actually silently committed to Houston at one point earlier this week. And then he called them last night to tell them he was going to Texas. I did not report anything because I knew no one else in the market would have it. And I didn't want to cause drama because I was very confident it was going to get figured out and he was going to end up at Texas. And, well, he signed this morning. But Texas avoided one right there. Houston almost had him. Going to keep him moving. Charlie Gillette, a 3-star athlete. He's a tight end commit out of Portage Central in Portage, Michigan. Texas offered him the bye week between Vanderbilt and Georgia, and then he committed like 4 days after that. Very sneaky from Texas. Asked him to not post the offer. He didn't. So when he committed, everyone was like, who the hell is this? Because he was not on our radar, and they don't offer kids from Michigan, much less get kids from Michigan. It was very strange. But an inline blocker type, has some receiving, potential. He's a better – or I should say he's a higher ceiling catching the ball than Spencer Shannon ever did out of high school. Played linebacker, tight end, played in a wing T, slot T offense, so understands blocking, leverage pretty well. His team went to the state semifinals, played on a pretty good team as a senior, and, he's a value add. It's a 3-star. You have to look at it that way. They're the cheaper guys in the class, and because of that, 3 stars are more important than ever because if you hit on one of them, it is tremendous value because you're not paying them that much. But with Gillette, was a Minnesota commit and was committed to Minnesota to play linebacker. Before that, he was committed to UCF as a tight end and then flipped from UCF to Minnesota and then from Minnesota to Texas. Caden Scherer, 3-star interior lineman out of Georgetown, a former Stanford commit who flipped to Texas. Pretty much had an identical timeline to Jet Walker. Had been on the radar for a long time. Once Texas missed on some guys, got late in the cycle, they needed numbers, needed bodies. They went local. Offered Scherer 6'5.5", 285. Doesn't have tremendously long arms. It's a plus wing though, and can give you some. Can play right tackle. I definitely think will be a guard. Long-term development upside kid. Didn't play O-line until he was going into his junior year. Before that, he was a tight end and D end. Has some nice athleticism. Just needs to put it together. He's about a year away from being a year away, but that's okay. That is okay. Texas is going to spend money in the portal on the O-line. If he can start by year 3 or contribute by year 3, that is a good thing. That you're almost exceeding expectations at that point. Same for Charlie Gillette, some of the other guys in the class at the bottom. That's how you have to view it because that's how Texas views it. I'm going to go through these real quick. 3 specialist signees. Mikey Bukowskis, punter out of Prosper, chose Texas over Clemson. Jake Collette, punter out of Ringgold, Georgia, chose Texas over UConn. And then Trot O'Neill, a deep snapper out of Plano, Prestonwood Christian, and chose Texas over Air Force. All three committed in a span of like 2 weeks. Two of them committed in a span of 2 days. All three were on the same OV. Jeff Banks, after this year, was losing his punter, kicker, and long snapper, and he replaced them all in the same class. I do think Texas is going to portal in a punter because the Michael Kern, experiment went horribly in 2024. I don't see them wanting to do that again with the true freshman punter. And then at kicker, I mean, if it isn't going to work at punter with Kern and you're going to portal in a punter, you probably should at kicker. Long snapper is different. You can play that 4 years in a row and start 4 years in a row, just like Lance St. Louis, who has started 4 years in a row for Texas. We got 4 more names. Tyler Atkinson has signed. His letter of intent has been received. This just hasn't updated yet. But Atkinson, similar recruitment to Derek Cooper. I'm just going to call it what it was. Okay, Rodney Cleveland finally happened. Rodney Cleveland finally flipped from Texas to UNC. Sorry, I'm texting Hank. But yeah, was expected. Texas had expected that since like Saturday. And he hasn't responded to the Texas staff's text for a few days. So that was very obvious he was going to North Carolina. So I'll skip him, I guess, at the bottom. But with Tyler Atkinson, originally from Knoxville, and Derek Vanetta, to answer your question, why would you go to UNC? They are offering significantly more money than everyone else, like sometimes 6 figures more. That is what happened there. Texas will tell you that too. But with Tyler Atkinson, originally from Knoxville, moved out to Georgia at some point growing up. He spent all 4 years of his high school career at Grayson, started all 4 years as well, finished his prep career with over 600 tackles, true Mike linebacker prospect, the most ready-to-play linebacker out of anyone in the 2026 class, and honestly, probably the most ready-to-play player out of anyone in Texas's class. Is he close to being maxed out physically? Potentially, but he's just very athletic and can play year one. He's all about the grind, not worried at all about, the money coming in and him losing his focus because he's had money and had, marketing deals and things. And again, he's about the grind, watches a lot of film, and is kind of going to be the replacement for Anthony Hill there in the middle. Does he start year one? I'm not sure, but I do think he's going to play about starting level snaps by the end of the year. Whether rotating in or, actually starting. Chose Texas over Georgia, Clemson, Ohio State, Oregon. Bama, Auburn, they were in there a little bit, I guess. But it came down to finances. Texas, they decided, hey, we're going to get it done. We're going to pay up and get it done. That's what happened. Committed July 15th on Pat McAfee. Same day the SEC Media Days were going on. And he hasn't wavered, hasn't taken any visits elsewhere. Signed this morning, pretty stress-free. Richard Wesley, the man, most famous for jumping in a pool with Dan Lanning. He's that kid. Was a top 5 prospect in 2028, reclassed to, or in 2027, apologies, reclassed to 2026. Still in the top 247, just dropped a bit. Profiles as a jack edge rusher, that's the Ethan Burke position, the main run defender of the 2 edges who plays the strong side. Or, really they play the weak side too. They move him around a lot, but kind of that bigger, more run defender of the edge. Chose Texas over Oregon, Ohio State, and A&M. Originally committed to Oregon. His parents were not on campus, though, and Oregon kind of pressured him into doing it. And so he decommitted. His family kind of forced him to, and, he knew it was the right thing to do. Scheduled 4 OVs. It was Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, and A&M. Texas one was the first one. He saw all he needed to see and committed on that visit, posted it a day after he got home, and canceled his remaining visits. He has yet to visit a school since committing to Texas that isn't Texas. So still hasn't signed yet. We're waiting on it, but he's on the West Coast, and Texas is expecting to hold on to him as of an hour ago. Corey Wells out of Petal, Mississippi, kind of talked about it earlier. Texas is trying to hold off Auburn. Auburn and Alex Golish and that staff are making a really big push. They've offered his brother, Chris Wells, a scholarship. Chris Wells is a 2026 linebacker commit for South Alabama. He's a year older than Corey, but is held back, so they're in the same grade. And Texas has offered Chris a PWO with an NIL plan that would equate to a scholarship, but it's not an actual scholarship. Like with what Auburn is offering, the Wells brothers have a ceremony or plan to sign around 2:30 p.m. Central. So it's going to be a few hours before we have a full answer there. And then I'm not talking about Rodney Cleveland. He just flipped from UNC. So, yeah. But, hey, I know I just talked for a long time. If you all have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'm going to go to the top of the chat, hit on them from the top. But you got anything more, go ahead and pop it. Let's see. Damn, I just realized we're an hour 13 into this thing. We haven't talked about the playoffs once. We don't really need to. I think everybody knows what the deal is there. But, yeah. Hey, Jake Bayless hit this on the head. Having the Longhorn Network really was super nice to have on early signing day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. But in case you missed it, Neil Brown has taken the UNT job. Happened yesterday. Brian Hartline has taken the USF job. That broke this morning. And USF opened from Alex Golish leaving for Auburn. UNT opened from Eric Morris leaving for Oklahoma State. Then Colin Klein to K-State has a lot of smoke, rumors, buzz around it. Apparently, Chris Klieman, the Wildcats head coach, is planning to retire. And the 25 season was or will be his final season. And Colin Klein is the man linked to that job. Obviously, former Wildcat quarterback. I believe was a Heisman finalist there in Manhattan. And is the name with the most smoke around it in regards to who K-State could hire when Klieman retires. And that's notable. Colin Klein is A&M's offensive coordinator. If you're Texas, you might almost want him to stay in College Station. Considering, under Pete Kwiatkowski, the Longhorns are 4-0 versus a Colin Klein coached offense. But yeah, I mean, it's notable. Let's see. UNT has to trust the Klein. I'm not going to lie. I don't think UNT should have hired him. None of these kids in this area know who Neil Brown is. And I guess you could have said the same thing about Eric Morris, but at least Eric Morris can be like, hey, I coached Cam fucking Ward. I found Cam Ward. I found Patrick Mahomes coached him too. What is he going to say? What is Neil Brown going to say? I was at West Virginia post Tavon Austin. Wait, you're 17 years old. You don't even know who Tavon Austin is. Like, a little different. And you got to – Eric Morris has taken that scouting personnel front office operation to Stillwater. If Neil Brown doesn't get that correct, he gets fired and has a Seth Luttrell experience in Denton. The most important thing in G5 football, your personnel scouting and front office team. If you don't have that, you're fucked. And you're kind of UTSA. What's happened there? Who, by the way, lost a few coaches to Kentucky. Will Stein left UTSA for Oregon a few years ago. Now gets the Kentucky head coach, and he's bringing some of those UTSA guys with him. But yeah, let's see. Keep California's out of Texas. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, Antoine, basically, you hit it on the head there. Nathan said, Jordan, do you think Legend Bay may reconsider with Hartline gone? No. So someone posted about it. He's delaying his signing. He's not going to sign today. The thing is, he was committed to Tennessee before he flipped to Ohio State. Who is the school pushing and the reason that he is delaying his signing? It's Tennessee. They're trying to get him back into class. They're talking money with him, going back and forth. And the thing too, Ohio State losing Hartline is a big deal. Not really in this recruitment. They've recruited him at kind of what Texas recruited Michael Terry to be, an offensive Swiss Army knife. Receiver, running back, wildcat, jet sweeps. He's not committed there to specifically play receiver like he was when he was committed to Tennessee. I do not think Legend Bay is going to end up at Texas. If he does, hell yeah, and it'd be a surprise, but not expecting it right now. Woodcrest said, Jordan and Eric, any chance Richard Anderson will flip to Texas? Who just texted me? Oh, Chip. Woodcrest said, Jordan Eric, any chance Richard Anderson will flip to Texas regardless of his mom wanting him at LSU? I mean, look, like Texas has talked to both those Texas has talked to Anderson and Lamar Brown today, yesterday, and the day before. Texas does not think they're getting those kids, though. Now, they're going to try and continue trying like hell to do it, make it happen, but they do not have confidence in signing them. So, yeah, we're expecting them to still end up at LSU. The reason they're doing this, Lane Kiffin has not made a decision on Frank Wilson. He is like the associate head coach. He's the main recruiter on the LSU staff and coached at Edna Carr back in the day. So, like, he's the primary recruiter for all the Edna Carr kids. That's where Richard Anderson goes. And Anderson and Lamar Brown have delayed their signing. And to my understanding, it's a full leverage play. They're trying to guarantee Frank Wilson gets hired, and they're probably threatening they'll decommit if Lane doesn't retain him. And or it's a leverage play for money. That's one of the two things is what I think is happening. And, yeah, they're both expected to sign at LSU. Nathan said, have you ever seen a big-time program not sign a single kid like Penn State is about to do? Man, they are a shit show. Seriously. Like, how is it – wait, what? Sorry. Oh, well. They're doing Longhorn Network's doing a signing day presentation. The Texas football account just tweeted it. Starts at 11:30, goes to 1 p.m. Central Time. But with Penn State, I mean, dude, that is a shit show. They still don't have a coach. They were told no by everyone. Imagine getting big dog by fucking BYU. Like, Kalani Sitake is taking $5 million less to stay at BYU. I know he got a raise from BYU, but he's taking $5 million less dollars to coach BYU than to go coach at Penn State. And to be honest, I don't know why the hell they even tried to hire him. Like, him at Penn State is what the hell's the polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas mean? What are they doing? Everyone told them no from the Big Ten candidates. Signetti, I think Hartline's told them no, or I guess they haven't even talked to Hartline. I assume he told them yes since he said yes to USF. And I mean, Lane didn't give him the time of the day. Marcus Freeman said no. I think Drinkwitz said no. He resigned or re-signed with Mizzou. Like, Penn State, all of y'all made a good decision never deciding to become a Penn State fan. And I don't even have to bring up the other stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Woodcrest said, will Bishop be better than Jalen Waddle? He can be. I'm not saying he will be right now because, like, Bishop is a tremendous prospect, truly one of the best football players I've ever seen in my life, and is easily on the Mount Rushmore of best high school players I've seen. But he's 5'10", 155, and that frame doesn't make it makes him not be a surefire projection. Waddle's bigger than that, had more weight on his bones, and had a longer frame. So I'll say Bishop can be better than Jalen Waddle. Not ready to say will be yet, though. So, yeah. CB said, will Bishop play more than the 3 freshman receivers this past season? Yes, I think he will. Jake Bayless said James Johnson was a huge win over Georgia. Could we see him in the rotation as a true freshman? Maybe. If so, it's like the Justice Terry snaps from week 1 through 8, where he's averaging like 3 snaps a game or something like that, unless injuries happen or he really kicks it up. I just don't expect that to happen. And Corey Wells, most definitely no. He's kind of a long-term upside player that's kind of a lottery ticket. Let's see what Chris said. Jordan and Eric, you can really see the shift in college football when Georgia only has one player in the top 10 Georgia 24/7 rankings committed to their class. Wow, I didn't even know that. That is a great point. That is a great point. I mean, shit, look at, like, it's obviously Texas, a bigger state with more Power 4 schools in it, but look at the top players in the state of Texas, where they're going. Look at the top players in the country, where they're going. Like, Texas Tech and Houston are really in the top 10. Not for class rankings, but they're both landing a top 10 prospect. Shit, BYU is. Ryder Lions, like, It's nuts. It's nuts what's happening. CB said, will Dia bring his brother to Texas? His brother is Ty Bell. He's a sophomore basketball recruit. I think he does have a Texas offer, but that one's a long way down the road. Agree with you, Antoine. Also agree with you on this, Antoine. Jose Castle said, what is your most underrated players on offense and defense for the signing class? Great question. Offense, I would go Cohen Brown, Chris Stewart, Jet Walker. I would probably rank them a little bit higher than where they're ranked right now, but I wouldn't project either of them to be a draft pick with a 4-star ranking, So they can be really good college players. I really like Stewart. I think he gets kind of forgotten about because he didn't play as much as a senior and he committed so early. But I mean, man, he is really dynamic. In the 3 games he played as a senior, he had 2 non-offensive touchdowns from punt and kick returns. He might have had 3 as well. So I'd go Stewart, Cohen Brown, and Jet Walker. Not a ton of NFL draft upside, if any, but high floors, guys who, will give their blood, sweat, and tears to the program, and guys that can be really solid contributors for 4 years, On defense, I would have said Kose Paulo, but they finally ranked him where he's supposed to be ranked, somewhat recently. So, and same for Hayward Howard. He's now a 4-star too. I won't call him underrated. I'll go Rocky Cummings, Miami Riley. I want to go Teray Davis, but I'm kind of worried about him just because the competition he played is so weak and he's not physical versus weak competition. How do you expect him to be physical in the SEC? But with Rocky Cummings, 6'4", 220, like the 2-way snaps, plays pretty decent competition in California. Smart kid if he was getting into Berkeley. Don't know a ton about the between the years because we've been covering this kid for 2 weeks. But has some intriguing tape. I think, he actually could play his way into being an NFL draft prospect. He's a 3-star and I think should be a 3-star, but he could be a draft guy and I think can be really useful as that Sam backer position. He can run too, so maybe he ends up at will because, Atkinson will be the Mike. And then Miami Riley, really good kid who comes from nothing. This is a kid who was living in South Austin outside the Austin LBJ school zone. And he would take the Metro bus to school. It was an hour each way from South Austin to LBJ after all the stops. He would take the Metro bus an hour each way if none of the LBJ coaches or his teammates' parents could pick him up. He got a job at Whataburger to afford training. One of the most hungry kids you'll ever come across. He wants it so bad. Knowing this kid since his freshman year, seeing him since he was, 15, whatever he was as a freshman, I'm not joking. I almost wanted to cry whenever they offered him just because I knew how much he wanted it, how hard he worked for it. And, can he outplay his ranking and be a draft guy? Yeah, I think so, but you can't really project that right now with what he's done. But I think he's going to be a really good player, physical player, kind of similar play style to Drew Makuba, not afraid to come down, lay his hat, and put someone on their ass, even if it's a tight end. He's going to lay the wood. He'll set the tone, talks a lot of shit like that too. And he's a local player. First Austin ISD prospect they've landed since 2021. Always loved that. He is one of the few kids that understands how much the Longhorn logo means to people in the state and how much the Texas football program means to people in the state. And he, respects that a whole nother level too, because he knows how much he had to bust his ass to get the offer and the opportunity to go to Texas after dreaming of following in his buddies, Jade Barron, Drew Makuba, Michael Taft, dreaming and following their footsteps. And he knows what he can accomplish at Texas from spending time around those guys. So I'd go Miami Riley. I think he can end up as an all-conference player one day. Going to be in year 3, year 4, maybe year 5. But, I mean, he is a very, very, very good 3-star ad. I really like his commitment. Woodcrest said, I see the other Nike teams like Alabama wearing Jordan 1 high-top cleats. Is Texas allowed to do the same? This is a great question that I do not have the answer to. The ones you're talking about, the Jordan high tops, I assume it was offensive or defensive linemen wearing those if it's going like above the ankle. Texas's O-line usually all wears the same cleats. Maybe they're allowed to since Jordan brand is still technically Nike. Maybe not, though. I mean, I don't know. Like, Auburn is Under Armour, or was. So Bama's rival wasn't a Jordan brand team like Texas is with OU. Maybe that has an influence. I don't know. That's a good question, though. Wag said, any flips for O-line? So Texas is really trying with Malachi Lee. He still has not signed with the Michigan Wolverines. However, he is in Hawaii. Oh, never mind. He signed 11 minutes ago. So that ship has sailed. The group Texas has committed right now is the group that will enroll for freshman O-line. So, no, there will not be any flips on the O-line. Texas needs to schedule K-State ASAP. Hey, Holman Wiggins' OC is big. If they can keep him, that's the guy a lot of schools are going to be trying to get because, I mean, they're like, shit, Alabama and DeBoer might try to get him back there because Alabama's receivers coach took the Oregon State head coaching job, which is random as hell, but I don't know. Like, is the Alabama receivers coach a worse job than an Oregon State head coaching job? Like, I would have stayed at Alabama. You can eventually get something better, I feel like, than Oregon State and whatever the hell the Pac-12 is called nowadays, the fake Pac-12. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what's happening in Happy Valley. Will more than 9 guys play next year? Texas redshirted 16 of 25 this year. Let's see. I'm going to go through the class. Jermaine Bishop ain't redshirting. Kosiak Paul ain't redshirting. He can play special teams. Same with Samari Matthews. Same with Derek Cooper. Jermaine Carlton isn't going to be a player that redshirts. He can be a 3-year NFL player, so that's 5. James Johnson, I'll just be I'll say no. Turrentine, I'll say no. Hayward Howard, yes. He can play special teams. That's 6. Teray Davis, I'll go no. Rocky Cummings can play special teams. That's 7. Jet Walker, maybe is like a red zone back. You know, it's not like they're going to portal that in if they have him. That's 8. Charlie Gillette, I think, can do special teams. That's 9. Tyler Atkinson is going to play. That's 10. Richard Wesley will probably play. That's 11. And then, you know, if any of the 3 specialists play, Trot O'Neill will. So that's 12. So, yeah, I'll project 12. Yeah, Jared Curtis DeVandy. Yeah, Edit Boy spoiled his announcement, but told y'all about 2 months ago. Eddie Kane said, who do you think will be in rotation or starting next season as a true freshman? Atkinson is going to start or rotate in with the 2s day 1. Jermaine Bishop, I think the same. Probably at slot receiver. Kosiak Pollock can play special teams. I don't think they're going to use him a ton on actual defense outside of the non-con games when they're up 40. Samari Matthews, I think, can potentially end up as the 3rd corner next to Cade Phillips, Grayson Littleton. You know, probably not going to end up starting, but I think can rotate in with the 2s potentially by the end of the season. And if not, he's going to play special teams. Derek Cooper, he's playing and rotating in. I doubt he starts. I doubt he starts, but he should rotate in and play a lot at running back. Jermaine Carlton is probably going to be a full-time special teamer. He might get some snaps here and there at edge, but like he's not going to I highly doubt he'll have the snap count Lance Jackson or Justice Terry did this year. Hayward Howard is a special teamer. If he plays, it's on special teams or it's a non-conference blowout. Rocky Cummings would rotate in on special teams, and then maybe Jet Walker in the red zone. That's kind of it. Charlie Gillette, if he can block, that saves some money from having to pay a portal tight end, but we'll see. Who's not an early enrollee? We still need to check, but to our knowledge, everyone will be. All 25 of them. Well, 24 now because Rodney Cleveland's out the class. But yeah. Let's see. Not UT related, but Cooper Reed from Dripping flipped and signed to TCU this morning. He did. All right, this is going to be the last segment we do because I got to write something. And no, that is not a hint of flipping. I just need to finish some signing day content. But cool story I'll have out soon. Signing day storylines to look back on in a few years. Buy this. It'll be pretty self-explanatory once I get into it. But here's one of them. Y'all will like this. Does Felix Ojo win big by betting on himself? It's well documented. Texas Tech offered more money. He chose Texas Tech. He wanted to play early. He can do that there earlier at Tech than he can at Texas. And they were giving him a 3-year rev share deal. Texas didn't want to go over 2 years because they don't do 3-year deals. The reason I say this, does he win big by betting on himself? He is betting on himself because he's going to a school in Texas Tech that has produced a whopping 5 draft picks at the offensive tackle position in the last 45 years. Texas Tech has had 5 offensive tackles drafted in 45 years, and one of the nation's top offensive tackle prospects chose Lubbock to go play his college football. And that's okay. I get it. I understand it. Texas has won several recruitments the same way, by paying the most money. It's part of recruiting. It's modern recruiting. But this is going to be something that in 3 to 5 years, people are going to use to recruit against Tech, or they're going to have a hell of a pitch to make. Because if he does not pan out and does not end up getting drafted or going, day one, Texas and everyone else will go, hey, look at this guy who took the bag and screwed up his development. We would have made him a first-round pick, or he could have been one, but he chose Tech. And if he works out, well, shit, you're pouring gasoline on top of what Texas Tech is doing right now. So I think that'll be one that's very interesting to track. Again, Tech won out, offered more money despite only having 5 OTs drafted the last 45 years. In the Sark era alone, 3 offensive tackles have been drafted. That's since the 22 draft. And that number will be 4 when Trevor Gooseby eventually leaves for the NFL. Another storyline, the Dia Bell versus Keyshawn Henderson discussion. Keyshawn Henderson, number 1 prospect in the country, going to Houston, 5-star QB. This is what happened. Early on, he was an athlete prospect, played quarterback, but everyone said, hey, receiver, safety, that's what we're recruiting you to be at. It's an athlete prospect. Well, eventually, at the end of his sophomore year, he settled in and said, hey, I want to play quarterback. The only schools recruiting him to play quarterback were Houston and Baylor. So when he committed to Houston in the summer going into his junior year, all he chose was Houston over Baylor. No one else was letting him play quarterback. And, locked it in with Houston, never visited elsewhere, really looked elsewhere. LSU, Florida State made some runs, but they were never close to flipping him. And then Dia Bell committed around the same time Henderson did too. Once he was committed, they weren't going to try to flip Keyshawn at QB. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to get asked about this in 4 to 5 years. Why did Texas take, Dia Bell over Keyshawn Henderson? It's going to be a debate to track. Another storyline, how the local and Centex prospects that Texas never seriously recruited panned out. Alistair Vallejo, top 247 D lineman out of Liberty Hill, who ended up in Michigan. Texas had this kid on for a visit. They never offered him, never gave him the time of the day. Jordan Clay, top 247 receiver out of San Antonio Madison, flipped to Washington yesterday from Baylor. Fully believe Texas he would have signed with Texas today had they not stopped recruiting him. It was his dream school growing up. They led the entire recruitment. And then by the end of his junior year, Texas hadn't talked to him in months because they stopped recruiting him. So he's going to be interesting. Jamarian Vincent, he's a Michigan signee who flipped to Michigan from Baylor the other day. Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon loved him, had him very high on his list. Texas was high on his list. Obviously, he's at the same school that produced Kobe Black, Jelani McDonald. Trey Wisner spent some time there too, Waco Connolly. And I mean, Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon thought they were going to sign him eventually. They had some confidence. He visits for the Texas Junior Day. Like 2 or 3 days later, visits for Baylor's Junior Day. They get him to commit on the spot. I don't know how they did it, but they get him to commit on the spot. Joseph and Gideon were going to play the long game, re-engage in the summer, and then they took visits elsewhere. Or not took visits elsewhere. Joseph took the New Orleans Saints job, and Gideon took the DC job at Georgia Tech. And the new staff, Dwayne Aquina and Mark Orphy, Kenoto Hudson, never re-engaged contact with him. Another reporter reported Texas was trying to flip him like a week ago. I reached out to the kid. I'm like, hey, what is this about? And he said he hadn't heard from Texas in months. And he signed with Michigan today. So Texas just completely stopped recruiting him. Carter Buck, Antoine brings it up. Carter Buck should be a Texas Longhorn. I really need him to pan out and hit the NFL so I can say I told you so to the people that were against that. But Lake Travis edge rusher, top 247 prospect. He's the highest ranked prospect in TCU's class. He's the all-time leader in Lake Travis's football program in tackles for loss, sacks. He led 6A in sacks several times. Basically won Lake Travis the Dripping Springs game and the Westlake game. He took both of them over, and I think had 5.5 or 6 sacks combined in those 2 games. Really good kid. Texas would have committed to Texas within a minute of them offering him. But they never offered him. Had him on campus once for a visit. That was it. Corey Daly, Pittsburgh quarterback signee out of Seguin. This one was never happening just because by the time Daly was a recruitable prospect, Texas already had Diabell committed. And I mean, Daly would be the perfect prospect for Texas in 2027, but he's in 2020. Sorry, my dog over here. Jason Bradford at TCU safety signee. Dream School's Texas. If they offered, he would have committed the same day. They never offered. Had him camp twice, still never offered. And him and Jermaine Carlton really wanted to play together, but it was never going to happen, unfortunately. London Smith, he's a Baylor receiver signee. Was originally an athlete early on in the process, got a ton of big offers early on. All of them are for safety. It's kind of like with what happened with Mikhail Harrison-Pilot, where he had every offer in the country as an athlete, but everyone wanted him at safety. Once he made the decision to play receiver, a lot of schools backed off. That is what happened with London Smith. Texas backed off once he said he wanted to play receiver. They wanted him at safety, and he obviously ended up at Baylor. Javian Martin, a.k.a. Scoop Martin, 3-star tight end signing for Houston, highest ranked tight end in the state. He's at Willis. His teammates with Jermaine Bishop as a senior, but he grew up in Pflugerville, was at Pflugerville for 3 years on varsity from his freshman through junior year. Was also a 4-year varsity hooper. I mean, really good kid, tremendous kid. And someone that visited Texas like half a dozen times his sophomore year, and they never offered him. And I'm not trying to talk down on Charlie Gillick. Javian Martin is 1,000 times a better prospect than Charlie Gillick is. I do not know why Texas thought they had to go to Michigan to go get Charlie Gillick when Javian Martin existed right down the road as long as he did. And his teammates with your top-ranked commit, Jermaine Bishop. But anyways, last few. Tiki Hola at Notre Dame was one of the first kids Texas offered in 2026. 3-star D lineman out of Bastrop. Ended up choosing Notre Dame over USC and SMU because Texas stopped recruiting him. And then Ben Duncombe out of Lake Travis, going to Kentucky. Texas legacy. His dad, uncle, and grandpa all played linebacker at Texas back in the day. He's a low floor, high ceiling prospect, like 6'3", maybe 270, 260, kind of a D-line edge tweener. But he has like a +7 wing. He's eclipsed like 58 feet in the shot put, has a good discus. He's gone to the 6A state meet 2 years in a row for shot and disc. Has, the bloodlines who his father and uncle are, played at Texas. And then, the measurements, track data, a lot of upside, needs development, but like I'm still kind of mind blown. Texas never gave this kid the time of the day. Visited once, but they never offered him. Yeah. And then I haven't finished these storylines, but other ones. Did the legacy successfully blaze their own trail? Caden Finley, Jalen Lott. Caden Finley, son of Jermichael Finley, out of Aledo, ended up at Notre Dame, chose Notre Dame over Texas. And then Jalen Lott, receiver out of Frisco Panther Creek. His father is James Lott, former Texas track and fielder, Longhorn defensive back. And Lott chose Oregon over Texas. How are these guys going to work? I asked them the question I asked all legacies when I saw them in May. Eventually, every legacy, whether it's a Texas legacy or OU legacy, they have to make the choice. Am I going to follow in my dad's footsteps, the path that's been laid out before me, or am I going to blaze my own trail? When I asked Lott and Finley that, they did not really give an answer, but definitely lean more towards the blaze your own trail. And that's what they've done. So how's it going to work out for them? Another storyline, does Texas get a good ROI on the big NIL wins? By big NIL wins, I mean the ones that they paid up the money for and offered the most to get the prospect. Tyler Atkinson, Richard Wesley, Derek Cooper, and James Johnson. If all 4 of those guys hit, or if you can get 2 or 3 of them to hit, it's worth it. But how many of them are? Another storyline, how do the value adds, the 3 stars in the class pan out? Those are the Miami Rileys, Jet Walker, Charlie Gillett, Caden Schroer, anyone who's a 3-star value adds. And yeah, that's what we got. The other ones I will delete. I'm not going to say, but hey, I'm getting out of here finally. Thanks for rocking with us. Been nearly an hour, longest show we've ever done. So appreciate that a ton. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede podcast recaps the Longhorns' big win over A&M and talks all things Texas football. Patrick, I do like this year's class. It could have been a lot better. Texas fucked up a lot of shit on their own way, and I'll save that for the February kind of tell-all on how the class came together, the behind-the-scenes stories. We wait till after February signing day. It could have been a better class, but it's top 10. You spent a lot of money last year, signed the number 1 class last year, and have a lot of money in those freshmen who did not play at all this year. And on top of that, Texas had basically no fireworks near signing day this year because they're saving the money for the portal. It's the final year of the Arch era. You have to maximize it. That's what Texas is going to do. So, yeah. But, hey, everyone, appreciate y'all tuning in. Happy early signing day. And peace. Hook 'em.